If you want to learn everything about Monday.com, this is the video for you. I've used this platform for more than 6 years and have implemented the systems for more than 200 companies, and everything that I know from A to Z will be in this course. This course is completely free. There's no paywall, there's nothing. Everything is for free. And I do this because I want to share all of the information I know with you to help you out. And if you need any help with the course or you have any questions about the platform, just leave a comment in this YouTube video. I will answer all of your questions. And if you're like, well, this is great, but I don't really want to build this stuff myself, you can reach out through the link in the description, because me and my team will happily have a call with you to learn what you need and see if we can help you with building your systems. With this course, I've created a full workbook alongside the video to help you learn everything and understand the details. You can download that workbook for free on the first link in the description. It will just ask you for your name and your email address, and it will instantly send it to your inbox. Once you have it, you can find all of the information about Monday. I'll make sure to keep it up to date. I'll make sure that if there's any changes to the platform that I update that workbook, and I cannot really do that with the YouTube video, unfortunately. So make sure that you look at that workbook and you follow along with the course and the workbook to learn everything there is to know. This video has timestamps, so it's very easy to look at the bottom of the YouTube video and look for the exact things that you would like to learn. The same thing is true with the workbook. There's a whole section that will basically guide you towards what you would like to know, and you can always search through the workbook to find the things that you find valuable. The only thing I'd like to ask from you in return for this whole course is to leave a like on the video and to leave a comment to tell me what you think about it. This would help me a lot. It would push this course to more people, and more people in the world would learn Monday.com for free, which would be amazing. So if you like it, please like, subscribe to the channel and leave a comment to tell me what you think about it. Now let's dive into the course. Okay, the first thing you need to know when you start using Monday.com is what Monday even is and what products you should buy and what plan you should use. So I'm going to tackle that first before you start using it. Otherwise, if you start with the wrong thing, it can be very annoying to switch later on. So what is Monday.com? Well, I would usually recommend or refer to Monday.com as like Excel on steroids. A lot of people use Excel for almost everything, but yeah, no, they run into many different problems. It's not that easy to use. You miss a lot of buttons. You cannot really communicate within Excel quite easily. You cannot really collaborate in general in Excel. Like, there's a lot of different things where it can be done in Excel, but it's not it. And having too many Excel sheets is also like a big issue. And that's where something like Monday.com comes in. I'm going to show you in a second what Monday is, what boards are, items are. I'm going to refer to Excel quite often to make sure it's as easy as possible for you to understand, since I assume that you have seen Excel or have at least used Excel. But I'd say these are the basics that you need to know. It's really a platform that tries to take people from the old school way of working to a new way of working where things can be way more efficient, way more automated, have way nicer dashboards, make it way easier to use, and way easier to collaborate with your team. And that's why I would highly recommend using something like Monday.com. Well, Monday.com is definitely not the only player on this market. You also have other tools like Asana, which is a very popular one. You have ClickUp, which is this is Asana. And you have ClickUp, which is also a very popular one. There are other similar tools to Monday, but I would say these are the two biggest competitors. To compare them real quick based on my thoughts, I think ClickUp is interesting, potentially has even more features than Monday, but they try to do everything there is in one application. And because of that, there are so many buttons that it's so hard to learn that your learning curve is just, in my opinion, way too steep. It's too tough to learn, especially to the everyday user. That's my opinion. I know a lot of people that love ClickUp and I think it's the most amazing platform in the world. It's just, I usually recommend Monday just because the user interface is way easier. It feels more user-friendly. It is more user-friendly and people pick it up very easily. So that's usually why Monday.com is so popular. Asana is, in that regard, very similar to Monday. I have less experience with Asana myself, so I'm definitely not the best person to ask. But Asana works in a very different way than Monday. There is a lot of overlap, but the user interface is just quite different. And honestly, I don't think there's a right or wrong. Both are pretty good. I personally personally just prefer Monday.com. That's why I decided to become an expert in Monday.com. But there's nothing wrong with Asana. It has also its pros and cons. It has some limits, just like Monday has. So yeah, that's just good to know. Some people prefer Asana, some people prefer Monday. I prefer Monday myself, but and potentially you too, because you're watching this course. So I'm going to teach you everything about it. And yeah, let's just get started with that. So the first thing you need to know is that Monday used to be a project management platform only, which was called Monday Work Management. And Monday Work Management is, as the name suggests, it's a work management platform. You manage your work, you manage your projects, you manage your tasks, you manage your clients potentially, and that's when they started. Then at some point, I'd say in 2023-ish, something like that, or 2022, they decided to go for a multi-product strategy. They saw that people were building CRMs, they were building help desk tools, they were building development tools, and they were asking way more and more of Monday.com, which it didn't really do in the past. Like, it didn't really integrate, for example, very well with your inbox or your calendar, or if you're a developer with development related tools, didn't really have a customer support portal. And Monday saw an opportunity there, so they decided to go multi-product. That's what they call it. And if you now go to the Monday website and go to products, you actually see 4 main products, and they have ambition to create, I think, way more. I've heard numbers like 10 or something. We'll see. They have also had products similar to this in the past that they decided to get rid of. So right now it's these. I'm pretty sure these will stay, but these are the 4 most important ones. So let me cover them and explain when you should use what. The first thing that I think is essential to understand is that each of these 4 products, and likely any product Monday is going to create in the future, well, any might be a lot, but especially these 4, they are all built on the exact same foundation. So even though this is called work management and this is called CRM, doesn't mean that you cannot build a CRM or work management, right? So it's not like these are radically different products. They are actually almost identical. And this is something I get asked quite a lot, like, do I need both tools? Sometimes, yes, depends on your needs. But in a lot of cases, you only need one. And right now, the difference between the tools is not that big, especially if you're on the Pro plan. If you're on the Enterprise plan, there's a bigger difference. But in general, what I'd like to explain to you, and in the workbook, you actually have a decision tree on what products you should use. This is how I think about it. If you use sprints and you have a development team and you want to integrate with tools like GitHub and GitLab, you need Monday Dev. If all of that is not relevant for you, you don't need Monday Dev at all. That's as simple as it is. If you handle support tickets and each incoming ticket needs to be answered on its own, and you need like some sort of customer support portal, and you need an integration with emails in general, I highly recommend Monday Service. It's a very, very powerful platform for customer support. However, you might need customer support and something else. In that case, it makes sense to potentially also add one of the other products. So let's look at CRM. If you are like very active with sales, if you need to track your pipeline, if you need to track like what the percentage of conversion is from stage to stage in your pipeline, if you need an integration with email, with your calendar, in the future, there's also stuff like automatically recording meetings, integrations with Zoom, everything sales related. If you need that, I would say go for CRM. And if you just need project management and need the best project management stuff out there, I would go for the work management platform. At the time of recording, as I said, there's not a big difference between each of the platforms. So I know a lot of companies that went for the CRM and built their whole project management stuff on the CRM, simply because the difference is not that big. You can do a lot of project management stuff in the CRM. It's not like that's too big of a difference. However, you can, for example, not integrate email on the work management side. So it's sometimes easier to just have CRM and use project management features on the CRM. If you have a tough time understanding which one you should choose, I would highly recommend using the workbook. I've created a whole decision tree with simple questions to understand what you would need. In general, I'd say most of my customers go for the CRM. Why? Because the CRM has almost everything work management has, but work management doesn't have everything that CRM has at the moment of recording. It can of course change. So that's also why we'll keep the workbook up to date. However, if you go to the enterprise plan, there is actually a significant difference between work management and CRM. And then it becomes more interesting to have both. But that does mean that for each platform, you need to pay for their own license. So if you have work management and CRM, and you have one user, let's say I'm the user, and I would need to have access to both products, then I need a license for both products. So that's good to keep in mind. I can imagine that, especially if you're not sure what Monday really is, that it's quite hard to choose. I would say go for the one that feels more, mostly related to what you're trying to do. If you're trying to build a CRM, go for CRM. If you're trying to use it for operational stuff, go for work management. If you're trying to use it for your development team and they prefer something like Jira and now you want to switch to Monday, go for Dev. And if it's customer support, go for Monday Service. That's the basics. But there are some interesting things here and there to keep in mind. The most important thing here is that they're built on the same basis, so they're not radically different products. That's the thing to keep in mind. So once you have decided what plan should you use, like if I go to Monday Work Management, I go to pricing, you'll see that they have 3 plans. Actually, that's not true. They have 4 plans. They have the free plan. Free plan is really like the bare minimum basics. You cannot do almost nothing with it. It's like a fancy to-do list. If that's your goal, go for it. But I don't really think that you can do many interesting things there. Like it's very, very limited. Mostly to try out like the bare minimum. Standard is at least what you need. But I usually recommend Pro. Why do I recommend Pro? Because Pro has a lot of monthly automations. And this is actually a very interesting one. Automations are very essential to Monday and can save you a lot of time. And in the standard plan with 250 actions per month, so think about it as 250 automation runs every single month, you cannot really do much. So for most companies, I recommend the Pro plan. However, there are some reasons to go for enterprise. This could be related to your limits, could be related to security, could be related to your permissions, could just be related to the scale of your business in general. Sometimes, in that case, I recommend enterprise, but keep in mind that the cost of enterprise can easily be 2 to 2.5 times as expensive as Pro, and it also always needs to be built annually, and at least 10 members are required. If you want to know what plan you need, first, I'd recommend looking at the workbook because it also has a decision tree. If you're still not sure or you're interested in enterprise, please reach out to me and to my team. Our information is in the description below, and we can help you to make the decision between Pro and Enterprise. Most of the Monday sales team will always say that you need Enterprise for the very simple reason that they make most money off Enterprise. The same thing is true with most Monday partners. They will try to sell you Enterprise because that's what they need to do to reach their targets. You might think, well, Patrick, why would that be different with you? Well, that's a great question. I'm from the Netherlands, and if you want to do stuff with Monday's partner program, you need to sell licenses in your own country. Since I make content in English, I attract clients from all over the world, and my team is also from all over the world. And we're all English. I mean, of course, I speak Dutch and a person from my team speaks Dutch, but it's not our focus. The Netherlands is not our focus. And that's why we decided not to climb the ladder of becoming silver, gold, and platinum partners. No, we are just the basic version of a partner. We are certified, we are authorized by Monday.com to be a partner. We're not necessarily incentivized to sell the enterprise plan. I mean, of course, it gives us a nice kickback fee as well, but like, I'd rather help you with setting up Monday the right way. Like, that's our revenue source, like understanding for you how to build Monday, building it for you, building integrations for you. And everyone that watches this video that wants to just learn it themselves and want to build it themselves, I love it, go for it. The people that don't have time, they would go to someone like myself and my team to help them setting it up. So if you want to choose for any of these plans, I recommend to start with Pro. You can always go to Enterprise if it's necessary. And what I would also love for you to do, if you'd like to, is click on the link in my description to start the Monday trial through there. When you do that, it can give me a nice kickback fee if you decide to go for Monday. And it doesn't matter if you go for free, standard, Pro, or Enterprise, go for whatever you want. but it gives us a nice kickback fee to help keep this channel alive and to help make this kind of content. So that would just be nice. If you don't want to do it, no problem at all, go for it. And there's no real negative downside for you either, but no positive thing either. So do whatever you want. If you want to support the channel, that's great. If not, that's also fine. Hopefully this video is as helpful as possible to you. But this is the most important thing you need to understand about the products and the plans. As I said, the workbook goes way more in depth. Right now, we're going into how do you actually build stuff in Monday? What is Monday? What are boards? And what is everything that's going on in the Monday world? And by the end of this course, I can promise you, you'll know more than 90% of the users of Monday.com. It might be an investment of time that you need to make, but this will save you so much money hiring consultants, so much money doing manual tasks, and so much money building things the wrong way and therefore having to retrain your whole team on the system, that I think this course is really worth it for you. And it's free of charge. So you can just take it at your own pace and do what you want with it. If you have any questions during the course, please leave them in the comments. I will answer all of them. I'll really try my best to answer all of them. And if there's anything that you need help with, you can always, of course, reach out through the link in the description. So let's dive into the platform. So to understand how to build things in Monday, you first need to understand what your building blocks are. What are the things that you can use to build your own system? And we start by understanding what a board is, what items are, and what columns are, because those three things are the most important things within the whole platform. What you see on your screen, this whole thing, is considered a board in Monday. You can think of it as a sheet in Excel. And each of these boards has items. Item 1, item 2, item 3. You can think of those as rows in Excel. It's quite easy to just add another item and give it your own name. So it could be, for example, Patrick with a typo, or it could be to do task 1. You could put whatever you want as an item. Same thing is true with boards. You can click here to give your board a name, and you could name it anything. It could, for example, be called projects. And in that case, all our items would be projects on a projects board. But it could also be called tasks. And in that case, an item would, for example, be a task. However, it could also be something else like, let's say, clients, and then each item would be a client. I think you get the point. A board could be anything, and an item could also be anything. And this is where boards and items become very flexible, and you can turn it into whatever you want. I'll show you this in an example within a couple of seconds. Let's, for this example, use the clients as a board. Let's say this is a client board and each of these items is a client. So item 1 could be client A, item 2 could be client B, and item 3 could be client C, right? Well, this is actually quite interesting to know, and you can easily add more items as you go. However, just having one column on its own is not super helpful. That's where columns come in. And columns are a very flexible thing that you can also turn into whatever you want. By default, when you create your first board, you will see 3 columns: a person column, a status column, and a date column. This also is a little bit similar to Excel. However, this is where you'll see the first major difference, because columns in Monday all have their own unique superpowers. So for example, a person column, as you can see here, it shows like an icon. And if I click on it, I can assign people from my company. In my case, it's mostly test people such as John Doe or Patrick, myself. And I can assign that person to this person column. So let's assign myself to this column. In this case, this column could act as, let's say, the person that's responsible for the client. Or it could also be the person that's responsible for the finance of this client. It could be anything you want. And how you determine what it is by simply changing the name. So right now it's called person. Let's resize the column, make it a little bigger. And call it, for example, responsible. And now the client A, the person that's responsible for the client, shows up in this responsible column. So as you can see, for client B, nobody is responsible. So let's also assign someone, such as John. Or let's assign John and Patrick to have multiple people who are responsible for a thing. Well, this is how you can use the person column. There's a lot more use cases to it, but I'll show you that later on. Let's show another example, the status column. Well, status could also be everything that you want, because these are all flexible things. So the great thing about a status is if you click on it, you have a lot of different status labels, which you can change to. So you could change it, for example, to done or to stuck. And this could be anything that you want. And we can determine what the labels are. So working on it, stuck and done could be relevant status labels for a to-do list. However, for a client's board, it might not be as relevant. So what we can do is we can click edit labels and give our own or create our own status labels. So let's change working on it and call it pending, because it could be a pending client. And stuck might not be relevant for clients. So let's say we have an inactive client and we have active clients. Pretty simple, right? If you want to, you can even change the colors. If you click here, you can give it a different color. I usually recommend to think through colors a little bit. It doesn't have to be a whole color theory thing, but red as inactive and green as active makes more sense than having green as inactive, for example. So just make it a little easier for your users, for the people in your team that are going to use the system, and for yourself. You can also delete labels. So if you click on these three dots, you can deactivate or delete labels. Let's just delete them, all the other stuff for now, in case you have some. Could also be that you have no other labels in your example. You can also click new label to add a new one. So feel free to go ahead and add your own label with your own ideas. If you click apply, these changes are now active. And as you can see, when we click on status, we can now change it to our new status labels. So let's say client A is inactive, client B is active, and client C would be pending. This is a very easy way to assign these kinds of status labels to a client. Let's do another example, and then I'll walk you through a couple more columns that are very helpful to understand. So let's go to the date column. Well, date could of course also be anything you want. So it's as simple as just clicking here and you can select a date or a date and a time if you click on this clock icon. Date could be anything. So it could be the moment that we signed this client, or maybe the moment that our contract expires, or literally could be anything. And I'll show you in a second that why this is so flexible, because you can add all the columns that you want. You can you can add and remove as many as you want, which I'll show you. So let's say this date column would be contract signed date. I'll make it a little bigger so it's easy to see. And there you go. The contract signed date now shows up. If we click here, I'll move myself to the left. You can see this drop down of a calendar icon. So you can easily change it, or you can add a time to it to also select the time if you want to. It's not relevant, for example, the contract signed date column, but it could be for other things. Now, what I'm going to show you is if you click on this plus icon here, you can add a column. And this is actually something I recommend that you play around with a lot. Just create a random board and start adding all the columns to it that exist, just to learn what kind of columns are out there. As you can see, we have a couple of useful and essential columns, but if we click more columns, we'll see everything. Let's go through more columns just to briefly explain what most of the columns are that are important for you to know. So if we scroll down a little bit, the status column is the one that we already explained. It's with the labels. Keep in mind, this is only helpful if you want your users to select one label. You cannot select, for example, inactive and active at the same time, which is of course the right thing in this case. But if you, for example, have a customer that has, uses multiple products, for example, let's say product A and product B, then a status label might not be so helpful because you need to have multiple labels. In that case, a drop-down column could be very helpful. So let's search for drop-down. And let me show you what that one means. So if you click add to board, as you can see on the right side, the drop-down now exists. Let's give it a different name, such as products. And then click here to create our labels. And this could be product A, maybe product B, and product C. And as you can see, based on this, we can select multiple products. So now we have product A, but you can also have product A and C. And for another client, maybe only product B. another one only product A. Well, this is how you have some sort of similar like labels option, so you can determine what the options are, but you allow the user to select multiple options. This is a very, very powerful column. Let's add another column, see what's going on there. So when we go to these column sections, to adding a new column, you also see the priority column. This is basically the exact same column as the status column. Same thing, by the way, with label. I'll just add them for you real quick so you can see both of them. But basically, label and priority are the exact same as a status column, but they have some presets. So they have some labels that are set. But they are literally the same thing. It's just a nice preset of some labels. So if you use priorities a lot, it's easy to just add this column. But feel free to just use a status column and create them yourself. It's not that unique. Same thing with labels. It's the exact same thing. If you add a column that you'd like to delete, just hover over it and these three dots will appear. If you click there, you have a lot of different things, but the most important thing here at the bottom is delete. If you click there, we'll ask you to confirm, and as you can see, boom, we delete it. Let's do it one more time and delete that one as well. So that's good to know. Let's go back to the columns to show you what else is out there. I would highly recommend that you look at the numbers column, for example. So let's say let's use this for our clients option. So we have numbers. Let's say we call this annual contract value. This could be, for example, 5,000 something. We still have to assign a value to it. And this could be, for example, 15,000, and this could be 25,000. However, what's interesting, and this is also an interesting thing to show you, is what column settings are. If you click on these three dots again, you'll find settings. And each column has their own settings. So a status column could have different settings than a numbers column. If you now click customize numbers column, you can have all types of things. So you can say, for example, we're doing it in US dollars, or maybe in euros or pounds, or we can type our own. So maybe this is not amount of money, but it's, for example, amount of trucks. Let's say you have a logistics company and they have 20 trucks. Then you could say it's a truck. So we have 45,000 trucks, for example. In our case, it's not a truck. It's just, for example, US dollars. But I would recommend that you play around with the settings of each column to figure out what's possible. You'll quickly notice that, for example, if we do this for the drop-down column, if I go to the customize drop-down column, you'll see that the settings are different. Here we can limit how many labels someone can select. So maybe a customer is only allowed to have 2 products. In that case, we can just limit that you can only select 2 products and not more than that. Well, each column has their own settings. So I recommend click on all of the columns, create them all, and click on the settings and play around with it to understand what they can do. I'll show you a couple more columns that are very helpful to know. And then I recommend that you pause this video, create all the columns and play around with it. So another one that's interesting is timeline. It's a little different from date. The name might suggest it, but a date is one specific date, whereas timeline are multiple dates. So a date could be the 1st of January and a timeline could be the 1st of January till the 31st of January. So it's a little different, but it's similar. Then we have a text column. This is actually one of the biggest mistakes I see when people start creating Monday.com boards, is that they do a text column for everything. I highly advise against this because we want to standardize the way that people enter data. The way that you can enter a date can be done in so many different ways that it's impossible to use this later on in the system. Let me show you an example. So let's say we use text. And one person writes down 1st of Jan. The other person, for example, from the UK, or for example, from the Netherlands, writes the 1st of Jan 2026. Well, maybe this is a bad example because it's 0101, but let's say it's the 5th of January 2026. In Europe, we would do it like this. However, in the USA, you would do it like this. So we might all mean the same thing with these 3 things. Well, this would be 5th of Jan, of course, 5th of Jan. We mean the same thing, but since they are not entered correctly, it's impossible to create a proper dashboard later on. Like, it's very hard to do, especially when people don't just type Jan, but they, for example, some type January with a typo and others type Janu. It could be anything. The problem here is the way that data is stored. And it's a problem that you often see in Excel. People can enter data in whatever way they want. And here you can limit your users to enter it in a certain way that you would like it to be. And therefore, you can use that data very nicely to create dashboards in the future, which I'll show you later on in this video. So text columns are very powerful, but only use them when you actually need a text column, because if it's actually better to use something else, I would highly recommend it. Same thing with numbers. If it's a value, just use a numbers column. Don't use a text column, because it will be way easier when you actually start exporting data, when you start making dashboards out of data. Like, I promise you, using the right columns is very important. So let's do a couple more just to get the hang of it. Long text is basically the same as text, but then it's a long text field, so you can add more information. This could be nice for customer notes, for example, where you have more than just a couple of words. Then we have connect boards and mirror columns. These are a bit more advanced. I'll tackle this later in the course, but the main thing you need to understand is that you can have multiple boards and you can connect boards to each other. But I'll show you this later on. So a little bit more of an advanced thing. Then we have a checkbox, simple yes or no. So it could be, for example, did this client sign the terms and conditions? Yes or no, just a checkbox. A link, I think it speaks for itself. So you can enter a link in there and it's a clickable link. So you can click and you go to the link that you enter. A world clock, this is especially helpful if you have clients, for example, in multiple time zones. So you can easily see where they are at and what the time is in their location. We have an item ID. Item IDs are automatically generated by Monday. Let's open one. So as you can see, each of our items has an item ID. While you usually wouldn't really use this if you start building things like a to-do list. But item IDs can also be very helpful to give your customers an ID, for example. So if we go to the settings of the item ID and click customize item ID, you have all these types of options. So we can give it a custom key. Maybe all our customers should be called CUS from customer and then have, let's say, 4 leading zeros. So as you can see in the preview, the first customer would be CUS-0001. And then we can apply the setting. And as you can see, now our customers will automatically get their own unique ID. And we add a new customer, such as Google, you'll see that Google will have their own customer ID. The reason why it goes from 5 to 8 is because I have some customers here as well. So this is a very powerful column, actually. It's an underrated but powerful one. Let's go through a bit more. So we have a phone. I think this speaks for itself. A phone field where you can add phone numbers. Location, this is connected to the Google Maps. It has a Google Maps integration, so you can easily find addresses. And this is helpful for the map view that I'll show you in a second. Then we have files. I think this also speaks for itself. It allows you to upload files. It allows you to integrate with platforms like Dropbox, like Google Drive, like SharePoint. Everywhere that you store files, you can connect it here. And you can store files either outside of it in one of the platforms I just mentioned, or you can store it within Monday and just upload it straight to Monday. I will go a bit deeper into the files column a little bit later on, but this is important to know. Well, there are a lot more columns. As you can see, there's more AI-related columns that are worth looking into, but there's a lot more. However, the things that I've mentioned are by far the most important ones. If you want to learn everything about every type of column, I would highly recommend that you check out the workbook because I've written down everything there. And I would also recommend that you just play around with it because it's pretty easy to just click on everything and play around with it, look at the settings, see what they do, just to give you an idea of what's possible. Let me check if there's something else that I think is important. I mean, this one is very powerful, a button when you start building integrations, but I'll show you that later on in the video. Formulas are very powerful, especially if you want to make formulas and also use that in dashboards. This is also a bit more of a complex column, so I'll show you that later in the video as well. That's a good one. I think week speaks for itself, country speaks for itself, color picker speaks for itself. It's just like an option to pick all types of color codes. Hour speaks for itself. You can enter an hour. Email address speaks for itself. And time tracking is a little different. I won't go too in depth on this one. I've created a full video about time tracking in Monday and why I usually don't recommend using the time tracking column. And I do recommend using alternatives. I'll link to that video, but I've also added more information about that in the workbook. So I recommend that you download the workbook as well, because it's completely free of charge, as I mentioned before. I don't think there's anything else that it's worth sharing right now with regards to columns. So this is actually step 1 of building Monday boards, understanding boards, items, and columns. Great, now that you understand how to set this up, you can also start looking at other building blocks within a board. So there's 2 that I want to show you. One is a group. As you can see here, we have a group and we have a group here. And groups are, as the name suggests, a group of items. This group could, for example, be called active clients, and it would only show all the clients that are active. Right now, of course, that's not the case, but we can drag and drop clients out and in and out of groups. So this client, for example, client A is inactive. If we click on it and drag it to the group below, we can place it in that group. You can also close and open groups, expand and collapse groups, to keep the overview. Well, you can imagine that if you run projects, you could have, for example, marketing projects, HR projects, development projects, and each could be in their own group. With clients, you could also have clients like big clients, small clients, medium clients. Like, you can group them by anything. The goal here is to make sure that it's easy for you to keep track of where everything is at. I'll share a couple more secret tips and tricks on how to easily do grouping and how to make it easier in your system a little bit later on in the video. So that's the first one. You can create a new group by clicking on this icon and clicking new group of items. When you click there, it will create a new group. So we could say, for example, big clients. And then there it is. You can grab and drag and drop them like this. You can also give it a different name by clicking on it or clicking on the color to give it a different color. So it's quite flexible there as well. You can also reorder them. So if you hold a group, you can reorder the groups. So maybe you first want to see the active clients and then the big clients. It's possible as well. So that's good to know. Now, the next thing I want to show you is something called sub-items. As I've told you, each row is an item. However, if you hover with your mouse over an item, you see this expand this item button. And if you click there, a whole new level of items is created. And these are called sub-items. Sub-items could be used for a lot of different things. In this case, when you have clients, sub-items could be contracts or projects or important contact people. So let's say, for example, the people that work at client B are John Doe and Katie Doe and Patrick Doe. We could use it like that. But you could also use it for different things. Keep in mind that although sub-items are great, there is right now no extra level of sub-items. Monday is working on it and it's actually about to launch, but there's a lot of different things that are important to know when you work with an extra layer of sub-items. So especially if you start Monday for the first time, I recommend that you just work with items and sub-items because it's easiest, and the sub-items are only available on Enterprise as we speak, or as I record this video. An important thing to know about sub-items, which you might have seen already, is that the columns that you have on the item level don't have to be the same columns as the sub-item level. So for example, on the item level, we might need to have a status column, and on the sub-item level, it might not be relevant. Maybe on the sub-item column, in this case, we think it's more relevant to know what someone's phone number is and someone's email address. And that's actually how you can easily use sub-items. So in this case, you can just open and close sub-items of a client, but this client could have also been a task with subtasks. So let's say we make this YouTube video, that would be the item. Then the subtask could be create the first part of the video, edit the video, publish the video. Those could all be subtasks under the same task to get done. Well, there's also a lot of things that are interesting with regards to sub-items, but I think the most important thing for you to understand right now is that this is how you create them, and this is how you create their own columns. It basically works the same way as with items, but they are sub-items and are connected to an item. So that's important to know. Now, for the next part of understanding the basics I'm going to look at the menu here on the left-hand side, because as you can probably tell, like a company needs more than just a board for clients, because clients have projects and projects have tasks, and maybe we need a board for marketing tasks and maybe for something else. So by clicking on this blue plus icon, we can add all types of things, including boards. So if I click add board, I can give it a name, such as, let's say, projects. And there's some settings here, which I'll go into later, but let's just create a board. And as you can see, we'll now start from scratch again. This is where we started, a couple minutes earlier in this video. We had the same thing. And now we can start designing our projects board. And maybe projects also need a person, but a date needs to be a deadline. And maybe the priority column here is important, but it's not important on the client's board. So start building your own system by adding the columns that you think are relevant for each board. It's quite easy to switch between boards because you can just click on a board and then it will start loading the other board. And this is actually how you can start organizing your information. So think of it like two Excel sheets. This is Excel sheet 1, Excel sheet 2, and you can easily switch between them. Well, that's actually the beauty of boards. And to make sure that this actually becomes easy to see and that you keep the overview, you can imagine that if you have 20 boards, that you want to categorize them. Well, one way of categorizing them is by using folders. So if you click on this blue plus icon, you can click folder, and you can actually create a folder. So this could be our operations folder. And you can drag and drop your boards into a specific folder. Same thing as with groups, you can close and open folders very easily. But you can imagine that if you have multiple folders, so let's create a couple more. Let's say we have a marketing folder and maybe an HR folder. Then it actually becomes quite easy to put boards into a specific specific folder. And this is actually something I highly recommend, that if you have a lot of boards within one workspace, which is a new thing, which I'll share in a second. So a lot of boards in this section, I recommend that you start using folders. However, there's also something in Monday called workspaces, as you can see here. And this is actually where things might become a little confusing. So I'm going to share you a bit more about it. Workspaces are basically like major folders. So if I click here, you can see all my example workspaces. So I have like a marketing workspace, an event workspace, a finance workspace, an HR workspace. You can have workspaces for everything. Let's just open another workspace just to show you what it is. So if I go to my marketing workspace, you can see all types of boards that are related to this workspace, right? And I can easily switch back to my, course, monday.com course workspace to only see the boards that we have just created. Now you might be wondering, when should I use workspaces and when should I use folders? Well, there is no amazing big right or wrong answer. However, there is in some situations. What I would usually recommend is that if you have departments in your company, such as a marketing department, HR department, other types of departments, to split those on a workspace level. This has a couple of reasons. One is it's just because it's a little bit easier to see. Another reason is because of permissions. Especially if you work in a bigger company, some people might need to have access to like 20 different HR boards at the same time, but your marketing colleague should not get access to those boards. In that case, Monday has some great features to allow users to only have access to like a whole workspace. So you could say the HR people only have access to the HR workspace and the marketing people only have access to the marketing workspace. However, I often see, especially with smaller companies, that they do everything within one workspace. And there's nothing wrong with that. If it works for you, that's great, that's fine. You can use folders and you can do a lot with folders. You could even create folders within folders if you click here and create folder within a folder. So there are so many ways to do it within one workspace, but especially if you become a little bigger, or when you have just too many boards in one workspace, it starts making sense to create a second workspace. If you're not sure what to do, I would say keep it in one workspace it's very easy to create another workspace later on and just to move your boards there when you think it makes more sense, when you think it needs to be split. So it's not like a major decision you have to make now, especially if you're not totally sure. If you want to learn a bit more about workspaces, I would also refer to the workbook because there's a lot of information about them there. But no worries if you're not sure what to do. I would say put it on one workspace, and the moment that you start creating 40 boards in one workspace and you start losing oversight, you'll find out when it makes sense to start using a workspace. And as I said, there's no right or wrong, so keep that in mind. Great, so now that you understand boards, you understand items, columns, sub-items, workspaces, and folders, there's actually something else that's very interesting about Monday, and that's the way that you visualize data in board views. So right now we're back to the clients board that we created a couple minutes ago. And the bar that I want to show you, the thing I want to show you is this thing here at the top. And it starts with main table. And there's this plus icon next to it. What we can do here is create board views. If you click there, you'll see all types of views. So we can have a table view, which is what the client board currently is. We can also create a Gantt view, a chart view, calendar view, etc., etc. And it also becomes quite customizable with a customizable view. Let me just show you an example of what this would look like with a calendar view, which is a popular one. If I click there, you'll see that it creates the calendar view. And this is just a different way of looking at the same data. The data in both the main table and the calendar is the exact same thing. However, as you can see, this is shown as if it's a calendar, whereas this is shown as if it's a table. In some situations, especially if you have, for example, social media content planning, it makes more sense to see everything in a calendar view than in a table view. So that's when I would recommend using something like a calendar. You can also add items from here by just clicking somewhere in the calendar. You can do all types of things. What I would recommend, especially with everything within Monday, is there's usually, oops, that's a little big. There's usually something like this, a settings icon within all these things. If you click there, you can see all the settings of this so-called widget. And a widget is basically just the whole calendar. They consider that a widget. And each widget has their own settings. So you can determine what columns you want to see in this view. You can determine what they should be colored by, what they should be labeled by, what groups you want to see and what groups you want to exclude. There's a lot of settings there. I'd recommend just to also create some of the board views, play around with it, click on the settings, try to break it, try to figure out what they mean, because it's the best way to learn about board views. Let's add a couple more. So this was calendar. We can also have a chart view, which is more like a dashboard, a mini dashboard. As you can see, it's very flexible, so I can create my own dashboard like this. This is considered a widget, so I can also click here to go to the widget settings. I can add another widget. So for example, maybe we want a chart and a numbers view. There you go. It will always load in some sample data most of the time. And you can always adjust this. So right now, this is the sum of something. Let's see what it is. So click here and go to settings. Apparently it's the sum of the annual contract value, but maybe the annual contract value is not relevant for us. Then we would click here and go for the average. And maybe we want to show it in US dollars or euros. It's all similar to what we saw in the normal boards. And there you go. Now you can save it. Same thing here. You can give it a name. So this could be average annual contract value. And hopefully this starts giving you an idea of how flexible it is. Like you can give everything its own name and just you determine what it is. It's your decision, which is pretty cool. There are a couple more board views that are important to understand. I will go into them a little later on in this video, especially Gantt will be a bit more complex. Once I would recommend playing around with this Kanban, where as you can see, it's more in a Kanban view. Some people like it a lot, especially if they are used to Trello. You can also drag and drop tasks like this, and it will all, the most important thing to understand is they are all connected to the same data source, which is always your main table. So keep that in mind. There are a couple more that are interesting. Doc could be interesting. This is the only thing not really connected to the main table. It is in a way, but a doc is basically just like a document. So If you have a client's board, this could be, for example, instructions on how you deal with clients. So let's see if they have a nice template. I don't know, let's say use this template. This could be like a template of how do you deal with the new client? And then it could show up there. It's like an SOP, a standard operating procedure, or a manual. Good to know here, if you click on the 3 dots, you can rename them, duplicate them, delete them, and pin them. And if you pin them, it will actually show up for everyone. So right now, if people would open this board, they would see the doc view first. If I want other things to show up first, I would just simply pin those. So if you have multiple pinned, then they will show up next to each other. If you unpin, you'll see that one will be pinned. That's the one that people will land on. You can also reorder them by holding, dragging and dropping like this. So that's good to know. I'll just unpin it for now and pin the main table again. You can also hide the main table if this is relevant to you. This is only like if you want to force people to look at a calendar and never see the table version of it. That's actually quite helpful. There are other reasons to do it, which I'll share later in the course as well. But the most important thing right now to understand is that we have these board views and that you can visualize data in many different ways. There are a couple more. File gallery would just be basically all the files in one place. In this case, I don't have a files column in my board yet, but if we were to have it, all the files in this board would show up here. Then the final thing that we have is a customizable view. This is just like a blank canvas. You can ask AI to do stuff for you, or you can just add widgets from here. I will go into widgets when we tackle the dashboarding part of this course, because that's all the same thing, but just in a different place. So this is actually the basics of understanding board views. Now, the final thing I think is super important to really understand the basics is the thing called updates. As you might have seen already, every item has this small little update icon thingy. If you click on it, this is actually where your update section appears. Here you can communicate with your team or with external people in one place about a project. So unlike with Excel, where you would have your Excel sheet and then you would need to chat through email, for example, here you can chat specifically about this item. So about this client or about this task. If you click here, it works like a normal chat. So you can just type information, you can drag and drop files, you can, paste your updates. You can even tag other people with the @ sign. So when you add someone, you can tag that person, as you can see here, which you would receive a notification in this case. And you can reply to each other or create new chats. And this is actually super helpful to keep all the communication in one place for your projects. I think this is the most important stuff that you need to know to understand the basics. And this is like basic board structures. What we're now going to do is we're going to explain a little bit more about Monday.com, so you learn more about all the building blocks that are available. Because once you know everything that's available, that's actually when it starts becoming interesting to look at what exactly can we do with Monday, how can we build our actual systems, and then we can turn it from just a fancy, nice looking to-do list into a full-fledged system for your company. So let's continue. So the next thing I would recommend that you learn about Monday.com is everything about dashboards. Dashboards are an essential thing of Monday. It allows you to visualize data in ways that is just super powerful. You can share it with stakeholders. It keeps you up to date, and everything is connected to your boards, to the data in your boards. And in the next part of this course, I'm going to explain everything that you need to know about dashboards, and it's literally everything that you need to know. So if you follow along, you'll understand dashboards and you'll become a master of dashboard within Monday. Let's go. So here we are in Monday. The first step to create a dashboard is to have data, because dashboards only visualize data. They don't contain any data. So data is hosted on a board. So the first thing you need to do is make sure that you have a board with information, just like I have right here with a deals board. When you have a board like that, you can actually go to the blue plus icon and click on it. Then click on dashboard. Here you can add a dashboard name. So in my case, I'm going to call it an example dashboard. Then it will ask you for your privacy setting. If you keep it at main, everyone in the company can see it. If you do private, it's like invite only. Only the people you invite to the dashboard are able to see it, whatever you prefer. Then I click create dashboard. The first thing you need to do is connect data sources. So you connect your board to the dashboard. I would recommend, if you're first starting out, to only connect one dashboard to get started. Because when you connect multiple, some things can get more complex. I'll show you that later in the video. But for now, let's start with one. In my case, it's my deals board. So I click on it. If you don't see your board, just use the search bar to search for the board name. For example, I have a marketing task board, and there you go, it shows up. To select it, just click. To deselect it, just click once again. As you can see, you can also select multiple, but we're not going to do that for now. Click done. What you'll see here is one board is connected. If you want to connect more boards in the future, or if you want to disconnect boards, you can click there again, and you can connect and disconnect them from here. Then you can click done again. That's the first thing about connecting data sources. Then we're going to add our first widget. So click here to add a widget. And maybe you don't know what a widget is, so I'll show you in a second. If you click there, you'll see all types of widget options. Let's just get started with a chart widget, for example. If you click there, you'll probably see some data, as you can see here. If not, I'll show you what to do. Because the most important thing about widgets is that if you click on these three dots, you can actually go to the widget settings. And this is where you can set up your widget. On the right hand side, the widget settings show up, and it all starts with a chart type. Chart types are great to, select multiple chart types. So in this case, it's a bar chart, but we can also change it to a pie chart or a line chart or bubbles. There's many different things you can do, and they all have their own functionality and their own setup sections. Let's just start with a bar chart, for example. Let's close it and go to the x-axis. This means that you can determine what information needs to be shown on the horizontal line of your dashboard. In my case right now, it's the status column, but maybe I want to show something else. You can do that by clicking here, and then you can select whatever you want to put on the horizontal line. Maybe it's person, for example. I have no information apparently in the person section. So as you can see, no results were found. Let's go for something else like group. And now you have different data. You can also do name, and then you would see all the deals in my deals board. As you can see, there's many different things that you can do. I would just put whatever you want to put on the x-axis, and then we can get started with the next step. So we go to the y-axis. What type of information is on the vertical line of this chart? By default, as you can see, it says count items. So it will just count the amount of items with this specific status. In my example, 8 deals were lost, 8 deals were won, and 2 are in a proposal stage. But maybe we don't want to see it on, the amount of, we don't care about the amount of deals, we care about the deal value. So we turn off count items and we turn on deal value. And as you can see, now we have a completely different dashboard. Very interesting. If you like to see things with regards to calculations, such as the average value for lost deals, you can also do that by going here and making some changes. So let's click average. As you can see, now things change. You can also do a minimum, maximum, or the median. This is something that you can play around with to create the boards that you like. Then we also have a customize section. There's some things about coloring. So you can, for example, color each of them. This is more of an aesthetic related thing, so I won't really go into detail. But basically, if you, for example, see proposal and you'd rather see it in a different color, you can do so from here. Then sorting by, I personally prefer it, for example, if the y-axis is descending. So the biggest thing starts on the left-hand side and it goes down. Other people prefer it otherwise. You can just play around with this to see what kind of dashboard setting you prefer. Then there's some more things showing only, for example, the top or bottom items. So maybe it's only for you relevant to show the top 5 items or the top 3. As you can see, this doesn't really affect the current one. But if I were to put, for example, let's say name here, as you can see, now it actually does affect it. So if you want to, for example, make the top 5 biggest deals, we go for the top 5 items, and there you go. We have the top 5 biggest items or deals of my board. So I'll go back to a status column for now. And usually the best way to learn this stuff is just to click around, play around with it and see what kind of dashboard you create. Think of what you like to create and then just think of what kind of settings do I need to actually build this thing. Trial and error goes very far here. I really recommend just clicking around because you can't really break anything. And if you do, you just remove the widget and you start over. Awesome. So we have cumulative data that you can also show. There's also showing empty values if you have, empty status labels, for example. In my case, that's not the case. We have some benchmark lines, and these are actually super valuable. So let's say we have a deal value and the target deal value is $20,000. Then you might want to see a nice line there. You can do that with benchmark lines. So as you can see here, we have a benchmark line. We give it a value such as 20,000. And as you can see, the line shows up. Let's give it a name such as minimum deal size. As you can see, it shows up here, minimum deal size. Doesn't really look very nice in this view actually. And we can give it a different color if we want to. You can also add multiple lines if you want to. So you can do whatever you want here. It's a great thing, a great feature about the Monday dashboards. So I would highly recommend that you check it out. Then some final things. Sometimes when you connect multiple boards, you actually don't want to include data from certain boards in your widget. So you can turn them on and off from here. Same thing for groups. If you only want to show data from certain groups, you can turn your groups on and off from here. Interesting thing. If we close this one, we now see our new dashboard widget. But as you can see, it might be a little bit too compact. We actually want to make it bigger. You can do so by clicking on the blue circle icon here. Clicking, and you can drag and drop to make it bigger, smaller, basically whatever you prefer. So you can create your own dashboard. Then another thing to keep in mind is that if you click here, you can actually change the name of your widget, such as deals by status. So you can see all the deals by status. If you want to, have multiple widgets, that's of course possible, but you might want to drag and drop your widget around, which you can do by holding this icon here. You can just drag and drop it to whatever place you like. This is a very important thing to understand. Another thing that I like about Monday's dashboards is that if you hover over a widget, you can actually see more information. And if you click on it, you can actually see all the deals or items that are related to that part. In this case, we have one deals. If I were to click on this, I actually see the one deals and a table of all the one deals that it consists of. So I can see all the information. Very important and interesting thing. Another interesting thing about widgets is that you can filter in a widget. So this option will give you the option to, or this icon will give you the option to filter information. So maybe in this case, we only want to see deals by status, but we only want to see it for open deals, which means that we need to filter out all the lost and won deals. To do that, go to the filter widget, and here you can start filtering. The first thing you need to select is the board. So if you have multiple boards connected to your dashboard, you can use all boards. If you have one board selected, you can use the board itself. The first option is especially helpful if you work with multiple boards that are the same. So if you, for example, have a board for each client that you're connecting to one dashboard, and each of those boards are the exact same, they are identical, then you can filter all boards because they all have the same columns. Then you can create one filter and filter through many boards at the same time. In my case, I just have the deals board for now. So let me click deals, and it works the exact same as a normal filter. So we say where, status, is not, lost, and won. And there you go. Here in the background, you see only the proposal status is still available. We can then filter this by clicking filter again and saving the filter. By saving the filter, it will actually show up here. And even if you were to refresh it, it will stay there. And this is actually a great and important thing to create the right dashboards for you and your team. So let me show you a few more widgets that are actually interesting to show. So if we add another widget, as you've just seen in the settings section, there are a lot of different chart types. So we go for pie charts, line charts, but also things like a stacked bar chart, which is also very interesting. Let me show you what that means. So if we click stacked bar, as you can see, no data was found. If you go to the x-axis, we can do whatever we want here. So we can, for example, let's see, there you go. It already started stacking by a person, but I have no information in that person column yet. So I turned it off. And this is always with dashboard. Sometimes there are some settings that you just need to adjust to make sure that your dashboard is correct. So in my case, this looks like a normal bar chart as we've just seen. But the interesting thing is that you can have like sections within your bar. So let's go back to my original board, my deals board. And in this board, I'm going to connect a few persons to get some test data. So let's say these are all connected to Patrick. These are all connected to John. And then in the lost deals, we'll do the same thing. These are connected to Patrick and these are connected to John. Now what we can do in our new dashboard, we go to the settings again, we can stack it by the people column. So as you can see, for all the lost deals, 4 are related to Patrick and 4 are related to John. And this is how you use stacked bar charts. Very interesting thing. You can also do similar things with line charts. So there's also, what you will see is with each chart, you'll see different type of widget settings. So I would recommend just clicking on all of them and seeing if you like them and what you can do with them. They're all a little bit different and they all have their own unique features. If you want to add more interesting widgets, you can also click add widget again, By the way, there's a limit of 30 widgets, so you can do quite a lot, but not everything. You can click Add Widget. You can go for a numbers widget, for example. Here we see a number. At the moment, I have no clue what this number means. But if we go to the settings of this numbers widget, we can see what it means. So apparently, it decided to sum up all of the deal values. But we can also say we want to see the average of the deal values. And the average of deal values is in dollars, or maybe it's in stones, for example. We can add some information there. Like, there's a lot of interesting things you can do there. You can play around with it yourselves. You can also count, for example, so we can have 18 items in this case. But we can also say, let's say each item would be a deal. So we call 18 deals, or we go for 18 open deals. But then we, of course, need to add a filter. This is how you start playing around with dashboards and actually how you can create your own dashboards. Same thing with sub items. You can connect them if you want to. Let's also go to customize. Same thing here. You see a lot of customization related things, such as about the decimals. By default, it's automatic, but you can also put it in manual mode. And if you play around with the amount of decimals that you can see. So this is some stuff that you can play around with in the numbers widget. I really like that one. Another interesting widget is the battery chart. This is one of the famous ones of Monday. It's basically like a bar chart, but you would see like in a battery how far we are with the project. Same thing here with the settings. You can adjust your battery chart. We have Gantt charts, files galleries. You can also add apps. But if you go to more widgets, you actually see everything that Monday has to offer with regards to dashboards. Same thing here. I recommend clicking on all of them. Some will feel very familiar. Some are unique to dashboards. So I'd say play around with them, click on them and see what they can do. One of the options that I love most is the text one actually. So if we type text here, you'll see that text shows up. If we click add widget, you'll see some text. You might think, well, why does this matter? I don't see it. Well, let me show you. If we were to create sections in our dashboard, so let's say one section is about deals, then we can actually show that in a very nice way. So just type whatever you want to type and make it bold. Give it a nice little color, such as red, and make it very big, such as 72. Then we're going to center this one and we're going to stretch it and make it as long and big as possible, like this. We click on the name of the widget, we remove it, and we just enter a space, and then we click enter. Now, if you drag this to the top, we actually have a nice deal section. So we can see, oh, for the deals, all these widgets are related to it. And now if we duplicate it, we could say, well, the next section of our dashboard is about leads. And you would see all the information about leads. And this is how you can create sections within your dashboard to make it as useful as possible. The next thing about dashboards is about the dashboard engine. By default, the dashboard engine is just set to the default engine, which is the old one, but there's also a new dashboard engine. This is especially helpful if you have a lot of data in your boards that you want to put into a dashboard. So let me show you. If you click on the top right on these three dots, you'll actually see the option to upgrade to the new dashboard engine. So let's click there, and there you go. Usually takes a few seconds. Now what you might notice is that these things have shown up for each dashboard widget when it was last refreshed, and a refresh button. If you click here, it will refresh and will get the latest data from your board and refresh the dashboard widget. But if you have, thousands or tens of thousands of rows and items in your board, it will take very long if you want this to be real time. So if every change is made, it needs to update the dashboard. That will take very long time and will be very slow. That's why they have this. So you can refresh each thing individually, or at the top right, you can automatically refresh every single time period. So we can, for example, refresh the dashboard every 30 minutes or every day. What we can also do is refresh the whole dashboard in one go by clicking here, and it will start refreshing the whole dashboard. So that's what you need to know about the new dashboard engine. Another thing you need to know about dashboards is more about filtering. So we already talked about filtering for one specific dashboard widget, but there's also an option to filter through the whole board with actually these two options. One is to filter on people. So let's say this is actually a deals board and you want to make sure that you only see deals that are related to a person. You just click on that person and all the widgets will refresh to only showcase data for that person. Great if you're with a person and you want to show how this person is doing. But you can do the same thing with normal filters. Works the same way as a normal board filter, so you can filter whatever you want. You can switch to either quick filters like you might be used to, or you can use advanced filters. Both are possible. If you adjust things here, keep in mind that it will affect all of the widgets. So if you don't see certain data, just check all your filters and make sure all the data filters are set up correctly. Another way to filter is by using the text box. I personally don't use this that often, but technically you can filter on literally anything. So for example, we have a deal called CRM setup. Now we can type CRM setup here, and then all the dashboard charts will be filtered with regards to the CRM setup. But maybe we only want to see, deals with the word CRM in there. I don't know if there's more. Let's see. Yep, there are. So now we can see all the information of CRM related deals. To know what it's filtering on, you can click on the search options. And here you see all the columns that it's searching through. I recommend to keep this one as low and small as possible, because the more columns it needs to filter through, the longer it will take. So if you only want to search through the name, I would turn off everything else, because then searching will be way faster. You can also save this search if you want to by clicking on this save icon, and then it will automatically save this to your dashboard. In my case, I won't filter on anything for now. The next thing you need to know about dashboards is that you can share them with external people. This could either be people in your team or clients, for example. You can do that with the export button. If you click export, you can actually export it to PDF. So you can just, generate a PDF and send it to someone else. If you do that, you can click export to PDF. You have some nice options, portrait mode, landscape mode, and some things about what it should look like. If you click export, within a few seconds, sometimes a minute or so, it's exported. Depends on how much data is in there. So if you click here, you can actually see it's now exported as a PDF. Looks pretty cool. However, maybe you want to do this on a weekly, daily, or monthly basis. You can now do that as well. If you go to export again and you go schedule PDF export, you can actually send an email every, for example, day or week. So here we see when do we want to send it. In this case, for example, every week on Monday and let's say Friday. You can also do every month on certain days or every day. Let's go for Monday and Friday. And you can, for example, within what time frame should it be sent. Then here you can see who it should be sent to. Could be a person, could be a whole team in Monday, a subject line, text in the email, and also the information about the PDF layout. Then you can click schedule. So if you select the subject line, you can click schedule, and then the PDF will automatically be sent on a weekly basis to the people that you've entered there. It's a pretty interesting new feature of Monday. I think it's a valuable one if you want to keep your stakeholders up to date. One of the great things people don't know about is about using formulas in dashboards. This is actually a very powerful feature of Monday, and it means that you can, well, as I said, use formulas in a dashboard. So let's create a formula in our deals board. Let's say, we have a deal value, and let's add a numbers column and go for something like probability. We'll give it, a percentage like this. And I'll go through that relatively quickly. Then we'll just add a formula column. And what we're going to do, is we're going to say it's, where is it? Deal value times probability. There you go. And as you can see, we now have a value here. Well, you can actually use this value of your formula in dashboards. So if we go back to our dashboard and we go, for example, to our numbers widget, you can click the three dots, go to settings, and now as you can see, the formula will show up. So as you can see, I select formula, and now you can actually see, you leverage a formula column in your dashboards. Well, this is super helpful because with formula columns, you can do a lot. So I would highly recommend that you check this out because some of the most advanced dashboards have been created with formula columns. And as I said at the beginning of this video, if you want to see dashboard examples, I've actually created a document with over 30 dashboard examples that you can look into right now by looking into the link in the description below. So we're now going to talk about connecting multiple boards to one dashboard. At the top, as you can see, I've only connected one dashboard or board right now. But if I want to connect multiple boards, I can do that from here. Just click on another one and click done. And what you'll see is it's now added to all this connected widgets. It's because here it has this add newly selected boards to all existing widgets option. But if you, for example, have a deals board and a marketing related tasks board in one dashboard, most of the time you don't want to include them in the same widget because, deal related information has nothing to do with marketing related information. So a deal value, for example, is not a column that you would have on a marketing tasks board. Therefore, things can get very tricky very quickly. So what I would recommend is that when you add more columns or more boards, that you turn this off if the new board is not related to the existing widgets. So we click here and we're going to add our marketing tasks board. Where is it? Marketing tasks. There you go. So click done. Now the deals boards are still the same, but we also have another option. If we add, for example, widget, what I've already talked about is in the settings section, you have boards. So if you want to see, for example, only tasks from a specific board, you can do that by turning them on and off here. So keep that in mind. Another thing that you'll see when you start filtering is that the all boards thing becomes more relevant. As I said earlier, if you have similar boards or boards that are the exact same, filtering through multiple of them is actually quite easy because all columns are the same. But if the columns are radically different, it's actually nearly impossible to use like a filter. You would need to filter them individually, otherwise it doesn't really make a lot of sense. So keep that in mind when you start filtering. If you were to connect multiple boards into one dashboard widget, you can do so, but there's something you need to keep in mind. If you go to the settings of this widget, for example, where we have both boards connected, what you see in the x-axis is that we have a status column. And by default, Monday will just select 2 status columns, one for each board. But maybe it's using the wrong one for one of the boards. We can check that by going to the 1 by 1 section. And for each individual board, we can now select which column it should be using. So for marketing tasks, for example, maybe we don't want to use the status column, but we want to use something else, like a date. There you go. But what you'll see is they need to be compatible. So if one goes for a date column, the other one cannot go for a status column most of the time. But it could be that, for example, here on the marketing task, we want to use the status column. And here we want to use the last reason column. Or maybe it's set up automatically by Monday like that. And then your dashboard will look a bit weird. So it's very important that you check this 1 by 1 section and don't just assume that Monday is always connecting the right status columns for you. The same is true with columns on the y-axis and just all the columns in general if you start working with multiple boards. Another thing I want to show you is how you can have multiple values on the y-axis to show in one dashboard. So let me show you. So let's say we have a deals board and we want to have both the deal value and the value times probability column in one place. Well, we can actually do that. So in this case, as you can see, on the board section, I've only connected the deals board. On the x-axis, I've only connected the status column. And on the y, I'm going to go to the 1 by 1 section, turn off the count items. I'm going for deal value and the formula. And now what you'll see here is we have 2 values next to each other. I'll put myself to the right hand side. There you go. So we have the deal value and the formula. Actually super helpful. We can also then turn this into an average, so we can actually see the average of the data, and then things become actually quite interesting. As you can see, I have no sample value here, so that's set to 0. But this is actually how you can automatically, or how you can put multiple values on the y-axis. So this is actually a very interesting one to keep in mind. By the way, if you use formula columns, as you can see here, there's no nice dollar sign, just like it would be here. This is actually possible because if you go to your board and go to the formula, you can click here on the column summary. If you click there, you can actually connect, for example, a dollar sign. Or you can also go for euros, pounds, whatever you prefer. But now I connected the dollar sign. And if I now go to the dashboard, you'll actually see that, boom, there's a dollar sign here as well. Now I'd like to talk to you about the limitations of Monday's dashboard. The first limitation is that you cannot use benchmark lines that are different for each period. So let me show you what I mean. If you have a date column on the x-axis, you have the option to group by something. So you can group by week, month, day, quarter, or year. As you can see here, I've done it by week. So if I have a weekly target, for example, in my case, let's say for this example, we would say $30,000 is our weekly target. Then we can add a nice benchmark line for $30,000 target. And this is all great and fun. But if your target changes over time, so let's say this was Q1 and this was Q2, then this doesn't make sense. Because Q1 might have a $30,000 target, where Q2 might have a $45,000 target. At the time of recording, it's unfortunately not possible to have a different target for each, part of the x-axis. Hopefully this is a feature Monday is going to add soon, but it's not available now. However, if you want to have this, there are apps in the marketplace that do this for you. One of those apps is actually called Auto Boost. So if you go to the app marketplace and type Auto Boost, not Auto Boost, Dash Boost, you will actually find Dash Boost. And Dash Boost does have this option. Let me show you in the video. I think it's here. There you go. So here you see benchmark line, benchmark line, benchmark line, and a benchmark line. So if you have, for example, sales targets for your team, I recommend checking out this app. Another limitation is that you cannot work with formula columns with calculations within your Monday dashboard. So it's not possible to say, for example, well, we have 10 items on the events board and 10 items on the deals board, and we want to do 10 times 10 to get the total, for example. That's not possible. Now, this is quite a silly example, like you would never want to do that, but there's actually quite a few situations where you would want to make a calculation within your dashboard, but that's not possible right now. It's also possible with the same Dashboost app. So what I'll show you right now, what they have done, which I think is quite cool, is they have created something like this, which is a calculator within your dashboard. So you can do actual calculations with numbers, and you can, for example, 8 times 6 minus the amount of projects. So there's all types of interesting calculations you could do there. One could be, for example, your average customer lifetime value. Let's say it's $100 times the amount of customers that you have. And then you can figure out, some numbers that could be interesting. So this is actually a great way to surpass that limitation of Monday that it has right now. And last and final limitation I want to share with you guys is that you can only connect 20 boards to a dashboard on the Monday's Pro plan. On the Monday Enterprise plan right now, it's actually set to 50. And I believe that if you contact support, you can actually get it up to 60. They're going to make some changes to upgrade this to 200 boards that you can connect to one dashboard. And probably in the future, it will be even more. But as of now, this is actually a hard limitation. It's especially annoying on the Pro plan. So keep this in mind when you start generating dashboards. So if you have one dashboard, make sure you can only connect it to 20 smaller boards, 20 normal boards. And if you want to go to 21, you'll run into that limit and it will prompt you to upgrade to Enterprise. While this could be a good solution for you, it might also be too expensive for your business at the time. So keep this in mind when you start generating your boards, because if you, for example, want to see your client overview board and you have more than 20 clients, you'll run into the limit of putting all that data into one dashboard. So keep that in mind. The final thing that I want to share about Monday's dashboard is that there's some interesting widgets that you can add that are a little bit hidden. So if you click Add Widget and go to More Widgets, when you scroll through it, you might see a few, but the few ones that I really like are, for example, they're all apps by Monday. So for example, we have an interesting one called the funnel chart. This is only available on the CRM plan. It's actually a super helpful widget. Another thing I like a lot is the goals one. I highly recommend you check it out. But they're adding some cool new widgets every single time. I think one of the most popular ones is the llama farm. It's one of those funny little widgets to make your board a lot more fun, where each item would be a llama and they would just be walking around. So I highly recommend that you check it out, that you play around with it. And I think overall, if you want to learn Monday in and out, just click on everything. Just try it out. Click on Add Widget, add all the widgets that they have, play around with it, figure out what they can do, because that's the best way to learn. And that's actually the best way to learn in general, and also how I learned Monday.com. Now that you understand how dashboards work, I think it's essential that you start learning how automations work, because everyone in Monday.com can automate workflows. You don't have to be a programmer, you don't have to be technical. It's super easy. And it's actually one of the things that made Monday so popular, because it's so easy to use and it's so easy to automate manual processes and repetitive processes. So that's where automations come in. I'm going to show you everything that you need to know in a second, and then we're going to dive into integrations and what you need to know about that. Let's go. The first thing we need to do is to start with the basics. So let's get started. To make an automation, click on the robot icon here and go to Automate. Then the Automation Center will show up. At the top, you see two things: Create and Manage. If you've created an automation in your board before, it will show up as Manage to see all your automations. If not, you'll see Create. In my case, I've not created anything, so it shows Create. That's where we need to be to create new automations. On the left-hand side, we see all types of categories of templates of automations that Monday has created for you. You can definitely use this to get inspired about what's possible. But today we're going to create an automation from scratch, so you can learn how you're able to build anything that you want. So let's click Create from Scratch, and then we see this screen. What you need to understand is that automations consist of two parts: a trigger, which is the top part, and an action, which is the bottom part. So in human language, when something happens, then do something else. So for example, if we click here, we can actually select the trigger. If you scroll through it, you see a lot of options. In my case, I'm going for a simple one. Let's go for when a status changes to something. If you click there, you'll see that these are gray, which means that we need to do something there. We need to configure it. So let's click on them. For status, we need to select a column. So if there's multiple status columns in your board, you can select one of them. In my case, there's only one. As you can see, it's not gray anymore, so I know that I don't have to configure it anymore. Now we have something which could be, either every time a status changes to anything, so every single time it changes, or to a specific thing. So in my case, let's say stuck. When a status changes to stuck, we're going to do something. Something that could be helpful, for example, is to notify a person. So let's click here to create the action and type notify to find the notification trigger, action. Here you find it, and once again, they're grayed out, so we need to do some configuration. Let's click on someone. So who are we going to notify? It could be a people column, could be, which is dynamic. It could be a subscriber of the board, could be a team, could be a guest. In my case, I'm just going for me for an example. Then the notification itself. Here you can add fields from the board itself to your notification. So let's say, hi, this is a test. This is a notification about task. And then we do, for example, item name for the task name from board. And then we do, for example, board name. And then, for example, the status is status. This is all dynamic, so it's super helpful in your notification. If you click done and now click create automation, the automation will be created and we can test it. As you can see in our manage section, we now have one automation. So if we go back to the board and click status to stuck, what you'll see here at the bottom left is that an automation is running and it's now done. So if I go to the top right of my screen, I see a bell icon and there you go. This is a test with all the information that we added. So that worked quite well. Now let's go for 2 more examples so you get the hang of it, so you understand the basics. So let's go to automate, go back to create, or here you can also find create automation, whatever you prefer. One automation I like a lot is when date arrives, because once again, you have 2 things that are gray. One is your date column, which you can just select, but one is this one. So either when the date arrives at a certain time, or we can click here 1 day before a date arrives, or maybe 5 days, or maybe 5 weeks. It's all possible, or maybe after or before. You can do whatever you want here, but I really like this kind of automation. So that's one I wanted to show, very interesting one. Then the third one I want to show to you, and by the way, as you can see, if you want to remove anything, you can just click on this bin icon. The third one I want to show you is how to automatically create a list of sub items. So let's say you're going to create a YouTube video and you always have the same list of things that you need to do. Then you don't want to type those same tasks over and over again. This is where automations can be very helpful. So let's say when an item is created, we're going to create a sub item. There you go, create sub item. And if you click here, you can actually, sometimes it's, there you go, it will load for a second. You can create a name. So let's say, come up with an idea. Now you would say, well, Patrick, how would you do this? Because with a YouTube video, you have multiple tasks. So we want to have multiple sub items. Well, this is actually possible by using this little plus icon. So you can add multiple actions. So if we click here, you can see then create a sub item and then do this. So we can create another sub item and we can create another sub item. Let's create 3 for this example. So the first thing was an idea. Second thing is record video. And the third thing would be edit video. You get the point. You can also get here some presets. For example, everything can have a to-do status, for example. Now, if we click create automation, you'll see that if we start creating an item, such as new YouTube video, it will apply that automation to this item. And I think this is a very important concept that you need to understand, is that the automations you're adding always apply to the item row. It can also apply to sub items. If you do something with a certain item, then the automation will be applied to that specific item based on your triggers. So in my case, we just created this item and there you go. We have 3 new sub items with the information that we provided. So those are some of the basic examples of how to use automation. Now let's dive into a more advanced one. One of them was already with the extra layer of actions that we just generated, the one here. However, there's one more that I like a lot. So let's create it. If you click create automation and we're going for when date arrives. So in my case, date is actually a due date. So we're going for when a date arrives. But when the date arrives, I only want to notify someone if the task is not done yet. And we're going to do that by clicking on this plus icon here. So we can say when a date arrives and only if the status, for example, is not done. So we're going to notify this person if the status is not done, but the date arrives. So, hey, there's a deadline, but you haven't finished it yet. Then we're going to notify the people column and then the person. So, this could be the person that's assigned to the task. So we're going to say, hi, this task is due today. Please finish it There you go. And this is how you can use multiple layers of triggers if you want to have only one action. But as you can see, you can also add more layers. Just keep clicking on the plus icon and you'll be able to create whatever you want. There you go. So this was actually a great example. Now, another thing I want to show you is how to leverage sub-items with your board. So as you know, we have items and we have sub-items. And this is actually also applicable in automations. So if you click on automate and we go to create a new one, if we go to the simple example of status changes, what you can see here is that we have a column here on the item level, but as you can see, we also have it on the sub-item level. So if you want to trigger an automation when your sub-item status changes, you need to go for this one rather than this one. So pay attention to this small icon because this tells you whether or not an automation is about a sub-item. What you will also see is if you do, for example, when sub-item status changes, you'll see that you cannot do anything with an item anymore. Or actually, sometimes you can. It depends a little bit on the automation. In this case, you can. So let's say when a sub-item status changes to anything, then we're going to change the status of the original item to something else. But you can also change the status of a sub-item to something else. So this is something that's important to note, that if you're doing something on a sub-item level, you can always adjust things on the parent item, so the item that's actually above the sub-item. But if you're doing something on the item level, which I'll show you now, then you cannot select sub-item here, as you can see, because it doesn't include sub-item context. So the automation doesn't know what sub-item should be changed, because there could be multiple sub-items for one item. So keep that in mind. There's a common problem that people run into. Some of the more advanced automations can only be found in the Automation Center of Monday. So if you go to the Automation Center, which we are in right now, you'll see, for example, connected and mirror columns. And these have a lot of automations, as you can see here, which are all templates. Most of the time, you cannot recreate those templates from scratch. So if you want to do more advanced things, sometimes you need to use default templates. So I recommend playing around with these and looking into them, because there's a lot you can do that you cannot do with a normal automation. Another thing that you need to know is that there are some limitations with the columns that you can use in automations. By default, you cannot use formula columns, for example, in your automations. The same thing is true for mirror columns most of the time. So you'll see a few of those columns where you cannot use them in automations. And it's actually very important to know the limits here, because otherwise you might run into some problems. There are, however, workarounds. So every now and then, an app comes along that will solve all these problems. And I'll show you a few of those apps that are worth looking into if you run into problems. So if you go to the app marketplace of Monday and you type automation, you will actually find most of the apps that I'm going to mention. So one of them is about sub-item automations. It's this one. If you do a lot with sub-items, you might run into problems there. I highly recommend this app. Another one is called Auto Boost. Very good app to do a lot of different things with, formula columns and, columns that are not supported by Monday itself. There's also Column Magic that's worth looking into, this one. And there's a lot more. If you just type automation, there will always be an app that solves your specific use case. You might just need to install a few to figure out which one it is. But those three apps are very helpful. Monday recently added an update where you can do some interesting things with mirror columns. So let me just create that for you right now. There you go. So now we have a board with a mirror column on it. And as I'll show you, if you go to automate and go to create an automation and you go for when a status changes to something, in the status section, the mirror column actually doesn't show up. It's because it's not really supported in automations. However, there's a smart workaround with the new update of Monday, because if you go back, you go to your automation center. Here in the connected and mirror column section, there's a new automation. That's this one. When status changes to something, change another status to something. Sounds the same as what I just showed, but it's actually different. So let's click on it. If you click status, you actually see that the mirrored status will now also show up. So we can say when a mirrored status changes to, for example, stuck, then change a normal status column also to stuck. Let's create the automation. And now let's test it. So if we change this to stuck, you'll see that this will change to stuck as well. And that's actually what you can do with mirrored automations. This can be very helpful if you use mirror columns. Just keep in mind that, you would need to use this workaround to then build other automations on top of it. So you could, for example, now build your normal automations based on this status column because it's always connected to this one. There are some limitations here as well, so keep that in mind. If you connect multiple boards, for example, to this board, this automation won't work because Monday won't allow you to build it simply because there can be multiple status labels and then it becomes a bit tricky. So if you want to go with mirror columns, I usually recommend going for an app unless it's as simple as what I'm just showing to you right now. So another thing that's important to know is that some apps within Monday are actually, native Monday apps. So if we go to automate, what you'll see in the create section is that some things such as, emails and activities, which is something in the CRM, is seen as an app. As you can see here, emails and activities. Same thing with AI and the same thing with WorkForms, for example. And there's another thing called sequences in the CRM. They're all considered apps. So if you want to do anything with their automations, you need to find the app and click on it to see all the templates that you can use to automate it. Unfortunately, Monday doesn't allow you to add those things in your own automations from scratch at the moment. Hopefully they're going to do it in the future, but I think that's actually more something for workflows, which I'm going to tell about right now. Monday Workflows is actually the next step of Monday automations. If you're on the enterprise plan, this is a very helpful thing for you. Fortunately, it's not available in Pro yet. Hopefully it will be in the future. But if you're on an enterprise plan, you'll find this logo on the top right of your screen. If you click there, you will go to the Workflow Center, and here you can add a new workflow. This is very similar to something like Make or Zapier, and I'm going to show you what it is right now. So let's give it a name, new workflow. Basically, when you start doing a lot of if this, then that statements within Monday automations that I just showed, it will get messy. You need more something like a canvas. So what we have here. So this is actually very similar. So when, for example, status changes to something on a certain board, let's click through the options. Then you can do other stuff. And here it becomes interesting because it looks similar, but it's different. So for example, we can wait, which is not possible in a normal automation. We can do if else. So for example, if status is yes, then do this. And if it's no, do this. And we can do things like a multi-branch thing. So if a status matches X, do this. If it matches something else, do Y. We can do a lot more actions. So they're going to add a lot of interesting things here. And the interesting thing is you can refer to things that have happened in an earlier step of the process. Okay, now that you understand the basics of automation, I think it starts becoming important that you understand the basics of integrations as well. What you'll see on Monday's website is that they advertise that they integrate with many different platforms and tools, but it's important to understand what that really means. Because the fact that Monday says they integrate with something like DocuSign to create documents and to send them for a contract signature doesn't mean that you can do everything that you want. So it's very important to first figure out what the automations can really do. And once you understand that, I will show you that integrating with Monday is pretty limitless, but in a different way. So let's dive into it. So first thing you need to know is that when you're in the automate section, if you click there, you'll see a section called Create. And here on the bottom left, you see, let me move myself to the right. Here you see integrations. And if you click there, you'll see a lot of integrations with Monday. An Asana integration, Dropbox, Eventbrite, a lot of different things. But for example, LinkedIn is a perfect example. The fact that it says that they integrate with LinkedIn doesn't mean that you can do everything with LinkedIn. So we click on it, and this is going to tell us what we can do. And as you can see, there's two things we can do. When a date arrives, create a new post and share it. And when a status changes to something, create a new post and share it. This means that you cannot see, for example, post analytics, how many impressions your post had. You cannot see comments to your post. You cannot reach out to people through a LinkedIn DM. The main thing I want you to understand is that the fact that it integrates with LinkedIn doesn't mean that everything can be done with LinkedIn. So just open the integration that Monday offers out of the box and check if it can do what you want it to do. Because these integrations are very powerful, but you need to be able to do what you want to do. Otherwise, you're pretty limited. So keep this in mind. I would recommend you to scroll through it, see what's possible. There are apps out there that will allow you to integrate more than what Monday offers out of the box. Sometimes those apps are actually Monday integrations, such as QuickBooks and emails and activities. So keep that in mind. Sometimes they are actually from Monday. If they are not from Monday, such as, for example, let's say DocuGen, it's important that you check who has built it. In the case of DocuGen, I know it's a legit application with a legit company behind it, but sometimes there are applications who were just introduced on the market and have, for example, 5 or 10 installs, and then it becomes more tricky to use them. I'm going to explain everything about this in the apps and marketplace part of this video, but same thing, you can also look it up in the workbook. So what do you do if your ideal tool is not here? Like, what if you want to integrate with a tool that you cannot see in this list, no matter if you search for it or not? So let's say, for example, I don't know, let's say Pipedrive. Is it there? Maybe there is. Oh, there's actually an app for it. But let's say something like Pipedrive, which is a CRM system, would not be within Monday. Let's say you have like, you work in the logistics industry and there's this tool that you use that is not in this list. Does that mean that you have a problem? Well, the answer is no, because, and this is where you need to understand a little bit of the technical stuff of integrations. The thing with integrations is integrations work with something called an API. And this is how you can think of an API. So let's say we have Monday on this side and we have, let's say, Pipedrive on this side. So system A and system B. If both sides offer an API, it usually means that you can send data from one to the other. So Monday has an API and Pipedrive has an API, right? So this means, like, if you think of a bridge part 1, and they have a C and they have another bridge, or a part that you can connect the bridge, right? What you then have to do is create a bridge. The fact that there are 2 API points doesn't mean that they are connected instantly. However, it does mean that you can create a bridge between the two. And the great thing about Monday's API is that Monday, you can literally do almost everything in Monday through the API. So through an integration or an automation. So if something happens in the system and you want to send it to Monday, it's usually possible as long as the initial system also allows it. With Monday, you don't really have to be scared that it won't integrate, because Monday's API is amazing. And every developer that you'll talk to will explain that you can do almost anything with the Monday API. Usually it's about the other tool. So if you work with a very specific tool in your industry, it can be that it cannot integrate with Monday, but usually it's not Monday's fault. It's usually the fault of the tool that you're working with. How do you build these bridges? So if you have your Monday side and you have some water and then you have another tool, how do you build a bridge between the two? Well, that's through an API integration. And this is something that developers can do. Most of the time, Monday.com consultants use a tool called Make.com to build these integrations. As you can see, basically in this video, it explains very quickly that you can integrate steps with each other, which are just API integrations or bridges. Another tool a lot of companies use is Zapier. It's one of the most popular ones in the world, does the same thing. And there's now an upcoming one called N8N, which also does the same thing. This is a lot more complex stuff, and I recommend only to look into this when you're completely, like, when you've mastered Monday and understand everything, or when you're very technical and can pick up things very quickly. If you want to learn, for example, how to integrate Monday with PandaDoc or QuickBooks or DocuSign, I have videos for all of those things on my YouTube channel where I literally walk you through it step by step on how to go through, or how to go about creating integrations. And doing this will also allow you to integrate with any tool that you want, as long as there's an API integration. There's also a lot of freelancers in the world, and my company also offers this service. So if you ever need an integration with a third-party tool between Monday and something else, you can just reach out to me and then we'll have a chat with you, see what you would like to do, what the cost would be, and how easy it would be to build it within Monday. So that's everything that you need to know on integrations and automations. Let's go to the next part of this video. Okay, now that you understand automations, integrations, dashboards, the basics, you actually know a lot about Monday already, but there is a lot more to it. And since this course is going to teach you everything there is to Monday, we're going to go to the next chapter, which is about Monday WorkForms. WorkForms are, as the name suggests, a tool that you can use to create forms. I'm going to show you how to use it. I'm going to show you all the ins and outs. And yeah, we're just going to dive into it. So let's go straight into it. There are 2 ways to create forms. One is to create it as if it's a board. So if you click here, you can click form. Simple. However, you can also create a form in an existing board, which is usually the way that I do it. There's no right or wrong, but this is usually how I like to do it. So when I'm in a board like this, you can also click here, add view, and you can create the form through here. So if you click there, you'll see something like this. And the great thing about this is that this form will now, when you submit it, instantly send information into the main table. So this is especially helpful if you've already created the board and created all the columns and made some nice stuff and now want to add a form on top of it. So that's how you can do it. If you create a form through here, it's a little different what you'll see. Let's just create a form so I can show you. There's a couple of small differences. One is it will ask you to create a form through AI, whereas the other form will instantly be created as part of your board. So it will look at the columns that you have. So you can do it with AI. Another thing is it has this WorkForms submission viewer. This will show you basically all the form submissions in a nice view. I barely use it, but you can use it. Let's just go from here because I like the AI tool just to show you what's possible. So if you have not built anything in your board yet, you'll have a basic board like this, and we have no columns at all. So if you go to the form and you're going to ask AI to do stuff, you can do whatever. So let's do, for example, a feedback survey. I actually quite like it. If you generate a preview, it will actually generate the whole form for you. This is one of the reasons why I really like using AI within Monday. It's a little different than when you create a form in an existing board, which I'll also show you in a second. But as you can see, it will create a form for you. You can just click create form. And from this point, it's actually identical to what we have when you would create a form through here. However, here, as you can see, there's not much, whereas here, it has actually created descriptions for you. It creates like a nice title, and it also creates all the columns for you. So if you have nothing yet, I'd say create it from here because it's easy to just go from there and create a form. If you already have a board, I wouldn't really create it again because there's no real point doing it. However, from here, it's all identical. So if you click edit form, it will show a pop-up sometimes. But if you click edit form, you can actually edit the whole thing. Let's start with just some of the basics. So we can change like the name of the form, a description, we can add a logo, but you can also add your columns to a form. So as you can see, this is a column on my board. As you can see here, how would you rate your service? It's a column and it shows up here. If I click on it, I can see more information. I can change the name, description. There are sometimes settings related to this column. Usually it's whether you want to hide it or not and whether it's required or not. And you can have logic such as if something happens, then something else should be done. So this is, for example, helpful if you say if the status is, or if they respond yes to a status column, then show another column, for example. You can duplicate columns from here. You can delete questions from here. I do recommend that if you create columns or if you want to add more questions to your form, that you create them through the table. So through here. There are some annoying issues when you create it through the form. It's not the end of the world, but it's just sub-ideal. So rather than creating it through here and creating a new column, I recommend just creating it through here by just adding a new column. So let's just do that to show you that it's possible. So let's say we want a numbers column and say, how much did you pay? And if we now go back to the form, we'll see that this question, when I hit refresh, the question will show up in my form. So if I click edit form and scroll down, I don't see it. And why do I not see it? Well, that's actually a great question. Let me just double check. I see why. Because WorkForms is actually getting a lot of updates recently. So what you can do is click add content here. And then you can, well, first of all, you can create new questions, but you can also add more board columns from here. So as you can see here, columns in this form. And how much did you pay? I can turn it on and click add to form. And there you go. How much did you pay will show up. Now we can give this a different name. We can also add logic to it. We can basically reprioritize where it should show up, or reorder it. Sorry, not prioritize, reorder it. So it could be the first question on your form or the second question, whatever you prefer. That's basically how forms work. So let's just submit a form to show you how it works. So here we click share form. And as you can see, we get all types of things. Most important thing here is just to copy the link. And let's just open that link in a new tab to show you what it looks like. So it looks like this. You can add information, test and ASDF, and submit the feedback. And now when we do it, it says thank you. If we go back to our main table, it will show up. So that's actually a super powerful thing. You can share this form URL with anyone that you want. However, there's a lot of things that you can do to this form to make it better or improve it or change it. First things first, design related stuff. You might want a welcome page. You can just turn it on and off here. And in that welcome page, you might want to explain things like, hey, this is a form where we're going to ask you how satisfied you are with our services. Please click on this button to start, for example. You can do the same with the final page. So you can click here with the thank you page. Maybe thank you should be something like, hey, within 24 hours, we'll call you to let you know something, or whatever you want. You can show or hide the image. As of now, there's no way to change the image, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is an update in the future. So you can change it. You can also change what the button says. So it could be submit feedback, it could be create client, could be anything that you want. So you could just type it, and as you can see, it will show up in the button. So that's good to know. Another thing is you can add a logo. So if you click here, you can add a file from your computer and put it in the form to make everything look a little nicer. If you want to go even further with the design, you can go to the design settings. If you click on design, this will show you a lot more. Like the format, should it show one question per slide, or should it show all questions? Should the form show up on the left side, the right side, or in the middle of the screen? Those are interesting things. Some color theme stuff, a background, either a color or a picture, any logos or headers, the font. You could do a progress bar so people can see how far they are. The Monday.com branding, so by default, it will show Monday WorkForms at the bottom right. You can turn it off to make it look a little nicer. I usually recommend that. And I would say click on that design thing, and maybe they'll add more cool things in the future that you can use. Another thing that's helpful to learn more about is the settings section. Here, I'll just go through each setting one by one so you know what it means. First things first, general settings, submit multiple forms. So now that we've submitted, for example, a form here, we can also enable it that a button shows up which says submit another form. If this is not, of course, helpful in all situations. If you ask for feedback for a customer, I wouldn't do it. But if it's for a support ticket, they might want to create one and want to have the option to create one again when they're finished. So that could be helpful. You can just turn it on and off here. Save as draft. If you have a very long form, you can save it as a draft. Then the customer can save it as a draft, get a link to the form. And when they open that link again, they will continue where they left off. Quite helpful for longer forms. Anonymous forms. This is when someone submits it but doesn't want to let you know who it is. This could be helpful for client feedback or for internal feedback, for like what your companies think or what your employees think of the company. Good one. ReCAPTCHA. This is like an anti-robot protection thing, especially if you receive a lot of spam. I recommend turning it on. It can be a little annoying. Sometimes people that submit it need to verify that they're human. Yeah, you can determine for yourself if this is helpful or not to turn on. Usually I don't really get spam on my forms, but sometimes it depends on your business and where you put the form. It might be helpful. Response limit. This is, for example, if you turn it on, how many times can it be submitted? Let's say the first 50 people that submit the form will get access to something, and that's it. Then you can limit it at 50 so nobody else can submit. Could be helpful. A close date speaks for itself, I guess. If you turn it on a certain date, the form won't be able to be submitted anymore. So, and people will be, the form will tell them that they cannot submit it anymore. Can be helpful for, let's say you need to sign up for an event, but it needs to be before a certain date. That's actually quite helpful. Translate the form with AI. Well, this one is pretty new, but yeah, I guess it's also speaks for itself. If people log in, like myself, I'm Dutch. So if I would log in and my computer is in Dutch, the form would translate itself to Dutch. That's something that you can try out if you work with a lot of people from different countries with different languages. The form language, so by default, what language should the form be in? In my case, it's English. After someone has submitted the form, should they be able to download their submission? This could be helpful if they, let's say, create a support ticket and they want to create a download so they know what they have entered, stuff like that. Can they edit it after it's been submitted? So let's say I create a support ticket. Should I be able to edit it afterwards? This is at the moment an enterprise-only feature, so keep that in mind. Yeah, so that's good to know. And the redirect URL, maybe you don't want to send it to the thank you page, but you want to send it to like a specific page on your website. Then you can just redirect them automatically to a different page after submission. So those are important things to know. Now we have form tags. This actually becomes a little bit more complex and when you start working with integrations. But what you can do, like by default, the form URL looks something like this, as you can see here. But maybe we want to send a form to a specific customer and we want to track their customer ID. Then we could add a tag called a customer ID. And now, if I copy this link, you'll see customer ID here, which means that before I send, let's say you are my customer, before I send you this link, I could enter the customer ID in the URL. Let's say it's a 10, then you wouldn't notice it, but I know that the person that's going to submit this is customer 10. So what you'll see if I now just enter it, enter some information and submit the form, you'll see that in the main table, a new column shows up called customer ID. And this is a very interesting way to track who has submitted a form, especially if you don't want to ask for an email address if you already know that person's email address. So you could just hide information in the URL. Of course, the person that opens the URL can see it. Most people don't look at it, but they can technically see it. And yeah, you can use that in automations. So it might be a little bit too complex for this part of the course, but it's good to know that it's possible. Then the final thing, sync questions and column titles. So should the name of this column be the exact same as the name of a question? Sometimes this is the case, sometimes not. So how would you rate our service? In a column, I would rather have it called like score, but score is not a nice question title. So in that case, it's better to not connect them to each other. So in the settings, you can turn this off. So as it says here, when disabled, changing a question title won't change the related column title. So keep that in mind. Then we have a allow item creation through form. If you turn this on, and you go to the main table and you click here, you'll see this new option, new item via form. If you click there, your form will actually show up and people within Monday can use this form to enter information. You can't really force people to use it. So if I click new item, it still will just create one from there, but you can also, you would need to click here. And therefore I usually don't really use this when I build systems for clients, because teaching them to click here and then here is just very annoying and unlikely that it's going to happen. Most people would just click here or here. So I don't really use it often. Hopefully at some point you'll be able to click here and then it would just show up. But as of the time of recording, that's not possible. If it becomes possible, I will definitely let you know in the workbook, because we'll keep updating it. Back to the form settings, there's one more thing, group for answers. So in what group should the answers come in? If you have multiple groups, this can be helpful. So let's say we have a group for pending tickets. Let's say it's a support ticket. Then it could be that everything that we have already worked on, we'll just move it here. Everything that is new and we haven't looked at shows up here. And then we just make sure that this group is always empty. So we've taken care of all the tickets. Those are the most important settings. Those are the only settings at the moment for WorkForms. And it's very good to know. I don't think there's anything else that's very important to know now, except for something related to sharing the form. If you click share form here, you'll see the share settings. You can shorten the URL. As you can see now, it's a long URL. If I click, it becomes pretty short. You can do password protection. So maybe only people with a certain password should be allowed to enter it. Could be nice if you have an event, for example, and you want to put a QR code or a form on your website, then only people with the event password can submit it, for example. You can do that. Another thing, require login to Monday. This is actually a very important thing to understand. If you turn this on, people need to log in to your Monday account to be able to submit the form. And if you do this, you can allow users to see columns that someone who's not logged in is not allowed to see. For example, let's say we have a column and it will be a people column. Well, if I click here, I can see all the users from our account. We don't want every random person to be able to see everyone that's in our account. So what you'll see, if I add this column to our board, people, what you'll see is it doesn't show up yet because it has sensitive information. So if we restrict the form, only then we can show this question. And there's a couple more columns like that, such as the connect boards column and a couple more. But the people is actually the most, you'll run into that one most often. So it's a good example to keep in mind. So if you want people to be able to see that column, you would need to require them to log into Monday. And then we have a final thing, which doesn't show up very well, but it says form access. Do you want to deactivate the form? If you have a link and you put it on like a, I don't know, a business card and you want to deactivate it, this is the place to be. So that's good to know. I think that's everything there is to know about WorkForms. The final thing I'd like to show you is just this WorkForms submission. Now that we submitted a couple, as you can see it in like a nicer overview, what people have entered. You can just click through it. It's the same thing as you see on the main table, but the cool thing is that you can export it as a PDF or an image. So if you like that stuff, go for it. This is how you would do it. As I said, this is only available when you create a form through here. As far as my knowledge goes, there is no option to create it later on. So just keep that in mind. Actually, that's not true. When you click here, add view, and you go to explore more views, you can type WorkForms submission view, and then it will also show up. So even if you create a form through a normal board, you can actually use this WorkForms submission view. I personally don't use it that often, but it is apparently possible. This is all that you need to know about WorkForms for now. There will be a lot of new updates, and WorkForms keeps improving, which is great. So maybe by the time that you work on it, there have been new features that have been added. I'd recommend keeping an eye out for my YouTube channel and also keeping an eye out on the workbook to see if there's any updates that are important to keep in mind. But for now, these are the basics. The basics likely won't change. Maybe the user interface will change a little bit, but I don't think there will be any major things that will be so significantly different that you won't be able to understand WorkForms. WorkForms is free. It's part of Monday.com. It's part of every product that they have. As far as I know, there's no intention to monetize it, but you never know, so keep that in mind. But as of now, it's completely free on all plans. That's it. Okay, great. Now that you understand WorkForms, there's something else called WorkDocs. This is similar to Google Docs or Word, and it's actually within Monday and super powerful because you can connect it to data in your boards. So let me show you what that means. So WorkDocs are available in two places. One, as a column. So you can click here, you can add a doc, and then it will add a Monday doc, also known as a work doc, or you can create it here. So in your workspace, you can also create a doc. It's the same thing. I'd say docs in this section make most sense if it's like a document that you want to work in for, let's say it's like an instruction on how to do something. Then it could make sense to have like a whole workspace full of docs. However, sometimes, let's say you work on a project with a lot of clients, each client could have their own work doc. So let me show you what that would mean. So let's say this would be a client board, clients. And here we'd have client A, client B, and client C. Then we would add a doc. So we add a column and we use the Monday doc column. As you can see, it's created here. To create the doc, you need to click on it. So let's click on it. And as you can see, it will generate a document. And will open automatically as well. By default, this doc is empty because there's no template assigned to this doc. However, you can create templates later on, which I'll show you in a second. So docs work in a very similar way to how Notion works. If you've ever used Notion, you might be familiar with the fact that you can type a / command and then you have all types of different things that you can do within your doc. However, if you just want to get started, you can also just type information like this is a client. You can then also use this plus icon to have the same effect as the / command to do certain things, such as a title. Or you could use like a medium title to make it smaller. Or there are things like if you want a code block, you can do that. Or, you know, a quote, a notice box. Like there's a lot of different things as you can see here. And where WorkDocs especially become interesting is these things. The widget, the mention docs, and all that kind of stuff. So let me show you those things. So first thing, a widget. We could add, for example, battery widget like this. And then we can show which boards this needs to show up in this widget. So let's go for our client's board and click done. Then it will load in data from that specific board into our document. You can imagine that if you have a call with, let's say, a stakeholder, it could be very nice to show what the status of a project is based on a battery chart, for example. So this is interesting. You can use data from a Monday board and use it within your doc. Let's do that again. So let's click the blue plus icon again and scroll down a bit more, because you can also mention other documents. So if you have more documents, you can refer to each other. You can mention boards. So this could be like, hey, on this board, so for example, like this, on this board, we do X, Y, or Z. When then people click on it, they can go to that specific board. So that's actually a way to interact with Monday within a document. There's more things like that. So you can also mention people by using the add icon. You can also use column values, and I think this is actually interesting. So unlike with a document on its own, create it like we would create a board. If you create it within a column, you can refer to column values like we can do here. So if we click here, we can get data from a column. So we could get the status column, for example, and we could say the status of this project is working on it. However, if I would go to the board and would mark it, for example, as stuck, and then go back to the document, you'll see that the status is now updated to stuck. It's directly connected to the data in your board. And this is actually pretty cool because you could use this as like a template and do like the deadline is, and then use the deadline column. The responsible person is responsible column. So it's actually a very, very interesting way of leveraging documents. Let me show you a couple more things. So you can create whole tables, you can have a whole layout. It's very similar in that regard to like a Google Doc. You can add images, files, YouTube videos, a lot of things like that. There are also templates. You can add Gantt charts. Like I would recommend that you just play around with this and add some stuff. Like you have some stuff like this, which is nice. But I think these are the most interesting things. Another thing that's interesting is the whole AI part. So let me scroll down. Where is it? Write with AI. There you go. And if you write with AI, it will actually, you can do something like write a plan on how to tackle the issues we have with client X because of their meta campaigns that are not performing. I know this is not perfect English, but you get the point. You can just ask it to write information based on the document itself, and then it will do stuff for you. You can add it to the document. So you can use AI to communicate with your document basically, which is pretty cool. So this is actually something I recommend. You can also find this by going to the sidekick here at the top. So if you click there, you have Monday Sidekick, which I'll go into a little bit later on the AI side of this video. But you can do all kinds of things, like you can summarize the document, make it more clear and concise, and you can do a lot more by just asking it to do things. Other stuff which is cool about WorkDocs is that you can change the style. So if you're big on presenting your document, this is a very interesting stuff to look into. Other stuff is you can present it in present mode. It's nice. And what I like as well, and in this case, you cannot save it as a template, but let me show you when you can do that actually. But before we do that, I'd like to show you a couple more things. You can export it to Word and PDF, you can print it. There's a lot of different things you can do. I recommend that you just play around with it, click on some buttons and see what it does. Monday WorkDocs is also changing all the time, so there's a lot of cool things you can do here that, you can figure out. What I like about WorkDocs as well is that if you, for example, create a doc from here, so let's just create our doc and call it test doc, we can share that document with people outside of the organization. So let's just, use a random template just for the example. We could click share here at the top right and then share it with specific people or share it as a public link. So if you open this and you copy it, I can now share it and just open the link itself. And you would see what I have written in this document, which can be quite powerful. So this is also an interesting thing to know about WorkDocs. Something else that's interesting to know is this update icon. You can also chat about a document without it being in the document. So if you have, for example, questions or notes or whatever about the document, you can chat about it through the update section and leave your comments and tag people without it affecting the information in the document. Another thing I'd like to show you is how to use templates in WorkDocs. So let's say we have this client board, right? And we want to make sure that every time we create a document, it's always following a certain pattern. What we would do is we'd go to the three dots, to the settings, and set a doc template. Here it will prompt you to create your first template. In my case, let's just use like a template that's pre-made, just for example, like a project plan template, and then we can actually close it. If you now go there again to those settings, you'll see that our template is here. You can also give it a name. So in this case, it's called Untitled. Let's call it Project Template. If we would now create a doc for a specific new row, new item, you see that it will automatically use this template. So it's actually super powerful to create a template that's very well thought out and then use that for all of your projects to save a lot of time. So that's something I really, really recommend when you start using Monday WorkDocs. The final thing I'd like to show you is that when you click here on this search icon, you can also search for information in documents. So if you click docs, you type something like, identify key issues, something we added to the document, you can see that this document shows up and it's very easy to find that specific document. This is great if you have a lot of documents, but also if you use documents as a manual. So let's say you have a document on how to reset your password, then people would just need to type password and they would find the documents that are related to that issue or to that question. So it's actually very nice to use it when you use standard operating procedures a lot. So that's something I also recommend doing. This is everything that you need to know about Monday WorkDocs. There's more to it. There's more you can do. You can also use it in some automations. But I think these are the most important basics that you would need to know to really understand what to do with WorkDocs. And from there on, you can play around with everything and set up your own WorkDocs the best way for your business. Let's go to the next step. Okay, great. Now that you understand WorkDocs, it's important that you understand how to communicate within Monday. And since there are a lot of different ways to do it, I've created a whole section in this video to explain to you what the options are, what I would recommend, and how to use it in general. So let's go into that right now. So there are 6 types of notifications and I'll go through them one by one. The first one is the inbox or the update feed, which you will see by the inbox icon at the top of your Monday.com screen. They have a bell icon, which is next to it, which is also called the notification center. You have email, you have a desktop app with desktop notifications, you have Slack and Teams, if you guys use that in the company, and you have a mobile app in case you like to get notifications on your phone. I'll go into more detail for the inbox and the bell icon because those are most unique to Monday and need the most explanation. So with regards to the inbox, it looks something like this. And what you'll see is everything with regards to updates. You can, for example, see all updates in your account, only the updates you were mentioned in, and more. And what updates look like in Monday, I'll show you right now. So updates are just the things that you always see here when you see an item. So if you open it, here you have the updates. And when you tag someone on this board, such as Patrick, you say, "Hi Patrick," then you're basically creating an update and you're trying to communicate with this person. And based on his or her notification settings, you'll see it in the inbox. And that's basically what the inbox does. It kind of gets all the updates of your account and puts them in one place. And I have a few best practice tips here because I really like this tool. The first one is to look at the I was mentioned tab, because if you're looking at all updates, you'll see everything in the whole company, which is way too much. So I wouldn't recommend using it. I would look at I was mentioned, and I would train your team, and I would just make it a standard in your team that if you need someone, that you tag that person in the message. If that person is not relevant and doesn't need to see it, don't tag him or her. And by doing that, your communication stays most effective. Second tip, if you have any important updates, you can bookmark them by going into the 3 dots, clicking on bookmark, and then you'll see it in the bookmarked part of your inbox. Second tip. And the third tip, which I also like, is that you can permanently filter some boards from your update feed. So if you like to use the all update section, but you don't want to see all information, because, for example, you'd like to see all updates with regards to people in your team, but not from people outside of your team, then you can just go into the feed settings and like this, filter out all the boards that you don't like to get updates from. So that's everything with regards to the update feed. I'll show you some more about the settings to make this the best place to stay on top of your notifications. But first, let's dive into the notification bell, also known as the notification center. And what you'll see here, and I also wrote this down, by default, you'll literally receive a notification for anything, which means a like, being assigned, being subscribed, a board is archived, like everything. If you don't change anything about the settings, this will be a big mess. Like there will be so many notifications, so many irrelevant ones. You'll be like, why would I even ever use this bell icon? And therefore I have some best practices. The first one is to, make sure that you have relevant notifications. So you can do that by going into your profile and then clicking on my profile. Here you have a tab called notifications, and in that tab you'll see all the settings. And a little bit later in this video, I'll show you exactly the settings that I would recommend. So the second tip is that, which I really like, in the notification center, unlike with the update inbox, you can search through notifications. So maybe you ever have a notification for a specific project where you're like, I know what words were used, but I can't really find it, then you can just search for the notification and find it relatively quickly. And you can also search for by person if you like to see that. So you can, for example, see all your notifications from your colleagues, Ali. So yeah, that's a great tip. And then the third one, which I also like, is that you can change the notification settings for a specific board. So maybe you want to turn it on for certain boards and turn it off for others. You can go in through the three dots and then change the board notification settings, which will look something like this. And here you can decide what you'd like to see. However, this will then be affected to everyone on this board, so keep that in mind. Also for this, I'll show you some best practices later. So there's some other notifications, the desktop and mobile. I don't personally use them because I don't want to be bothered with too many notifications throughout my day because it's very distracting. But if you like it, or if you just need to be, on top of notifications for your team, then you can also turn desktop notifications on. You can just follow the steps that you see here. So go to my profile, go to notifications, and then at the bottom, you'll see a toggle that will ask you to enable or disable desktop notifications. Same thing is true with mobile. If you go into the mobile app, it looks something like this. And here you see the notification settings in the more section. And here you can decide, do you want to see what type of notifications you want to see? And obviously keep in mind that even though these notifications are the basics and will determine the notifications in general, if your phone's notification settings are not turned on correctly, you won't see anything. So if you're on iPhone, it looks something like this. Maybe I can zoom out a bit. Oh, it doesn't really work. Maybe like this. Also not. Never mind. And then you can, decide what the notifications should look like. As I said, I don't personally use them, but if you use them, this is how you would do it. Cool. So this is the first important thing. When you start with Monday as an admin, you should set the default notifications for your team so they don't get spammed instantly when they first sign up. You can do this by going into your profile and going into administration. Keep in mind, you need to be an admin. Then you go into customization and then into user notifications. And there you can decide what your standard notifications are. In my case, it's these. So I like to, as I said earlier in the video, I like that the team always tags each other if they need each other. If they don't tag them, they don't need to read it. That's like our standard. Could be different from your standard. So just turn on whatever you think is necessary. But I like these notification settings as a default for the email. Keep in mind, you cannot set the default notifications for the bell icon, which you need to do per employee. I'll show you that later. Actually, I'll show you that now, because this is a great thing. When someone joins Monday.com for the first time, they will get all the notifications, and the first thing they'll have in the first day is have 20 notifications in their mailbox saying you're assigned to this, you have an update from that, someone tagged you, you've been subscribed to a board, just way too much. And the first thing people do is turn off notifications. As a result, if you ever want to reach that person, they don't get the notifications they should get. Especially since they don't really know what it means since they've just started. So you need to guide them in the right direction. And this is how you would do it. So let's say if a new colleague, you go to administration again, you go to users, and then you click on the name of the user. So in this case, click on Lotte, and then you see her notification settings. Well, actually, you first need to click on notifications on the left-hand side, and then you'll see this. And by default, everything is turned on. So if you click on this icon, you can click on select none, and then everything will be turned off. And actually, I have two recommendations here. If you like to use email as a standard, and I would actually recommend this for new people, then these are the notification settings I recommend. So it's when someone mentions you, and it's only the email, and then these. Especially automations is important, because if you work with automatic updates or notifications, you would like people to receive it. And people often turn this off because they don't really know what it means. So this is what I would turn on. I don't really like the daily highlights. If you like it, feel free to turn it on. And obviously feel free to tailor it to your needs and your organization. This is just how I like it. But I would recommend that you let new users use email if they don't know the bell icon, because they're used to opening email, but they're not really used to opening a bell icon in Monday or a notification center. So that's why I recommend email for new users like this. If you want to have the notification center as a default, well, this one is turned on by default. And then I would say, well, automations, you would get it there, requests as well. And just these two, yeah, you can just turn them on by email. Same thing for this one. Yeah, it's very similar, but just a little bit different. And then I have another one. If you have a big fear of missing out, I would recommend turning on everything. So you get spammed with 40 notifications a day. I don't like it, but if you really want to stay on top of everything that's going on, you should do it. Obviously, this is kind of a joke. There's a lot of notifications that are irrelevant, even if you want to stay on top of everything. So I would never recommend this. But yeah, some people like it. And the crazy thing is, this is actually the default by Monday, and that's why people get spammed all the time. So I would recommend the email one. So yeah, feel free to pause the video and just do that for your team. Make sure that you do it for each and every individual, and they can obviously change it themselves afterwards if they would like to, which is good to push them in the right direction, especially with, for example, the automations. Like, they will just turn it off if they don't know. So I would recommend that you set it for them. Cool. Maybe some stuff about how I work. So to give you some context on how I work and how I use Monday, I open the inbox daily. So this inbox, I just open it daily, and I'll go into I was mentioned. Well, this is a test environment, so it's all fake notifications, but I would look through them, I would read them, mark them as liked or comment, and then I would mark them as done. And then I'll just make sure that I have like an inbox 0 at the end of the day. So my whole team had the answers of me that they need, and I'm on top of everything I should be on top of. That's actually the only thing I look at. I also set this to show unread updates because, well, I don't really care what I already read, so I don't need that. And sometimes I use the bookmark section in case there's an important update I need to, save for later. But that's really it with regards to this stuff. And then what I do is, these are my notification settings. So I actually don't turn this one off. I don't want people to, don't want to receive an email when people tag me, because I open this update feed every day, which is also a task on my to-do list. Just, update, open the update section just to check if anything is important. And then I just mark these as checked, because I want to receive an email from those. I don't do it for assignments, for example. I don't care when people assign stuff to me, because then I would see it on my work section if there's really something important. So yeah, that's really how I work, from the my work section, from the inbox here, and from my email. And I never really use the notification bell, to be honest. And I don't really use Slack for those updates as well, because with Slack, if you click on them, they are red, and then there's not really a place where I can leave it for later. Whereas with Monday's notification center, with the updates feed, I really like that you can just mark it as red with the blue check mark, so I can just stay on top of everything. So that's how I work. I think there's one more important thing that you can change notification settings per board by going into a board, clicking on the 3 dots and click on notifications. And there you can see this one, which I've already shown earlier in the video. Keep in mind that the notification settings of your users will override the settings from this one. So yeah, if for example your team has turned off all notifications and this one says receive all, then your team will receive nothing. However, if this one is muted and your team has been set to receive all notifications, they won't receive anything either. So yeah, you need to think about that a bit. Usually I just keep it like this, and yeah, that's it. And then determine the notification settings from the notification settings center rather than on a board level. but it's obviously up to you. Great, now that you understand how to communicate within Monday with your teammates, it's actually important to understand something about permissions, because not everyone in the team should be able to do everything within your system, especially when you start working with guests and viewers, and when you have some people in the team that maybe don't really know what they're doing in Monday, so you want to prevent them from breaking everything accidentally. Or on purpose, of course. In the next section of this video, I'm going to explain everything you need to know about permissions within Monday.com. Let's go. Well, it's good to know that there are certain features only available to the enterprise plan, while the other features are also available to the other plans. In this case, we have board permissions and column permissions that are available to the pro plan, whereas workspace permissions and account permissions are only available to the enterprise plan. I'll make sure that there's timestamps in the video, so you just can click on the right permissions you'd like to see, or you can just follow along with me during this video. Let's get started with the permissions that are interesting for everyone, which are the board permissions and the column permissions. And after that, I go into enterprise. So board permissions, where can I find them? Well, if you go to a board, on the top right hand side, you'll see the 3 dots and then it says permissions. And keep in mind, you need to be an admin to see this. And then when you open it, you will see something like this. And there's actually a few things you can change. You can change the viewing permissions and the editing permissions. The viewing permissions option is only available to enterprise. So if you want to use this one, you need to have an enterprise plan. Could be useful for your situation. And this one can actually be set by everyone. So I would recommend using this specific choice, because it allows your team or the members to this board to change the content but not change its structure. So they cannot really change a column or delete a column or rename a column. They can only do stuff in the board without changing the board structure. And I recommend this because once you start using Monday more and more, you'd like to have very standardized boards for example, a project or a client. And when people just start doing their own thing and start creating their own boards in their own way, you'll see that it's quite hard to get data into dashboards and to build overviews, and it becomes quite troublesome at some point. So feel free to change this, but I would recommend to put it onto this one. But maybe, for example, you have a board where you just only want people to see it and only write updates, and then you shoot this one. So just look at the options and choose the one that you think makes most sense, but I usually recommend this one. So that's actually everything with regards to the board permissions, pretty straightforward. And then we have column permissions. So when you go to a column and you hover over it, you'll see this icon. And if you go to settings, there's actually 2 settings: restricting column editing and restricting column view. Well, editing might sound pretty obvious. When you click here, you can actually restrict people from editing the column. This means that they cannot edit the value. So let's say we would use this in this column. The team cannot change the person that's assigned in this column, except for the people that are allowed to change it. So you can determine which users are allowed to. Could be a very useful feature if there's a column that you don't want them to change, such as maybe there's, I don't know, a column such as if your budget is approved. Maybe you only want managers to be able to approve a budget and not users. Well, then you can restrict column editing. So some people can and some people cannot change it. Super useful. Then you also have the restrict column view feature, also very useful. This one is useful to show or hide data for certain people. So let's say you have an HR board where there's the salary of your employees, and you want to show the HR board because it has information such as birth date or emergency phone numbers. So it needs to be shown to everyone, but we shouldn't show the salary to everyone. Well, then we can restrict the column view to certain people, such as only the HR team, and then all the other people cannot see it. Useful feature. You can also use it by, for example, when you start sharing a board with a guest. Maybe you want to show, you're sharing it with a client and you don't want to show like how many hours you're estimating on a task. Then you can hide that column for that client, but maybe not for your own team. So that's how you can use this feature. Very, very useful. Yeah, so that's good to know. And now we'll go into more of like the enterprise stuff. And as it says here, enterprise only. So for Pro or the other plans, it's actually not possible to see this. Yeah, so if you go into the workspace and then you hover over the three dots that you see here, then you have a button Manage Workspace. And once you're there, there's this button for permissions. And if you cannot click on this, it means you don't have access to it. And here you actually have three default roles. So you have an owner of the workspace, a member, and a non-member. And members can obviously be added in the members tab. Here you can actually see all the things that owners, members, and non-members can do. So you can just change those features based on what you'd like them to see. Here I have a few recommended settings. I won't go too much in detail for these, but it just makes sense that if you see a red cross, it means that you shouldn't enable that feature for those people. And if you see a green check mark, it means it should be enabled, in my opinion. Like, feel free to change this in your own way. You can do whatever you want, but I would just recommend these settings. So as I said, feel free to download this guide in the first link in the description so you can just follow along. If I ever make changes or change my opinion, I will also change this document, whereas it's quite hard to change this YouTube video. So yeah, feel free to just download the guide for free. I'll just scroll over them so you can see it. But as you can see, members have quite a lot of access, but usually what you'd like to restrict for normal members is changing things like creating automations and integrations. It's usually not ideal to have them do that stuff. Same is true for, deleting items created by other users. Maybe you don't care and you feel like, well, members are allowed to do that. Feel free to just change this to a green check mark. But you also want to be some sort of restrictive, especially if your users are not very tech savvy and can break things when they don't even understand what they're trying to do. So keep that in mind when you set the permission settings. Then we go into account permissions. This is also enterprise only. This one goes a bit more in depth. So if you go to the admin panel of your account, keep in mind you need to be an admin, then you will see the, this is actually, you would go into permissions at the bottom. And then, by the way, if you cannot see this, it means you're not an enterprise. So keep that in mind. There's a few things to note here because as you can see here is a big list of things you can set. And there's one thing that I would actually recommend, because the basic roles are guest, viewer, member, and admin. And what I would recommend is adding a manager role, which is a custom role. And I'll explain why, because as we'll just scroll through this, as you can see, most of the stuff between a manager and admin is the same. However, there are certain things you would like a manager not be able to do, but you want to give access to an admin, such as generating an API token. Maybe your COO or CFO or just a manager in the company needs to have access to almost everything, shouldn't have really access to things like generating API tokens. Well, then it's great to have a role for this where only admins can do that. Same with integrations, experimental features, and a few other things. So I'll explain how to create that specific role. When you're in the permissions section, you can actually click on create a new role, which looks something like this. And then you can just call it manager. And I would recommend that it's based on the member role and not on the admin role. Then what's also good to know, after you've created it, you can just follow along with the settings I recommend, but I'll just go into in depth for one specific thing, because what you'll find in things like upload files, there's this toggle icon, which allows you to be very specific on what files people can upload. And these kind of details you'll see that with a few options. I didn't really include them in this sheet because it goes quite in depth and it's really determined. It's really, you would need to determine it based on the company policy. So maybe you guys don't use OneDrive and SharePoint, well, just turn it off. Same with Box and Dropbox, those kind of things. Or maybe you want to force people to use a specific method, well, then you can do it like this. Just good to know that you can find those details by clicking on those toggle icons. So I won't go into too much detail once again here on why I made certain decisions. Just what's good to know is that guests won't have many things they can do. Viewers can do almost nothing. Members can do quite a lot. However, members don't really have this admin types of level features. So for example, they cannot delete views created by other users, and they cannot export data to Excel. This is actually, I think, by far the most important one to check, because by default, almost all your users can export data to Excel, which could be a big problem for your permissions, for your security stuff. When just a guest can download all data, that's usually a problem. So that's why I turned it off for almost everyone except for managers and admins. I'm just scrolling through it to see if there's anything else that needs some more thought. I think what's just good to know is that sometimes, once again here, you need to think of your organization and how tech savvy your users are and how restrictive you want to be or how free you want to be. Maybe, for example, you don't want to allow members to just broadcast a document on the web. For my company, I would say go for it if you guys want to use it, but maybe you guys have you guys are very restrictive and just don't want to give access to too many things, or maybe your user is not so tech savvy, therefore don't really know what they're doing, then you might need to turn that off. You could even consider adding a member tech savvy and a member non-tech savvy role, so you can give access based on how tech savvy a person is to make sure that everything is under control in your account. Once again here, I'll just scroll through it. If I ever update it, you'll see it in the document when you download it, because it's like a living and breathing document, so it will keep evolving. But I'll just scroll through the options so you'll see them. As you can see, big difference between an admin and a manager. The manager is not allowed to change those permissions, whereas an admin is. And that's really why I made the extra manager role, because there's just things that managers shouldn't be able to do, which admins should be able to do. Great, you now know everything about permissions in Monday.com. So now we're going to the next section of this video, which are a bit more advanced features. The first thing we're going to cover is templates. I don't want you to waste so many hours on recreating the same boards and workspaces and automations and all that kind of stuff. And luckily we have templates to do that for you. So you create it once, you think about it once, and then you keep using it over and over again. In the next section of the video, I'm going to explain everything you need to know about templates within Monday.com. Let's go. So we're here in Monday.com and we're going to turn this board into a template. As you can see, you can create your own board just the way you're used to it. You can create your own views, dashboards in it. You can do whatever you want, and then you can save it as a template. In this case, we're going to save it as a client board template. So every time we have a new client, we can actually use that template. What we do to get started is we click on the three dots here to click on Save as a Template. It's very important that your board is a main board and not a shared or private board, otherwise this won't be clickable. So make sure that if your board is, for example, private or shareable, that you turn it into a main board, and you can see that by this icon. This icon means a main board, and this means private, and this means shared. So make sure it's a main board. When it's done, click Save as a Template, and now you get the first question. Do you want to move the origin or duplicate the origin? This means, do you want to keep having the original board in your workspace, or do you want to just remove it completely and put it in the template center? In my case, I don't need this board anymore because I'm not using it for a specific client. But let's say you've been creating, a board for one client and now it's perfect. Then you might want to turn it into a template, but you don't want to remove the original board. If that's the case, click Duplicate the Origin. If you don't care, you can click Move the Origin. Basically, it will do the same thing, only the original board will keep existing in your workspace. So I'll go for Move the Origin, and I click Next. Then we have Standard Template or Manage Templates. So a standard template is just, a template. If you create it and, it's in your workspace, then that's everything that happens with it. So you have a client board template, you create it in your workspace, and now it's just that specific client board template. However, if you have 20 different clients, for example, and therefore 20 different client boards, you might figure out like, hey, we actually want to change something. We want to add a column to a certain board, for example. If that's the case, it's really annoying to be adding the same column 20 times or the same automation 20 times. And that's where managed templates come in. It's only available on the enterprise plan for now, but basically it allows you to have one template at the top, and that is basically the parent template. And if you make any change, then all of the children of the child templates, so they're called, will be changed. So how can you see that very well? Well, in this picture you see it. This is the parent template and these are the children templates. So if you have, for example, created 20 different boards, 20 different smaller ones, and then you want to make a change, you just change the parent and it will be adjusted in all of the children templates. So this is how it works. It's only available on the enterprise plan and I'll make a more detailed video about that later. Let's go for the standard template for now and click next. Here you can give it a nice name. So I'll call it client board template, that's fine. And you can select the template privacy. Are other people in your team allowed to see and use the template? If not, make it private. If so, make it public, whatever you prefer. Let's click create template after. Now it's turning my board into a template board and it's actually moving it to the template center, which I'll show you in a second. This process takes a few seconds, but can take a little longer if you have a lot of information in your board. So keep that in mind. Okay, there we are. The template is created. So as you can see, we're now automatically sent to the template center. If this is not happening with you, then you can always go back and click here on the blue plus icon. If you click there, you can also go to the template center through this button. So keep that in mind. To find your templates, go to the created by me or created by your company. In my case, created by me, and I see my template. If I click on it, I get back to the same page as where we were just sent to. So now we have two options. We can just use the template or we can edit the template. If you click use, it will just create this board from a template. So let's try that to show you how it works. Same thing here, usually takes a few seconds. And there you go, it's already done. And as you can see, we now have this client board. And if I were to create another one the exact same way, then you would see that we have two client boards. So it's actually great if you have multiple clients, for example. You can do this for the same thing for projects or other stuff. As you can see, two templates and they're identical. Let's say we want to change this template, then we would go back to the template center by clicking here and then going to the template center. There you find your template, which is here and then here. And then we click edit in new tab. So if you click there, you actually see a normal Monday.com board as you're used to. From here, you can just adjust this template the way you want to. You can add more items, more columns, automations, views, whatever you want. It's completely customizable. And when you're done, you can on the top right click publish changes and then everything is published. So let's show you how to do that. Let's add a numbers column, estimated time. And maybe in the project plan, we always know the project plan takes 10. In this case, let's go for 10 hours. That's it. The other stuff is, for example, 5, 3, and 6. If we then click publish changes and we click it again, you'll see this pop up on the bottom right that it will publish the changes. Don't change anything right now because it's making the changes. So if you change something right now, it's probably not in your update. So let's wait a second until this is marked as something like publish completed, or at least it has a green check mark. There you go, change is published. So now we go back to the original board. You can do that by clicking here and going to your product, or it's also often in the second tab, so you can just go back. Now, if we were to refresh this and we were to add a new template, let's go for this one, click use template. You'll see that the new numbers column has been added, and there you go. The estimated time now shows up here. But as you can see in the other client boards, we don't have that column because this is something of the managed templates that I just talked about earlier. So this is very important to know. A few things to keep in mind here. If you create a template, everyone who is originally in the board will be able to make changes to your template. However, only you as the person that saves the template can make changes, so you can publish them. So only you as a template owner can publish the changes. While your team can make changes, only you can publish changes. So how does that work? Well, in the template center, so if we go here and then we go to the template center, go to the template again, there's also these 3 dots. And if you click there, oh, sorry, I'm wrong. It's actually in the edit a new tab. So if you go there, you can actually change who is allowed to make changes to this thing. Here on the 3 dots on the top right, click there, you can invite team members. So if you click there, it works very similarly to, adding team members to a board. Here you can just, select the team member and either give them the blue crown or not. In this case, John is allowed to make changes to the template, but he's not allowed to publish it. If you give him the blue crown, he's also allowed to publish it and also to invite other people to make changes. So keep that in mind. Another tip I'd like to share with you is that you can actually add multiple components to a template. So in this case, we just have one board, but let's say we always, for every client, we create a board, but we also create a document. So let's click here and create a document, which we call project description. There you go. We can, add some nice, I don't know, let's use some AI to create a nice one, or use a template actually here to create a nice document. And maybe we also always have, I don't know, let's say another folder with also a board in it, just a random example. The great thing here is that if we were now to publish these changes, what will happen is if you create this template now, if you use it, it will actually show all of these components that you've just created. So it's a very interesting thing to keep in mind. Awesome, the changes are published. So let's go back to the template. Let's refresh it again. And now let's try to edit again. And what you'll see if we use the template right now is that we'll create a folder, and that folder will consist of all these boards. And in the folder, you will see another folder. So let's see, there you go. We have the client board template, board 1, the document, the folder, and the board. So this is a great way if you have multiple boards for one project, for example, to actually put them all in one template. So keep that in mind. One of the limits that you need to take into account is with regards to, the components that you can add and the items you can have on a template. So very important to know, on both the standard and pro plan, you can add up to 500 items in one board. So keep that in mind. On the enterprise plan, it's 2,500 items. So if you have a lot of tasks in your template, keep in mind that you might run into a limit there. And with items, I also mean sub items. So, you might run into a limit a little bit sooner. So play around with it and don't just assume that you can add unlimited items. That's the most important thing. The second thing is with regards to the amount of components. So each of these things here is considered a component. And in the standard plan, you can only add one component, whereas on the pro plan it's 10 and on the enterprise plan it's 30. So also keep that in mind when creating your templates. Now I have one more tip for you. If you, for example, have a great workspace and you'd like to save that whole workspace as a template, it's actually possible. So let's say we have this workspace called examples. If we want all of these boards to be in one template, we can do so. If you click here on the 3 dots, you can actually click save as template. And then same things, like do you want to move the origin? Yes, standard template. And as you can see, I'll go for workspace template. If I now click create template, it might take a little longer because usually you have more boards in a workspace, but now you can turn your whole workspace into a template. So let's see how that works. There you go, the template has been generated. So let's use it. And what you'll see is it works very similarly to what we had in other boards. So just consider saving a workspace as just having a lot of components in one go. So there you go. We have our workspace template and all of the boards that were in there are now also in here. Another tip I'd like to share with you is how to create templates through an automation. So let's say we have this client's overview board, and every time an item is set to done, we actually want to create a template. That's actually possible. So if you click on automate on the top right, and then you click on start from scratch or create from scratch, you can say when a status changes to done, for example, then create board from template. So if you click there, you can click on board and now you'll see a few things. So either you start from scratch or you use an existing template. As you can see, there's a lot of templates. So make sure that you just select the one that you want to add. You can type by searching for it. In my case, it's just called client board template. Then you can customize the name. So you can automatically give it a good name. For example, let's say the name of the item. So we click on this plus icon. Item name dash client board, for example. So if the item name would be called Patrick's Company, it would say Patrick's Company dash client board. Then do we want to have a main, a private or a shareable board? Keep in mind that you can automatically create it, as a normal board that everyone can see, a private board that no one can see. And if you're on enterprise, you can automatically create a shareable board to share with guests, for example. Now you can also go to the advanced settings by clicking here, and there you can add the board to a specific workspace and folder. In my case, for example, I'm in the examples workspace and I don't have any folders, but if I had folders, I would be able to select them here and create it automatically in that folder. Another thing is you can automatically always create the right board owners. So if you always want, for example, John to be a board owner, you can do it like this. And if you always want someone else to always be, for example, a board subscriber, so not an owner, but a member, then you can do it like that. You click done, create automation, and then within a few seconds, it will be saved. There you go. If we now add a Patrick's Company and were to change it to done, what you'll see is within a few seconds, it will show up here. There you go. All of the information starts showing up. Sometimes it takes a few seconds to load. If you don't see it, you can also always refresh. You'll be able to see all the changes. And that's actually how you create those templates. Okay, now we're going into a more advanced topic called connect boards and mirroring. This is actually something that a lot of people have a lot of issues with. So I'm going to try to explain it as easy as possible with a simple example. And hopefully this will actually explain to you how it works and how you can use it as well. So let's dive into Monday.com. I've created 2 boards. One is a client's board and one an invoices board. The invoices board, oh, it says all clients, all invoices. The invoices board has 5 invoices and an amount for each invoice. The clients board just has client A, B, and C. And what I would like to do is I would like to understand which invoice is related to what client. And I also want to know what the total amount is for each client of all the invoices that we have. So let's say we have client A and invoice 1 and 2 are connected to that client. I want to see that the total was $3,500 for that client. And actually, when we have an invoice here, I want to click on a client so I can connect it with the client. So how do we do this? The first thing we do is we add a column and we use the connect boards column, which is this one. When you click there, you can connect it by selecting a board. There you can connect a specific board to this invoice board. Now, I have not made it very easy because I have 2 boards that are called clients, but as you can see, one is in the workspace that we have and one is specifically in the operations folder. So I know that this board is this one. What I'm going to do is just click on it to connect it. You can also connect multiple boards. Then there's this option, and this is actually very important to understand what it does. Create a two-way connection. If you click here and you turn it on, what it will do is this board will connect to this board, but it's also the other way around. So we're now creating a column on the invoices board, but when you do a two-way connection, it will also create a column on the clients board. If you don't do a two-way connection, there won't be a column on the clients board, which means that if you turn it on, you can see what invoices are connected to what client from the invoices board, and you can see it from the clients board. You can also see it. However, if it's a one-way connection, you can see on the invoices board what clients are connected, but on the clients board, you cannot see what invoices are connected. Well, I can imagine this is quite confusing. So let's just show this example, and then hopefully it already becomes a bit more start making more sense. So in our case, we're going for the two-way connection, connect boards. And let's say I'll do it later for now. And what you'll see on this board, we have a clients column. And if we click on it, it's like a drop down. However, the items that you see come directly from the clients board. So client A, B, and C are from the clients board. We can confirm that by going here and see those clients. At the same time, we see that because we have a two-way connection, here it creates the invoices column. So we could call this invoices. If we click here, we can see all the invoices we have just created. So that's how this works. Now let's go back to the invoices board and connect each invoice to a client. So if we click here, we can connect it to client A. And if we now, as you can see, invoice 1 is connected to client A. If we go to clients, we see that client A is connected to invoice 1. So that works very well. We can do the same with invoice 2. Let's say it's also connected to client A. Invoice 3 is connected to client B. And invoice, this one's also connected to client B, for example. If we now go back, you'll see that multiple invoices are connected to each, right? So that's good to know. Now, one thing you might be wondering is like, okay, Patrick, this is great, but you can connect multiple clients to the same invoice, and I don't want that. In that case, you can just go to the column settings. So settings, customize connect boards, and turn off this thing. Allow linking to multiple items. If you turn that off, which is by default turned on, you can see that you cannot connect it to multiple items anymore, and you've actually solved that problem. One thing we haven't done though is see what the total amount is for each client. So right now, like this looks nice, but if we look at it like this, like we see that a couple of invoices are connected, but we actually want to know what the total amount is. And that's where mirror columns come in. If we add another column and we use a mirror column, then you can first connect it to a specific connect boards column. It's especially important if you have multiple connect boards columns and you need to connect it to a specific one. In our case, there's only one because it's the invoices column. If we click there, we can then, as you can see, they both have a green line below it because they are connected. If we click there, we can select any column and also other stuff from the invoices board. In our case, we want to connect the amount column. So if we click amount here, all of a sudden you see the total amount of the invoices in this column. So we could call this total amount. However, if you go to the settings, you can also go for the average amount, minimum amount, or the maximum amount, or the amount of invoices in general. So you could do this with multiple. You could say this is the total amount, and then we're going to create another one. And we want to see, for example, let's do amount again, count. And then we say total number of invoices. So as you can see, there the total amount for client A is $3,500, and we have 2 invoices. If we now connect invoice 5 also to client A, then you'll see that the total amount has just changed and the total number of invoices has changed as well. So this is actually a great way to connect boards and to show data from one place to another. There are some limits that you need to keep in mind here, because each connect boards column can only be connected to 20 boards. So something I see quite often is that people try to create a project's overview board and then have a board for each project. So the moment you get to 20 boards, 20 projects, and you connect them all back to your overview board, then on the 21st board, you'll run into a limit on the Pro plan, because the Pro plan allows you to connect 20 boards to one board. Then there's 2 options. One is to upgrade to the Enterprise plan, which at the moment of recording has a limit of 60 connected boards. It says 50 on the pricing website, but if you ask money support, they will upgrade it to 60. But that's the limit right now. I know they're working on things, but it's important to double check what the current limit is once you start building this, so you don't run into limits. But even 60 is not that many. Like if you have more than 60 projects, you're already run into that limit. So keep that in mind when building systems. I have a lot of suggestions on how to work around those limits with Monday. As you can probably imagine, I've run into that limit a lot of times, so I had to figure out how to work around it. There are definitely workarounds. I've mentioned a lot of them in the workbook. And if you run into those issues, it actually becomes quite interesting to chat with a Monday expert like myself to figure out how to build it for your business. Because at this point, you'll start working with connected boards, mirror columns, things can get messy. Some things don't work well with dashboards, others do work well with dashboards. It can become tricky, so keep that in mind. And you can always reach out to me, of course, through the link in the description, or to leave a comment, of course. So this is important to know about connect boards, and this is how you connect boards to each other. However, you can also connect one board to multiple boards. So if you, for example, had another board, you could just click here and go to the settings and add more boards. So you can connect more boards to one place. So let's say this invoices board would be connected to a client's board and a supplier's board, then you would be able to do that as well. Let's just do that. So let's just, let me just duplicate the client's board real quick. So as you can see, we now have a supplier's board. If we go to invoices and we click here, we can go to settings, customize connect boards, connect more boards. And as you can see, the supplier's board is already connected. It's because I actually duplicated the supplier's board, so that's why that happened. So let me just redo that again. This is actually an interesting situation because I just duplicated the client's board, the duplicated board was already connected to the invoices board. However, I removed that column, but they are still connected. And this is also one of the reasons why the connect boards column stuff can be so confusing. So that's why I just created a new suppliers board, which is just fresh, to show you how it actually works. So if we go to the invoices board and you click here, you can go to settings, customize connect boards. As you can see, the suppliers board already duplicated, can be disconnected like this. But I can also connect more boards. So let's go for suppliers new and connect the boards. What happens now is on the suppliers new board, we'll see a new board to the a new column that's connected to the invoices board. If we now go to the invoices and we would add another invoice, let's say number 6 for $500, we can click here and we can select we can choose to connect it to the client's board or to the supplier's board. And now it works like that. So as you can see, supplier A is now connected to this invoice. And by doing this, one invoices board is connected to both the client's board and the supplier's board. And that's how you can do that. So there's like connect boards columns can be very, very confusing. That's why usually it's hard to learn this. But to actually learn it the right way, I'd recommend to just play around with it And be very intentional on whether or not you want to use a two-way or a one-way integration. Because let me show you what happens if we do a one-way integration. So I just created two boards, board A and board B. Let's connect them to each other. So board A, I add a connect boards column, and we're going to connect it to board B. But we're not going to turn on two-way connection. If we click connect, from board A, we can connect it to stuff in board B. But if we go to board B, there's no indication of a connection with board A. And then you might be wondering, well, Patrick, why on earth would you go for a one-way integration? Because isn't it always helpful to have a two-way integration? Well, the answer is actually no, because there are limits to how many items can be connected to one item. So let's say we would connect 1,000 tasks to one item, right? So item 1 would be connected to, well, this might be a bit confusing. Let me call this task A. Let's say we want to connect item 1 to task A, and item 2 to task A, and item 3 to task A. At some point, we have, let's say, 500 items connected to task A. This is possible as long as it's not a two-way integration. Because if it would have been a two-way integration, and we would see the connect boards column here, then task A would be connected to more than 200 items. But that's a limit of Monday. You cannot connect so many items to one item. So, and I'm not exactly sure on the number. I think it's somewhere between 200 and 250. So you can connect like 200 to 250 items to one specific item. But as long as it's not a two-way integration, it won't have that limit. So I know this is confusing stuff. The best way to figure this out is by running into the problem. But I want to make sure that you don't run into the problem, or at least that you're aware that there is a limit here. So even if you don't completely understand it, you do know that, hey, if we start using connect boards columns, we need to be intentional on whether or not we use two-way or one-way integrations. And same thing here, it's quite an advanced topic. So if you need some help, you can always leave a comment and ask your question, and I'll try my best to help you out. I think that's all you need to know for now with regards to connect boards columns and mirror columns. Keep in mind that mirror columns can also be used in dashboards. Same thing with connect boards columns. However, sometimes there are some limitations. So if you decide to use connect boards columns and mirror columns in your Monday account, make sure that if you have the ambition to create dashboards, that you double check beforehand if it's possible to visualize the data that you want to visualize. Because some columns are not really supported in dashboards. And it also becomes tricky when you build an integration of an integration of an integration. So what I mean by that is if board A would be connected to board B and board B would be connected to board C, then technically you can mirror a column from A to B and from B to C. But there is a limit to the amount of levels of depth that you can go into when you do the mirror columns. I think it's 3 levels. So if you have a board A and you want to show information from board A on board C through board B, it might be possible. But then showing stuff from A through B and C on board D, then you might run into a limit. Maybe I can show it real quick. So let me show you. We're going to connect board A to B, B to C, and C to D. So let's start with board A. We have a connect boards column. We connect it to board B as a two-way connection. Then we're going to connect board B to board C. So we're going to get connect boards column, and we're going to use a two-way connection. And board C, we connect it to board D. So board D, two-way connection. Now, what we can do, we're going to connect the item from board A to the item on board B. The item from board B to the item on board C. The item from board C to the item on board D. Right? And now you could actually use a lot of mirror data. So board B could show a mirror column of board A. I know this might get confusing, so I'll show you in a second what I mean. Let's say we add a numbers column here. Numbers, number. And that numbers column is 1,000. Not sure 1,000 what, but we'll figure it out. So we're going to connect it here. And as you can see here, we have that numbers column again, right? With 1,000, which comes from board A. Okay. If we now go to board C, and we're going to add a mirror column there as well, we can connect the mirror column to board B, and we're going for the numbers column that was mirrored. So now the 1,000 number comes from here, but is shown here, through here. And now on board D, we're going to try the same thing. And this is where we're probably running into the limitation. See? I cannot select it anymore because you cannot, if a column is here, you cannot do it 1, 2, 3 layers deep of mirroring. You can only do it 2 layers deep of mirroring. Now it might be like, Patrick, why on earth would I ever run into this limit? Well, I have run into this limit multiple times. Think about the situation where you have, let's say you work for schools. And schools have a school group as this level. Below that school group, you have a school region. Below that school region, you have a school. And below that school, you have classes. So then if you want to show information from the school group on the school or on the class level, for example, who is the director of the school group, if you want to show it on the class level, then you run into limits. Now, this might be an extreme example that you won't run into quickly, but it's important to understand that the limit is there. So if you ever come up with the idea to build setup like this, that you know that you need to be cautious because there can be limits that you run into, and you just want to make sure that you avoid that at all costs. Otherwise, it can be very annoying to work with Monday and figure out that you have a limit after you've spent a lot of time building your system. So I think this is all you need to know for Connect Boards columns right now. I know it can be confusing. It's one of the most confusing topics of Monday.com, and even one of the better, like even good consultants can still have issues understanding it. So I won't blame you if you don't understand it immediately, but at some point it will really click, especially when you start playing around with it in an environment like I'm doing right now. So I would highly recommend it if you want to understand Connect Boards columns and mirror columns. Let's go to the next topic. Okay, now that you've had the Connect Boards columns section of this video, which is arguably one of the toughest sections of the whole video, we're going to do something a little easier, just to make it a bit easier and also still very effective. We're going to look at this specific section of the board because this is actually super powerful and most people don't even use it. So the first thing is the search bar. I'm not going to explain too much about it because it's super simple. You just click and you search through things. One thing good to know is this search options feature. If you have a lot of columns on your board, a lot of columns here will automatically be turned off, which means that your search feature won't search through those columns. So make sure that only the columns that you actually want to search through are turned on, because especially if you have a lot of data, the lower amount of columns it needs to search through, the faster it can search and find your result, which will improve user performance and just user experience in general. Also, if you have too many columns and you want to search on a column, but it's not turned on, it simply won't show up. So keep that in mind. You have the same for items and sub-items, so also keep that in mind, please. Second thing is person, also pretty straightforward. You can just filter on a specific person. Not that interesting. However, and now it becomes interesting in my opinion, the filter has two options. One is the quick filters, all the stuff that you see here, of which this one is in particular interesting, the responsible me filter. This means that if you would filter on me, it would filter on the person that's looking at the screen. So if I'm looking at the screen, I would see the tasks I'm responsible for. However, if you are looking at the screen, you would see the tasks you are responsible for, or in my case, clients. So that's actually something that's very nice. You can use this, and then when you click on it, you can click Save as New View, which allows you to save a filter. So if I click Save as New View, you'll see that a new view shows up. It's called Table. And I could call this My Clients in this case, because it's a clients board. So all the clients that are connected to me will show up in this filter. You can turn it off by going to the main table and can turn it on automatically. And if you would look at it, you would only see the clients connected to you. So that's quite helpful. Let's give you another example, because there's this option, which is the thing I use all the time, the advanced filters. If you click there, you can actually generate filters yourself. And you have a lot more options. So you could do stuff like person is John, but status is not pending, for example. And you can make it as crazy as you want. You could do, also is empty. You can filter on specific text. There's so many things you can do here. You could even go for this and this, or this or this. You could have new groups. So let's say responsible is this, and let's say status is pending, but it's also, products is B. Like, you can go so in depth with what you want to filter on. It's actually pretty cool. So I highly recommend that you play around with this and learn how to use these filters, because it's super powerful to filter through your data. And all of your settings can be saved to your view. If you save it to a view and you open that view and you click on your filter again, and you adjust it, so let's say we don't go for is but is not, then you can click save to this view to save it to the exact same view. However, if you want to create a new view, you either should create the filter in the main table, or if you want to build upon this filter, you can always duplicate the view to have the same filter settings there. So keep that in mind. But I highly recommend playing around with the filters. I haven't used the filter with AI too often, so I'm not sure how well that works right now. I think it's always good to understand how the filters work, but feel free to play around with it. Maybe it works well. I cannot really tell based on experience, to be completely honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if it works well, but I think it's good to understand how to adjust it if it's necessary. So keep that in mind. Cool. Another thing, sorting. Sorting is pretty straightforward based on what should it sort. So for example, it could show all the, in my case, we have a contract signed date column. Let's just add a couple here. So let's add a couple of dates in November. And if we sort based on the contract signed date and ascending, you see it starts as the first and it ends later on. If we do it descending, it turns in the other way around. And same thing here, you can save these filters or these settings to a view, both to an existing view and to new views. Interesting stuff. Then you have hide, which I think is also a very powerful one, especially if you want to hide information in certain views. So let's say you have a projects board and marketing related columns are only relevant to the marketing related people, then you can create a marketing view with only marketing related columns. And for all the other people, you would just turn off these columns. It's also very helpful when you start building automations that require columns, but you want to make sure that they run in the background and nobody sees them. So that's actually a super interesting thing to try. So what I can do, for example, is turn off all the columns, and as you can see, they won't show up here anymore in my view. But if I go back to the main table, they are still there. So this can be very helpful when building automations. Then we have arguably one of my favorite features, the group by feature. In the past, you always had to create groups like this yourself. However, you can group by a column. So what I very often do is group by status columns. And as you can see, based on the status labels, it will automatically create groups for those items. And if I change something, for example, I change this to inactive, it would automatically go to the right group, right? And I can save this as well. I can save this to a view as well. However, these are not actual groups that are created. So I cannot create, for example, or cannot edit the name. But if I would edit the label to pending with, let's say 3 exclamation marks, it would show up here. And you can group by a lot of different things. You could group by dates. You can group by responsible people if you limit it to one person. You can group by a lot of different things. And yeah, there's a lot of options here as well. So I would recommend grouping by a lot. Like, I do it all the time. It's, in my opinion, usually way better than trying to create groups yourself and creating automations that if the status changes to inactive, move it to the inactive group. Those kind of things are just very annoying. And by doing it this way, it's not only way faster, but it's also foolproof. So I recommend that. And you can visualize data in any way that you want without really messing up the underlying data structure. So I think that's interesting. Then we have these 3 dots with a couple more things. We have pin columns, especially helpful when you have a lot of columns. If you scroll to the right, as you can see, the columns will be gone, but maybe responsible is so important that if you want to scroll to the right, you want to keep it there. Well, that's pinning columns. Pretty straightforward, I guess. Can also save that to views, by the way. Then we have item height. I like single height, but some people prefer double height or triple height. As you can see, the things just increase in vertical size. So yeah, you can play around with this, see what you prefer. I prefer single. In some cases, I prefer triple, but yeah, it really depends. I would only really suggest triple if you have, for example, big notes columns where you want to see everything all the time. Then it makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, usually I prefer single, but maybe you prefer something else. It's more a preference thing. And then the final thing here is the default item values. If you click there, these are literally the default values of every new item that you create. So if you want to make sure that when you create an item, the status is always pending, for example, then you can save it here. And if I would create a new item now, well, let's just go here and create a new item now. Let's call it test 1, 2, 3. What you'll see is we'll automatically, within a couple of seconds, set it as pending. So this is actually an interesting thing you can try yourself. Maybe sometimes, or maybe in all the cases when something happens, when a new item is created, it should set a value to something, such as all new tasks should have to do as the status, or all new support tickets should have to be confirmed or new or whatever as the first value. Then you can do that like this. Actually a very powerful thing that I highly recommend that you also play around with. Those are the most important things that you need to know about this whole toolbar. I think it's essential that you understand this part, because it's not only just a couple of cool tips and tricks, it's also actually very important to understand, because if you understand this, you understand more of what you can see on a board. And honestly, now you understand almost everything. Like you understand the board views, integrations, automations, updates, invites, like you're pretty far. The only thing I haven't talked about though is this little button. Look at the board views right now. And if I click, it shows it a little differently in like a drop-down view. Some people prefer it this way. Other people prefer it this way. Use whichever one you like. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, just ideally make it as easy as possible for yourself by keeping it the same in all boards. Just makes it easier to learn the system and to understand it. So this is what you would need to know. And now we can go to the next section. All right, next up we have item views. Item views are actually super powerful, and I'm going to show you what it means, because it's something that most people don't even know about, but it's actually quite a powerful feature of Monday. Let me show you. So as you've learned, if you click on this icon, it opens the update section, right? The one thing you might have noticed is that we have something similar to the board view, but we have it here. And these are item views. By default, you have an updates view, a files view, and an activity log view. But you can also create your own views. So let's go through them real quick. Updates view is just a view we already talked about earlier in the video. Files view is basically just a section of all the files related to that specific item. Activity log is just all the changes that have happened to an item, and you can see who has done what and when. Quite helpful if you want to look at what's been going on an item. But if you click plus icon, there's a lot of different things you can do. And I want to dive into this to show you what each of these are and how you can use them. So let's just start at the top, item card. When you create an item card, it looks something like this. First of all, you see some sort of like a whiteboard. This is kind of like a whiteboard. You can do whatever you want, and you can put your own widgets in there, just like on a dashboard. And by default, it just shows columns. And you can reorder them like this. You can make them bigger, smaller, give it a different name, whatever you want. And you might be wondering, why could this be relevant? Well, let's say you run a business that sells houses, and you have a lot of different columns. Some columns are related to the house, and some columns are related to the client. In that case, it makes a lot of sense to have two sections. Instead of looking through all of the columns horizontally, it might make sense to look at them like this. So you could say these are all my house related columns, and we could duplicate it and make these all customer related columns, right? If you then go to the settings of this widget, you can turn on and off each of the columns. So maybe only these columns are house related, let's say these two. Whereas, and we can even make it smaller, whereas these, maybe those two are not people related, but they would be customer related, or not house related, but customer related. And by doing this, you can make it very easy to basically show a lot of horizontal columns in a very nice way. So it makes it easier to view data. And this is especially helpful if you have a lot of columns. So I would highly recommend that you play around with this when you have too many columns. You want to make everything easy to see. Cool. Next up, the item description. If you click here, you'll see something like this. It's pretty straightforward. It's like a notepad for items. It's like a doc within an item view. It's similar to a Monday doc. It's probably even the same. It is actually the exact same thing. You can just type stuff. It's pretty simple. You can also have both, by the way. So if you just make this one, for example, a bit smaller and you click add widget, you can also add more widgets from here, such as the item card, which I'll show you in a second. So next up, we have the table. Table is not very interesting in my opinion, to be completely honest. So I wouldn't really go too much in depth on that one. We have a chart, which is just like a mini dashboard. A Gantt chart, also same thing. It's like a dashboard. And I'll tackle Gantt charts later in the video. File gallery is what we have here. Already discussed that. Customizable view is actually just a blank canvas. So you can put whatever you want on there, which is quite helpful. So information would be the item card. Files gallery, already talked about it. Text column, it's not super relevant, but yeah, this would show all your text columns. I like the connected boards one. Let me show you an example of that in a different one. So I think I have my invoices board here. Yes, as you can see here, I have my invoices and they are connected to a client. Well, actually, let's go to the client board. It's actually a better example. So in this case, we have a client and two invoices, or three actually, are connected to one client. If you click here, we would add a customizable view, and then we would use the connect boards one here. Then we can visualize all the invoices very easily. So this could be called invoices. And now when you click on a client, it's way easier to see a table of the invoices here. And that's actually something that I use quite often. So I'd recommend playing around with that. If you have multiple connect boards columns, you can always determine which one you want through the settings. So here I have only one, so I can see only one. But you can do, you can connect one or the one that you want. And you can also turn on and off certain columns that are relevant. So maybe clients is not relevant in this case, so I would turn it off. There's a couple more things you can play around with, but these are the most important things. Another thing I recommend is if you click here, you can dock this widget. As you've probably noticed, we have like a gray area around the table. If we dock the widget, it becomes full screen. Now we cannot add more widgets to this screen anymore. But if you only need, for example, this specific widget, then it's actually nicer to see it in a full view. In that case, you could also rename it here. So you could say, for example, these are the invoices one. And by doing this, yeah, your whole system starts to make a little bit more sense. And you can create way more different layers in your system. Let's add the customizable view one more time. You can do the same thing with sub items. Let's see if I have a good example with sub items. I don't think I have. Maybe here. Let me make one real quick. There you go. I actually have sub items here. So client B has 3 people. What I can do is I can create a customizable view like this one, add widget, and do it sub items. It's basically the same thing as what I just showed you for the invoices with the connect boards column, but then for sub items. So yeah, pretty straightforward. Same thing here. You can hide some columns, you can show columns, you can create sub items from here. It's an interesting way to visualize data in a different way. And final thing I want to show you here with regards to the customizable view. Well, you can show item updates here. I don't think it's super relevant because you already have it here, but that's good to know. But you can also click on more widgets and you can just scroll through here and find all types of cool widgets that you can use. A lot of these are dashboard widgets or widgets you would see in a dashboard, but yeah, there are also apps that will allow you to use widgets in here. So that's something we'll tackle in the app section of this course. But keep in mind, you can do a lot of stuff in here. So that's very nice. Final thing, if you create your own view, let's say this is the main view that everyone needs to see, you can also pin that by clicking here and setting it as the board default. In that case, everyone that opens this item or this update section will always go to this section of the item view by default. So keep that in mind when you start using this. These are the most important things you need to know about item views, and I think you're ready for the next section of Monday.com. Okay, the next topic in Monday.com that's helpful to know is something called teams. As you know, you can have users in Monday, but you can also have a team. And a team is literally a group of users. And teams are actually quite interesting when you start doing things with permissions, with notifications and stuff like that. Let me show you. So first things first, if you click on the top right of your screen and you go to Teams, that's the place where you would create your team. So let's click there and show you what that would mean. As you can see on the left side, I have already created a couple of example teams. So an applications engineers team, a construction managers team, or my test team. And here I can click to create a new team. If you click there, you can give it a name such as test team, and you add people to that team. So let's just add a couple of people. You can also create a profile picture in case you want to really take it to the next level, but I won't do that in this example. If you click create, it creates a team, and boom, there it is. Well, teams can do a lot of different things. It can have sub-teams and a lot of different things that are not super relevant. The most important thing to know is that a team is just a group of people. And teams can actually be quite helpful because when you're in a board, you might have certain things where a whole team of people is responsible. For example, let's say you're working on a website. Then you might want to create a website team, and that team would be responsible for the whole task. So that's, for example, something you can do. So when you click on person, you can actually also assign teams. Usually it takes a couple of minutes till your new team is there. Oh, my test team is already there. So if I click test team, now my whole team of people, as you can see with all the team members, are connected to this team, to this task. Well, this is especially helpful if you want to, for example, notify a whole team when something is changing or when something is done. So if we go to automate and we create an automation from scratch, let's say when a status changes to stuck, then notify. And here we can also use for someone, we can use a whole team. So we could say notify the test team. And this is actually helpful because maybe everything in this board is related to the marketing team. And then the whole team needs to get a message if someone is stuck in some sort of task. So this is actually a great way to use teams. Teams can mostly be used for assigning and for notifications. There's a couple more things that you can use teams for, but honestly, I think these are the two most important things to know about teams. There's not a lot more to it, but this is especially by far the most helpful thing. There are some things related to work schedules that you can do with teams, but you'll find more about that in the workload section of this course. This is the most important basics to understand. Great, next up we have the formula column. This is arguably one of the most confusing columns of Monday.com, and next to the connect boards columns, which is probably even more confusing. But the formula column can be quite confusing, especially if you have no clue how to create formulas. However, it's actually one of the most powerful columns in the whole system, because formula columns can be used in many different things, including dashboards. So that's why I really like it. When you create a formula column, which you can just do by clicking on add a new column and you go for a formula, it looks something like this. When you click on it, it actually allows you to use either an AI assistant or to just create the whole formula yourself. Well, creating formulas can be quite tricky, so it's actually nice to use this AI assistant. However, the AI assistant is not always 100% accurate. Of course, this will improve over time, but keep it in mind. But I would really recommend playing with AI assistant when you create your formulas. However, if you want to do stuff yourself, if you click on resources, you'll find two main things. Let's start with the columns and labels, because this is where you can refer to data in your board. So you can refer to, for example, the group name, to the person column, a status column, and all the other columns on this board. So you can also click on it and you'll find more information. But this is basically, if you would click on it, let's say we want to have the person and want to see the count, so how many people are connected in the person column, then you can do it like that. Or maybe you only want to show their emails. Well, stuff like that is actually quite helpful, and you can only have that by opening the drop down. However, if you just want to refer to a date, you just click on date, and as you can see, it shows up here. And then you can do stuff with it. So let's just use a simple example. I'll add a numbers column and I'll call it quantity. and I'll create another one. I'll call it price. So let's say the quantity of something is 10 and the price is 5, and I'll just make this $5 US. Then we want to see, for example, the total amount. What you would do is this times this would be 50. So what we can do is we can go to resources, columns and labels, and we see quantity and price. So we do quantity times price and then set the formula, and it will automatically calculate the number for you. Now, what you can do is click at the bottom of a formula column, because then you can add stuff in front of it, such as the $sign or other stuff that you would like to do. This makes it a bit nicer to read. So keep that in mind. Yeah, you can make this as crazy as you want. So if you go back to resources, this is actually a good moment to show the functions and constants. Here you can do a lot of different things, formatting information, extracting days, years, months, doing date plus X amount of days, for example. So let's say your birthday plus 10 days, or maybe minus 10 days is when I should get a notification to find a present for you. That's something we can do. There's a lot of like mathematical related stuff, such as pi, that you can use. You can also use if statements. So if, for example, the quantity is lower than 10, return the price of $6 per unit. And if the price quantity is lower than or higher than 10, only have $5 per unit, for example. That's an interesting one. The switch one is also important or interesting. Yeah, you can read more about what it exactly means, but basically this is one interesting one where you could say when, let's say switch could be when the status is working on it, assign value 10. If the status is stuck, assign value 5. This is especially helpful in, for example, sales. So let's say you have a likelihood of closing a deal. If you know the status, let's say the stage is new lead, then the likelihood might be 5%. However, if you've scheduled your first call, it might be 10%. If you've sent an offer, it might be 50%. And you can use the switch model to do that stuff. Then we have text concatenation, which is basically adding information to each other. So in this example, you would basically merge first name plus a space and the last name. So you get first name, space, last name. Interesting stuff like that. There's a lot more you can do, as you can see here. Stuff I often use is rounding up and rounding down, because, for example, if you have quantity and price, let's say the price would be 5.00, something like this, then you get a number like this. You might want to round this to like a number with only 2 decimals or 1 decimal. Well, then the rounding becomes interesting. There's a lot more to it. Let's see which one I would recommend to look into. I'd say these are the most important ones. Just use some mathematics to figure out what you'd like to do with your formulas. Interesting stuff, as I just mentioned, formulas can be used in dashboards. So let's just create a dashboard real quick. And then we can, for example, let's use the y-axis. We can use the amount. So as you can see, the amount that we see here comes from a formula column. And that's what makes it so powerful, because yeah, you could literally use formulas and put them in dashboards. Very powerful thing. However, keep in mind that formulas are currently not supported in automations. So you cannot do something like, I don't know, you cannot really use this automation center, these automations with the formula column. I know that it is possible if you start using the workflow section of Monday. They have added support for formula columns. So if you want to use formula columns in automations, you would need to go to the workflow builder of monday.com. Another example would be to use apps. There's a lot of apps that help to use formula columns in your automations. So keep that in mind. Another thing I'd like to share is that if you have formula columns on the sub-item level, you can also roll up the value. So let's just use a quick example for you. Let's have a formula column again. And we're going to, let me just copy a couple of columns, or let's do it like this. Got it. Just creating a quick example for you. Let's say we have a quantity 10 and price 10, let's say 50. The total amount, we would just create that formula real quick. So we can do quantity times price. And we'd have that value here, right? If you click here, you can actually show the summary on your parent item. So it will show up like this, the sub item total. If I create another one, and you can see 500 and 500 they match. But if I now do another like 10 and 75, you see that the total amount of the formula will actually show up here. So it's actually a very powerful thing that you can also start leveraging in your Monday.com builds. Overall, I'd say formulas are pretty complex to create. You can create very, very complex formulas and you can do a lot with it. I'd recommend using AI to create the formulas. You can also put information in ChatGPT to generate formulas for you. Sometimes it's better than the AI assistant of Monday, but in other situations, this AI assistant is better. So yeah, I would say play around with it. It can be tricky, but it's not that difficult, especially if you create a very simple automation. But you can go as far as you'd like. You can make it as crazy as you'd like. So I highly recommend that you play around with it. Final thing I'd like to say about it is that you can use formulas in your filters as well and in your conditional logic. So what you could do is use conditional coloring and say when the total amount, for example, let's go for sub item total amount is, let's say, greater than 600, then we make the row green. So in this case, because the formula amount is greater than 600, it's green. If I would turn this to 1, it would turn back to white. So this is how you can also leverage formulas in your builds to make things more complex and or more advanced, basically, not necessarily complex. I think that's all I'd like to say about formulas for now. They are powerful, but they can be tricky. Play around with it and you'll find out very quickly how powerful they are. All right, next up is the files column. This is actually, it seems like a simple column, but there's so much to it that I'd really like to point it out in this video specifically. Let's just first add the files column. And as you can see, it will show up here. If we click there, the first thing that's interesting to see is that you can not only upload information from your computer, you can also make a picture with your webcam, you can upload a document from Monday itself, but you can also connect it to external systems like Google Drive, Dropbox, and OneDrive SharePoint. Those are the most famous ones. Keep in mind that if you click, for example, Google Drive or SharePoint, it would link to that file. So the file would still be stored in your Google Drive or SharePoint account, but the link to that file would show up in Monday, but the file itself won't be in Monday. Unlike when you upload it through your computer, then the file will be stored with Monday. So keep that in mind when you start uploading information. So what I'd like to show you is when you upload from your computer. I've just created a couple of example screenshots, and when I upload it like this, you'll see it showing up here. The moment I click on it, it will become bigger, like you would expect. But a couple of interesting things here that are worth noticing. If I click here on comment, I can comment on a specific part of that picture. So it could be like, well, I don't like, let's say, I don't like the group name, and then tag, for example, a person. And this is especially helpful if you work with design or if you work with a team who does stuff with PDFs or whatever, where you want to show the information here and you want to give feedback within Monday and keep it all within Monday. So as you can see in the comment section, I have given a comment about this specific thing, and it's actually very helpful to collaborate about images and visual things. Another thing is, let's say my colleague John would have now updated it and he was like, okay, he doesn't like the name group title. Let's make a new version. Then Monday.com supports versioning, which is actually quite helpful. So if you click here, you can add another version with another file. So let's upload this file. Let's see if it's almost, I think it's almost the same file, but you get the point. Now we have two versions of the same thing. And you can see this is a previous version, that is a version 2. We can also go for more versions, of course. But the most interesting thing to note here is that you can keep track of the version history and you can see the difference between the versions. And this is actually quite unique because most other tools don't offer something like this, but it's quite a hidden feature. So I'd highly recommend that if you work with visual things, that you start giving feedback within Monday and start using the versioning system to easily compare the previous version and the current version, because it's actually very helpful for designs and for approving designs and for giving feedback on designs. So yeah, start using this more. It's quite helpful. Some other things are just a gallery, so you would see the list of all the files. some general information. And now with AI, you can actually extract information from a file. So let's say, well, in this case, you can extract certain specific things. This could be, for example, for an invoice, you can extract the total amount, or you can extract the customer name. There's a couple of cool things you can do with AI to extract information. So I recommend playing around with that as well if you think that's relevant for your use case. This is the most important thing to know about files. Another thing is that all your files will always show up in the item view. So by clicking to files, you see all the files with the version as well. And if you click here and you would have a file gallery, all the files from all the items would also show up here. So this is good to know. Hopefully this makes a bit more sense about the files column and you start using it more and leverage it to the extent that it's possible. All right, let's dive into dependencies and Gantt charts, because this is actually quite a powerful feature of Monday.com. It is also a confusing one, so I would want to give you like a quick warning, but when you master it, it's actually very powerful. So let's get started with the basics. So to set up dependencies and Gantt charts the right way, you either need a timeline or date column, because each task needs to have like a date or a timeline, which are just multiple dates. I personally have a duration column as well because I have a timeline. So as you can see, the amount of days in between this shows up here. So I can also change it, which would change my timeline. If you want that as well, you can go to your timeline and click on the 3 dots, settings, and then use a duration one. In my case, it says disconnect from duration. In your case, it says create duration column or something like that. So keep that in mind. I also have a priority column, not because it's necessary, but because I want to show what coloring looks like in your Gantt chart. So the first thing after that is to create a dependency column. So let's create one. And first thing it will show is this. And this is actually a very, very important thing to understand. And I think this visual shows it perfectly. So your dependency mode is important. Let's start with flexible. What you see is that if task 1 and task 2 are dependent on each other, so only task 2 can only start if task 1 is done, then in this flexible mode, no matter how many days are in between, as long as you can finish that task, it's fine. However, if you cannot finish that task anymore, it will push the second task to the next date. So as you can see, now maybe there might be 5 days in between and now only 1. That doesn't matter as long as it's done on time. Whereas with strict, it will respect the amount of time in between the tasks. So if you always want to have 3 days, for example, in between the tasks, it will respect that. So if task 1 would take longer, that for let's say 5 days longer, then by default task 2 will also start 5 days later. So that's the main difference between flexible and strict. I think this visual is perfect to illustrate what is going on. No action will just make them dependent on each other, but they can overlap. And yeah, I usually don't really use this, but if stuff is not really dependent, but you want to make it dependent in a view, this is what you can do as well. Honestly, I usually use flexible, but it really depends on the use case. And here you would select your column. In my case, it's a timeline, but you can also use a date column. Then we click save. And as you can see here on the right side, the dependencies column is created. In my example, I want item 2 to only be able to start when item 1 is done. So let's use an actual example. Let's say we're going to build a new website. So we start with an idea. Then we start with the design and then the development, for example. Well, we can only do the design if we have an idea. We can only do development if we have a design. So we click here for design and we make it dependent on the idea. As you can see here, you can also make it dependent on multiple things. And then the development will be dependent on design, right? So only if design is done, we can go to development. And what this will do is it will visualize it very well on a Gantt chart. And that's actually the easiest way to understand it, because the timeline will automatically change based on what you're going to do now, but it's easiest to visualize it. So what I recommend is that you click here to create a Gantt chart. So let's create one. And it looks something like this. Let's first make it a little bigger by clicking here and going to dock the widget. And as you can see, it's showing up a bit bigger. Let me just zoom out a little bit. As you can see here on the left hand side, we have an idea, design and development, and they're all dependent on each other with those arrows. Since we're in flexible mode, if I were to change this, let's say because we have a delay, as you can see, it won't change everything else. However, if this is delayed too far that it would overlap with the next task, the timeline of the task would jump, see? But if we go back, nothing happens. But if we go further, it will. You can also decide that it will take longer than expected. So you can just make those blocks bigger and smaller. And everything that we change here will automatically be changed here. So keep that in mind. So one thing I like to do in the Gantt chart is to go to the settings, because you can use something called color by. And I'm going to color by priority, but you can also color by status, for example. So it could be that, the color of these blocks is related to the status of the task. Whatever you prefer, you can do it in many different ways, so keep that in mind. This is like the basics of Gantt charts, but this is already a very powerful thing. Now from here, you can take it as far as you'd like. So what I'd recommend is that you click on settings and start playing around with everything that we have here. First thing is the timeline column, so you can select which columns should be connected to the Gantt chart. So if you have multiple date or timeline columns, you might want to turn some off or on. You can group them by something. So let's say you want to group everything by title. Let's say this would be our marketing team. Then you would see all the stuff related to that marketing team here, for example. And then another group would be something else. That's an option. You can also group by a board or by other stuff. It really depends on your situation and what you're trying to do. You can label it by something. I don't really use labels that often, but as you can see, the labels will show up here. Maybe the name of the task would be nice, so you can easily see what's going on. Well, color by is what we just discussed. Visual settings, here we have a lot of different things we can turn on and off. I would highly recommend keeping show dependencies on, otherwise you don't see these arrows. Group summaries is like the total amount here that you would see. Today indication, I quite like that, so you see like a line which indicates where we are today. Weekends, if you work on weekends, it could be helpful to show. If your company does nothing on weekends, you might as well turn it off because it's not relevant to see in your view, especially if you're on the week view, the day view. Like, why would you look at weekends if you don't work in the weekend, for example? Let's go back to months. Color legend just shows in the bottom what each color means. I think that speaks for itself. You can also edit the work days here. I won't go too much in depth on that now, but yeah, you can turn on and off weekends. You can make your work days a bit different in case you, for example, always work on Sundays and not on Fridays. Yeah, it really depends, of course, on your culture and where you're from in the world. Critical path. I won't really go into detail on what that means. If you'd like to know more, I'd recommend clicking learn more and understanding what that means. As you can see, it shows you a visual of the critical path, but as I said, that is quite an advanced thing, so I won't really cover that in this video. Fiscal year, I won't cover that either. Also, it's not really relevant for now. Baselines can be relevant for now. What you can do with baselines is that you have a project and you expect that what we have here, the idea, design, development, this is how long it's going to take. If you then create a snapshot and then 2 months later when we're working on it, you can easily compare the current status to that snapshot. So what did we plan? What did we initially think it would look like, the planning? And where are we at while we're in the project or when we finish the project? And this is a great way to compare, like, hey, what has gone wrong in the planning? Did things take longer than expected? Were they done earlier than expected? Where did we make a mistake in the planning? And this is great feedback to understand what's going on and why some things worked well or didn't work well. Groups is just a matter of, you can turn on and off data from a specific group. You can play around with that as well. Well, some other stuff, you can just export your Gantt chart to PDF and Excel if you'd like to. You can zoom in and out with those minus and plus icons. You can show it in quarterly stuff, yearly stuff. It really depends on how much you plan, of course, but this could be relevant. Auto fit will just automatically fit everything to your screen. What this button does, it goes back to today. And this would show your baseline if you had a baseline, so what we just discussed. You can use filters here as well. You can also save the filters to the view, so you can filter them, for example, and only show it in the Gantt view. So keep that in mind as well. And I think this is the most important stuff you need to know to understand the basics of Gantt charts. Like, I totally understand there's a lot more to it. You can do a lot more with it. However, I think to understand the basics, this is what you need to know. It doesn't have to be too complex, so keep that in mind. You can just start with the basics very quickly. And I think that's the whole goal of this course, to give you the first things that you need to know to be able to do like 90% with Monday. And then the other 5 or 10% are nice to haves or cool little things, but it won't be the major difference in your life. might sound a bit over dramatic, but you get the point. Anyways, let's go to the next topic in this course. Okay, the next thing I'd like you to learn is about workloads within Monday.com. I'm often asked, like, can we use workloads? Can we start tracking workloads? I'm not always a great fan of it, especially with smaller teams. And with small, I mean like sub 15 person teams, so between 0 and 15 employees, because tracking workload often takes more time than what you would actually get out of tracking the workload. And with a small team, it's very easy to just walk up to someone and ask like, hey, how's it going? What's your workload like from 1 to 10? Do you need some help? Whereas if you have like 100 employees, that's of course quite tough and starts making sense to measure more in data. Another thing that people often forget with workloads is that to actually track workloads very well, you need to estimate time. You need to estimate how much time each thing, each task, each project takes. But the only way to truly estimate time well is to also track time. Because if you don't track time, you cannot compare your estimations to what you've tracked, and then you run into an issue. Because if you always estimate something would take 10 hours because you're optimistic, but it takes 20 hours when you actually start working on it, then your workload might be very low according to your dashboard, but it might be very high according to your to how you feel on a day-to-day basis. So that's why I often ask questions when people ask me like, can you implement workloads for me in the system? So think through that very well. If you'd like to know how workloads work, I'll show you in a second. And after that, I'll show you how time tracking works, because that's also a topic on itself that's very important to understand. So let's dive into it. So we're now on Monday.com, and I'm going to show you how to add the workload dashboard to your Monday.com environment. So go to the blue plus icon on the left-hand side and click on Dashboard. There you give it a name. I'll call it Workload. And the first step is to connect the data to your workload dashboard. You have to think of this as you have a dashboard and there needs to be data that's being pulled into the dashboard. So where is your data? Do you have, for example, client boards with tasks or project boards with tasks? Well, choose all the boards where you would like to use as a source. So in my case, it's client 1, 2, and 3. One thing that you need to know, which is a limitation of Monday at this point, is that you can only connect 20 boards to one dashboard on the Pro account. If you're on Enterprise, you can connect 60 boards to one dashboard. However, Monday is working on a project called Monday DB or Monday Dashboard, and that will solve this problem. Then you will have the opportunity to add hundreds of boards to one dashboard, but that might take till the end of 2025 till it's completely wrapped up and works. It could be earlier, but they will work on it till the end of 2025. However, there are ways to work around this. I won't cover it in this video, but I will cover it in future videos. And if you have questions about that, please let me know and I can explain in the comments. So let's continue. I now connected these boards, so I'll click on Done. And I'm going to add my widget, which you can do here on the top left-hand side. Click on More Widgets and type Workload. Here you can add the widget. And this is the workload widget that you've probably seen earlier. And one thing that's good to know is that if you ever want to add more data to this workload widget, then you can just click on the connected boards and connect more boards by just clicking on Done, like I do here. So let's set up this board like you should. First of all, you need to be in edit mode, which you can see here. So make sure you're in edit mode. And then we go to the settings icon, which you can see here. If you click on it, we'll go through all the settings. The first setting is the time column, which will determine this bar. This is usually a date column, which shows the deadline of a task. So in my case, it's also the date column. It might be that you have different kinds of boards with different types of date columns. One might be called deadline, where the other one might be called date. And then the all at once board will maybe not work great, the all at once feature. Basically, all at once means that it will automatically look at the date columns and will just say, okay, this is probably the right column. But as you can see here, I already get a warning. So I can just click on one by one, and then I can select for each board which column I'd like to use. In my case, it's just the date column. Next up, the resource type, which is what you see on the left-hand side. Usually this is your person, so I will also choose a person column. But this could be anything. It could be teams, it could be a board, it could be a group. It really depends on what you want to see the workload on. But in my opinion, it's most effective to see it per person, but it really depends on your use case. However, I'm going to use a person for now. Same thing here. If it's different, if it's a different column per board, use the one by one feature and you'll find the right column. As you can see, I have one board that I connected, which doesn't have a person column. That's why it says none. And then I could connect it to the right thing. However, I don't have it here. I'll actually disconnect that board for now because I won't use it anyway in this tutorial. So yeah, let's go to the next one. Effort and capacity. And this is where it gets a bit tricky sometimes. So there are two options, count items and effort. Count items really means how many tasks does a person have on his name. But you know, it's a bit hard to say what the effort is for that thing. Like one task could take 2 hours, while the other one could take 10 hours. So how do you really know the workload if you're using count items? It's an option. I never use it, but you can use it. However, I recommend using effort. And with effort, you have to select a column that represents that effort. In my boards, I created an estimated hours column, which is a numbers column, to determine the effort. This could be different for you, of course. You can use formula columns, you could use number columns to determine the effort. And same here, you can choose one by one. Just make sure that if you're comparing one by one, that you're not comparing hours in one board and then story points in another board. Like it needs to be the same, otherwise you don't really know the actual workload. Next step is how do you want to divide the effort? So let's say you have one task where 2 people are assigned and it takes 10 hours, the estimate is 10 hours. Then you can say, okay, well, we split it, which means both get 5 hours of workload, or you sum it, which means both will get 10 hours of workload. I almost always keep it on the split. I would also recommend you to do it, but if you have a different use case, sum might be the way to go. Capacity, this is a great feature. So you have work schedule, which I'll come back to in a second, and custom. With custom, you can just give a weekly capacity. So let's say your team works 40 hours a week. So we'll just say 40. And then the weekly capacity is set to 40 hours. However, if you want to edit the capacity per person or per team, you can click here and you can remove this checkbox. And then for each of your employees, you can set a specific amount, such as 32 for Patrick and 24 for Sally and 40 for John. And then you can really change it based on how much someone works. So that's great. However, one of the things that's good to know is that there's also a work schedule feature, which you can see here. And the work schedule feature is one I really like. You can actually connect the workload board to the work schedule feature of Monday. And if you don't know of the work schedule feature, it allows you to set how much time someone works based on which team that person is in, and also when that person has free time. I'll show you how to set it up now by going here and then into administration. And then here you see the work schedule feature in the general tab. Just click there. And as you can see, there are some work schedules here. I've already tested it a bit. I have a default work schedule, but let's add a new one. And when you add a new one, you can determine from when to when does my team work. So you can just change it based on what works for you. Then you go into the next step and you can determine when they have time off. So you could say, well, I don't know, just an example, from the 5th till the 9th, we have, a test holiday. And then we add the time off. And then when the person is in this team, there will be no capacity in the workload in this person's schedule because there's time off. This is very powerful if you have a team from multiple countries with different public holidays. So you would just put every single country in a specific team. You would put a work schedule for it. So you would say, well, in the Netherlands, they have from this to this day, they have free time. And in the US, it's different. and will automatically work in your workload schedule. So what you would then do next after you've set up the work schedule is assign it to a team. In my case, I don't have teams in this example account, but if you have teams, you can assign it and then click on assign later or confirm the assignment. If you want to know how to add people to a team, click here, click teams, and then here you can add a new team, which you can then give a name and add members to it and then create it. And then you can use it in the work schedule. But it goes a bit too far for this video. So I'll go back to the workload widget. So let's click on settings. And then, well, we were at capacity, so that's done. Then you have some settings, which I'll show you in a second. By the way, I just saw that I didn't have those round thingies yet, which I didn't really understand why. And if you have the same thing, this is very good to check. So if you're going to click here on weeks and click on days, you'll actually see, you'll probably see something like this. And then you'll see on what day the items are scheduled. But my problem was it was scheduled on a weekend. And as you can see here, it will just show this, this warning sign saying there's an item scheduled on a non-working day. Same thing when you have it scheduled on a free time day, as you can see here. So it will actually show you when someone has free time. However, you can use this icon to drag and drop it to a date where the person is actually working, or to decrease workload, you can also, reschedule it on different days to actually make sure that the workload of someone matches his capacity. So let's get back to the settings. So you can present the workload as a number, which I don't use actually. I always use a percentage, which will show the percentage of the workload compared to how much workload this person can handle. So in this case, 63%, in this case, 113, and you might need to look out for this person because there's too much work on his or her plate, which will also be shown by these red circles rather than the blue circles. Well, then we have another feature which is called split team's effort between members. If you have a task that is assigned to a team, it's very similar to with the effort feature. You can decide, let's say you have 10 people on a team and a task takes 100 hours, then should every single person have 10 hours on his plate, or should it be 100 hours for that whole team? Well, I usually click on this checkbox, but if you, for example, have a resource type, which is always a team, then this makes a lot of sense to turn off, because then you want to see how much work is there on the plate of my team. Showing the color legend has something to do with this. So if I turn it off, you see it here, and you can actually change it by the color by feature, which will show, as you can see here in the bottom, you can see the different things, which will reflect these tasks under it. So you can say, okay, we want to see it based on board. So maybe, the pink type of color is always a specific client and blue is another client. I don't use this that often, but it could be useful. Then we have a fiscal year. I don't think many of you will use it, but if you have a fiscal year that starts in a different month, such as in July, then you'll see that the week actually changes. This you see it better on the monthly view, on the weekly view. So here you see week 3 is actually in July, whereas usually it's in January. So yeah, if you use it, it's great. If not, fine. Then we have the boards and groups, which are very similar. You can just turn off specific groups from loading in data into this workload view. So if you don't want to see the data for client 1, for example, you just turn it off like this. Same thing is true for groups. Maybe you don't want to show specific items in this view if they are in a specific group. And then last but not least is the customized column matching. It's kind of a summary from what we did here. However, it's a bit easier to see. So you can see, okay, the person, and these are all the connected board columns. I would recommend to keep this separate from items, which are the sub items, because if you have a workload on an item level and sub item level, you might want to use different columns for different types of assignments. So maybe the person column on an item level is called assignee, and on the sub item it's responsible. and then you can easily customize it and choose the right column. Or maybe you have multiple and want to use the right one. So that's all that you need to know about the settings of the workload feature. There's a few things that are important to know here. As I said, if you want to add more boards, just click here and add more boards. You can filter on people, but you can also filter on other things. Keep in mind that if you filter, you need to filter for, you need to put it into every single board. So if you put in a filter, for example, for everything that's stuck, they also need to do it for the second and the third. Otherwise it will not work. You can save those filters, but there's not a way, unfortunately, at this moment to add a filter into all boards at the same time. Then on this side, you can instantly go to today and you can show everything per day, week or month. Then there's another feature which allows you to export this board to Excel. Could be nice. And you can also do that here, but then to PDF. And then there's a few other things that I'd like to show you. Specifically this feature. Depending on when you watch this, you might not even see it anymore because the basic might be the default new engine. The default might be the new engine. However, if you see this, I would recommend clicking on it. You won't notice much, but the dashboard is just a bit faster. It's more real time. And yeah, it just works more smoothly. So I recommend that. Then there's also present mode. So if you're, for example, you have a screen in your office, you can show this to see the workload of your team. Could be nice. So everyone, cares for each other and sees, okay, maybe this person is overworked. I need to help him a bit or her. And the beauty is that you can then just easily drag and drop items to a specific other date. I really like that feature. You can even turn the board to private if you'd like to, keep the workload thing as something more for example, management. Could be. So that's how you would do it. You can also do that by right-clicking here and changing the type to private. And that's actually all that you need to know. One major mistake I often see is that people forget that they are in view or edit mode. So if you're in view mode and you cannot edit anything, that's why. Another big mistake I often see is that people try to load in a workload view in an overview board. So I'll give you this example. On this example, I have 3 clients as an overview board. And if I were to load in data from this board, I would actually only have the data for these 3, which is just literally client 1, 2, 3. Could be great if you think if there's a workload for a specific client, such as every client, let's say an account manager can handle 10 clients. So you just want to see how many clients are on each person's plate. Could be, but you cannot connect to this board to then get the tasks from all these boards. Like you really need to get the source of the data and not any overview boards. It's a good thing to understand. There's also one other limitation I'd like to show you is that the workload feature does not work with mirror columns, or specifically not with the person mirror column. So let's say you're into high level, low level boards, and this is your high level project board, and these are your low level boards that put in data into the project overview. That's great. And then you probably have like a mirror column here with the person to see who is assigned to this. However, you cannot see, you cannot use that mirror column into a workload dashboard, even though you might see it as an option in the settings. I don't know if this is a bug by Monday and if they will fix it anytime soon, or if this is just something that will stay like this for some time. However, keep in mind that it currently doesn't work. So if you really want to, if you have a dashboard, a board, and you really want to use that mirror column from that board, you need to use an app like Column Magic or Auto Boost to automatically duplicate that mirrored column into a person column, because then it will work. Great, now that you understand workloads, we can show you how to use time tracking. This is actually quite funny because Monday has a native time tracking feature, which I would say 90% of the cases, I don't recommend that you use, especially if you want to track time for workload related stuff. In the next part of this video, I'm going to explain everything about time tracking, about Monday's native time tracking feature, and about the apps I usually suggest when you actually want to track your time well. In this part of the video, I also reference a document. That document is also part of the workbook. So when you download the workbook in the link in the description, you will also get this part of the workbook with it. So let's dive into it. So what I found is that there are actually 3 routes that you can take when deciding for a time tracking solution. The first solution is just Monday's native time tracking. The second solution is a Monday app. And the third solution is an external app. Well, when I talk about Monday's native time tracking, I mean the column that you can add, which is called time tracking. So that's what I'm really referring to. I don't like that solution at all, and I'll tell you in a second why. The second solution, the Monday app, is an app from the marketplace. There's quite a few of them, and I'll go in depth into 2 solutions that I really like. And then you also have an external app, which also has some benefits, and I'll go into 4 of them actually. So let's go to the next step. With regards to native time tracking Monday, there's only actually 2 big advantages. One is that it's free, and the second that it's well integrated. Like you can use it in the app, in the desktop app, in the browser. It just works because it's built by Monday and it's supported by Monday. But it has quite a few downsides, and I'll show you here. It has lots of limitations, and I won't go over all of these limitations in this video. Like you can just pause it and read through them. But I saw a lot of angry people in the Monday forums about all these limitations, and this is only the limitations that I could find. There might even be more. So that's one of the reasons why I almost never implement it for my own clients, because I always run into problems. And on top of that, I think a big thing which is important when you choose a solution is that it works for the next couple of years. And what I see with Monday's time tracking solution is that there's not really focus from Monday as a company for this time tracking solution. This is actually a screenshot from the Monday.com community. And as you can see, tens of thousands of views here on the right hand side for people wanting to, have new features with regards to time tracking. But as you can see here, it's both not on the roadmap, and all the other stuff doesn't seem to be on the roadmap either. So there doesn't seem to be a lot of focus from Monday as a company, and that's why I almost never recommend this feature. However, there is a way that I would recommend it, which is the next thing, when to use it. Well, Monday time tracking is great if you want to track item phase duration. And what I mean by that is explained easily by a service ticket. So let's say I'm a B2B company and I get a support ticket from my clients. Then where Monday's time tracking really shines is that you can use it in automations. So you can say, when a new ticket comes in, start the time tracker. And when we've sent the first response, stop the time tracker. And then we can automatically calculate how much time did we spend to respond to the first, to do the first response basically. And that's really one of the ways that Monday's time tracking shines. But as you'll see in my conclusion, it's very basic. It's not in the roadmap to be improved anytime soon. So if you're somewhat serious about time tracking, I wouldn't recommend this feature, unless you use it for the item phase duration, as I just explained. So then you have 2 other routes. The route 1 is the Monday.com app, and route 2 is an external app. Monday.com apps are great because they are integrated in Monday. So they also work, for example, in your Monday desktop app, and they just feel like they are part of Monday, like they're built inside the same ecosystem, whereas Monday external apps are usually a bit detached from the Monday platform itself, and I'll show you what I mean. But first, let's dive into the Monday.com apps. There's actually 2 of them that I really like. One is called Trackit and the other one is called 7Pace. Trackit is the most complete of all of the Monday.com apps at this point. They have also been around for the longest time, and just a very seamless tool. And I'll show you in a second a demo of Trackit. But I also really like 7Pace, and 7Pace is a new but promising tool. They've only been around for, I think, less than a year at this point. And but it's already a really good tool, and it's built by a company with a lot of experience in the Jira space, in the Atlassian space, which you might know from Jira, Trello, Confluence. And they are moving very quickly, and I'll show you what I mean. So Trackit is built by a company from the Netherlands and has been around for a long time. It's actually released in November 2021. You can see that in how complete and seamless the product is. They have more features than any of their competitors, and their app integrates seamlessly with Monday.com. They have features like holiday schedules, which are pre-filled based on the country. They have very advanced permissions, which allow you to control user access. They have a timer functionality, which is great to track time. And they have very advanced dashboards that go way further than the basic dashboards of Monday. You can try Trackit out for free to decide for yourself if you like the tool. And also in the document, the research that I shared with you, there's a lot more information about security, the company behind it, and their pricing model. So that's what I wanted to show and share with you about Trackit. Then next up is 7Pace. 7Pace is like the new kid on the block in the Monday.com marketplace. They have been released on August 30th, 2023, but their parent company AppFire has years of experience in the Atlassian space. They have actually already built 7Pace for the Microsoft Azure product suite and are now rolling out similar functionality to Monday.com. I really like that you can track time in a calendar view, which also allows you to track time the same way you would block time in your favorite calendar app, for example. So on top of that, they have a very strong exporting and filtering option, so you can get any data out of their system exactly the way that you want it. Also for 7Pace, it's free to try, so you can try it out in the Monday.com marketplace and see if you prefer 7Pace over Trackit. In the sheet that I shared with all the research, you also see a comparison where you see all the things that 7Pace has and Trackit has, and which one is better at this point. It's good to know that there are a few feature gaps currently for 7Pace that Trackit does have, but most of them will be solved within a couple of months or maybe a year. For example, in Q3 2024, they will have advanced permissions, just like Trackit. And in 2025, they will have API integrations, a timer functionality, and an approval system. And with regards to the future, there's quite a few interesting things that are potentially coming up. So they built a desktop app for their Microsoft 7Pace version. And that's pretty cool because then you have like, for example, widget on your desktop. So it flows on top of your Monday.com instance, but feeds all the data into Monday. So you can just play around in Monday and work, while there's always a desktop app tracking time, which you might know from other apps like Toggle. And also there's a bit of speculation, like there's other stuff that they can do. One of the things that I asked them a few times about, and they have actually been considering it, is an integration with Outlook Calendar or Google Calendar, or both. So if you, for example, have a meeting with your boss, you can instantly, it would suggest that you track time on a specific thing for, within 7Pace. Or a different example, if you have a meeting with a client, you can instantly track time on that client's project with an integration like that. Another thing, which is also speculation, is that they can potentially support a multi-product time tracking in the future. So if you, for example, use Monday.com for your project management, but Pipedrive for your CRM or HubSpot, then maybe with their desktop app, you can still track time across all the other stuff while it's actually really inside Monday.com. Obviously, that's still speculation, but it's stuff that I wouldn't be surprised if it comes to 7Pace in the next couple of years. So I really like what the guys are doing, and I see a lot of potential in their tool, even though they have a few feature gaps that Trackit really does solve at this point. So if we go into the next part, here's the comparison that I talked about. So as you can see, we have a native time tracking, which is Mondays, 7Pace and Trackit. As you can see, it's pretty clear. Trackit has a green check mark for most of the things. But it's also good to note that 7Pace, for most of them, will build those features either in end of 2024 or 2025. So that's the big difference between the two at this point. It's good to note that the pricing per seat is a bit different. 7Pace is more around $3 to $4 per seat per month, and Trackit is more $5 to $6 per seat per month. So yeah, it's really a question of which user experience do you like better, which tool do you like better, which features do you need, and which ones are really required from the start and which one could wait a little. So that's what you would need to check out if you want to choose a Monday.com app. However, when would you choose for an external app? Well, there's actually two situations. One is if you want to track time across multiple tools. So all those Monday apps really live currently inside of Monday. So if you regularly work with separate tools, then sometimes an external app that's outside of Monday works better because then you can just track time across multiple things. As an example, if you're a designer, you might work a lot in Photoshop, but keep track of your projects in Monday. And all the time that you're in Photoshop, it would be nice to have like a widget or something that makes it easy to track time. Whereas it would be annoying to keep switching back to Monday just for the sake of tracking time. However, for other people it might not be a problem, so that's up to you. The other reason not to switch or to choose for an external app is if you already use an external app and it's just a big hassle to migrate. Like maybe your external app works great, you really like it, but you're just looking at other solutions. Well, if you have a team of 60 people and you have to retrain all of them to a new time tracking tool, you have to move all the data, you have to figure everything out anew again, then that's just annoying. It can take a lot of time and resources. So maybe that would be a reason not to choose an external app. However, when I looked into the external apps, I looked into 4 of them in particular: EverHour, Toggle, Harvest, and Clockify. And the one that I was super surprised about is EverHour, in my opinion. Like, they have a very seamless integration with Monday, even though it's a bit hard to set up at first, but it's way better than the other tools that I found. If you look at Toggle and Harvest, it's interesting that they are really promoted as if they are integrating well with Monday. Like Monday says we have an integration with them. It's even in their integration center. However, the integrations are not that great, and I'll show you in a second. And with regards to Clockify, another popular tool, there's not much of an integration at all. But if you're a Make.com wizard, you can really build any integration that you want. And I think that's true for all of these options. However, I know a lot of people that don't want to mess with complex automations to build their own time tracking system, and they would rather have an integration that just works from the get-go. So let's dive into EverHour because I really like it. So there's a few highlights with EverHour. One is it supports, so it's good to know that it works with the Chrome extension, and it supports almost every popular browser: Chrome, Safari, Microsoft Edge, Opera, and Firefox. So that's great. They are also very good at time tracking across multiple tools. So they support, for example, Pipedrive, GitLab, and 21 other tools. So that's pretty good. And they have a very seamless integration with Monday. I really like what they did and how you can see how much time is left on a project within Monday as if it's built by Monday. They have lots of options that I think are just great and are really, I was really surprised, honestly, by EverHour. However, there are 2 disadvantages about EverHour. One is that it's a browser extension. This means that it does not work with Monday's desktop app and also not with Monday's mobile app. So if you or your team likes to use those, they are basically forced not to use them anymore because you cannot track time in them because it's a browser extension and not a Monday app. The second disadvantage, which is quite annoying, is that it's pretty hard to set up. Like when you install EverHour, first of all, you need to understand how to set up, how to install a Chrome extension, which is already a new thing for a lot of people. And then once you install the Chrome extension, you would need to fill in an API key. And a lot of people don't even know what an API key is or where to find it, let alone how to put it into a Chrome extension. So yeah, it's quite hard to set up for your team, but when it's set up, it works very seamlessly. So yeah, it has some ups and downs, but every tool has that really. So it's really a matter of, are those ups and downs important for your business? When we look at the recommendations that I have, I think for small teams on a budget, EverHour could be very interesting, specifically because they are free for up to 5 seats. So yeah, just if you're on a budget, that is great, obviously. However, you have a few downsides that you would need to accept, which yeah, can make sense on a smaller team. However, if you're a small, medium business or even an enterprise, I would highly recommend looking into Trackit or 7Pace for the seamless Money.com integration. They both have almost all certifications that you can think of with regards to security. However, if you want to see the details, please take a look at the research document, because I'm pretty sure that 7Pace has more certifications than Trackit does, especially if you're, for example, in the healthcare industry and need a HIPAA certification. So yeah, that's just good to double check. But it's good to know that they are actually actively working on it, and they have most of the certifications in place. Well, if you're a team that really wants to track time across multiple tools, then I would actually recommend an external app such as EverHour, if EverHour supports those other tools as well. And otherwise you can still go for Toggle or Harvest, because those are just completely separated from your other tools and therefore will always work. However, it won't be super seamless. So that's actually my recommendation. Great, so now that you know everything about time tracking, let's go into my work. This is one of the features I kind of have like a love-hate relationship with. I think it can be way better than it is right now. That's why sometimes I recommend it, sometimes I don't. And I'm going to explain everything about it and why you should and shouldn't use it. So let's dive into it. Within Monday on the top left, below home, you have my work. And my work is basically this whole idea of all tasks in all boards that are connected to you show up in one place. Well, this is already the first downside of the whole thing. It does happen quite often that there are so many boards that needs to load that it's just very, very slow. And that's just very annoying. Like when you open your to-do list, you don't want to wait for 30 seconds to see what your tasks are, especially if you want to update your tasks multiple times a day. So that's already one of the first things I don't really like about it. But let's show you anyways what it is, and then you can determine if it makes sense for your business or not. Because it does have some interesting features, but I also have a nice alternative that I'd like to show you after this. So my work in general, you have two things. You have a table and a calendar. So see all the tasks related to you in the table view or in a calendar view. That's the first thing you need to know. The second thing you need to know is that by default, this looks like a board with groups. You cannot determine what columns you have. So the columns that you see here are just the columns, and that's it. There's no customizability here. So keep that in mind as well. You can determine how it's grouped though. So now it's grouped by time, overdue, today, this week. But here on the right side, you have the group settings. So you can do date view, but also status view or priority view or board view or single list view with everything in one place. Do whatever you prefer. You can do anything you'd like here and just save it for yourself. This won't affect the settings of others in your team. When you click on an item, it will show a little bit of a different interface than you're used to. Here it will actually show you like the columns that you have in your board. So unlike on the My Work view where you only see a couple of columns, here you see all the columns in that board, and you can also change them from here. So this is just changeable. You can also have your item views here, and you have your update section here. So that's quite helpful. You can also click here to go straight to that board. Keep that in mind. Here you can also change things. So from here you can, for example, change the date if you'd like to. I'm not sure why. Oh, it's not changing because I think we had some dependency tests here. But yeah, you can change stuff from here. Sometimes if you have no, for example, in this case, priority column in the board, it won't allow you to do anything. And this is actually where the customization settings are interesting. If you click here on customize on the top right, you can determine what these columns should do. So let's start with people. In this case, who do you want to see in this view? By default, this is yourself, but you can also connect multiple people. So you see, for example, the tasks of Patrick and John, or you can also show only the task from John. So if you have, for example, your weekly check-in with a team member, you can check what their tasks are, what's on their plate, and maybe ask questions about their workload or how things are going, or ask critical questions about why some things are not done. That's good to know. Here's something about team members and what kind of things you want to view. I think these speak for itself, so I won't really go into them, but good to know that they are there. The second thing is boards. So what board should be connected? Sometimes there are boards where you're like, well, let's say, for example, clients board, like there might not be a point of having a clients board integrated in your My Work section, because a clients board is just a board of clients that you're connected to and not really a task on itself. So then you might want to exclude that board from your My Work view. I'd recommend to keep the amount of boards as low as possible to keep the loading speed as fast as possible. Otherwise, it can be quite annoying to use. The status column is basically, literally, the status column from each of the boards you have connected. If you have multiple status columns in a board, you can determine which one you'd like to use, as you can see here. So in my case, there are no good examples with multiple status columns, but Monday will just choose one. But depending on, I don't know what logic is behind it, but I think it will just grab the first status columns it sees. If that's not the right column because you have multiple ones, then you can change that here. So keep that in mind. Same thing is true for date. So by default, it will just choose the date column that it thinks it needs to use. But if it's not the right one, you can change that here. And the same thing is true for our priority. And as you can see in my events board, for example, there apparently is no priority column. So I would need to first create that priority column. However, for example, the priority column for my sales activities board is connected to an activity type, which doesn't really sound like a priority column to me. So either you just use a priority column in a different way, or you would need to either remove this or connect the actual priority column if it is there. So keep that in mind when you start doing this. Finally, the hide done items one, I would recommend turning it on. Otherwise, your whole My Work section will be overflooded with done items, given that you, of course, do your work. If you don't do your work, it won't be done. So what else do we have? We have the table settings. This is just very default, like how should it be displayed? You can already see it here on the side. Some things are a bit bigger, others are smaller. You can hide empty groups. So in my case, I've nothing to do today, so I can just hide that very quickly. On the calendar side, there's a couple of things for colors, labeling, and additional settings. Speaks for itself. I don't really use the calendar that often. I hope in the future that Monday is going to connect things like your Google Calendar or Outlook calendar, or even have your email connected to something like this, because it is something with potential. I just think it's not flexible enough to actually use well on a day-to-day basis in most cases. It might be that in your case it does make sense, because it doesn't have the limit of the fact that you can connect only 20 boards to one dashboard, like the My Work section doesn't have that limit, but it's also the reason why it can be way slower. And it's a little less predictable. So keep that in mind. If you still want to use something like My Work, but want to have a more flexible thing, I would recommend that you create a dashboard. So let's do that together. Create a dashboard, and then we call it My Work 2.0, just to show you what it's like. And we're going to connect all types of boards to it, just for the example. We click done, and this would be, of course, all the boards where your tasks are. Keep in mind, this solution only works if you're on the Pro plan and have up to 20 boards connected, or the Enterprise plan and have only 60 boards connected at the moment. If you click add widget, more widgets, there's a widget called, let's find it real quick. Where is it? Let me find it for you. There you go, list view. And if you click on list view, it is very similar to My Work. So as you can see, we have groups, boards, person, status, and date. But if you go to the settings, there are a lot more settings. You can do more stuff with sub items. Should they show up like normal items, or should they show up with their parent item? How do you want to visualize things? What should each of these tasks be like? What columns do we want to show? What should be the sequence of the columns? Maybe you don't care about the group, so you can just hide it. Yeah, what I like especially about this is if you have a lot more columns on your boards, these would all show up, and you can just determine what you'd like to do. And as you can see here, if this shows up, oh, I'm on the right side. If this shows up, you can click here to manage and match everything yourself. So here at the bottom, it says customize column matching, and you can match all the columns to what you want. So in my case, I have a person column. I can also call this responsible, and it would show up here. And then I can, for each board, determine which column should be related to that specific column in this board. The great thing about this view is that you can have way more columns than you would usually have, and you can easily hide them. You can have the group by features, you can sort them, filter them. Like, there's so much more you can do than in the My Work section that I really recommend checking this out. The only big downside is that you can only connect 20 boards on the Pro plan, 60 on the Enterprise plan. So as long as you don't hit that limit, I would recommend going for the My Work like I built it here, rather than the normal My Work. However, if you do hit that limit, maybe it's smarter to use the My Work section. Yeah, as I said, each has their pros and cons, but these are the best two options to use when you want to see an overview of all your tasks. You can also easily create updates from here. So if I click on one, it shows the exact same thing. That's all pretty straightforward. And you can export information to PDF, or you can maybe, like on a weekly basis, send yourself an email with a PDF of all the tasks you have to do this week. So there's always stuff like that you can do here, which you cannot do in the normal My Work. So keep that in mind when you start designing your boards and your Monday work management structure, or not necessarily work management, but your Monday structure in general. Awesome. Next up, when you start using Monday, is importing data. You might have a lot of information in Excel sheet that you'd like to put into your Monday.com board, and I'm going to show you how it's done. So the best and easiest way to import data is to use the button next to the new items button, which is this one. If you click import items, it will allow you to import an Excel sheet or a CSV sheet into Monday. So I've prepared a sample file and I can drag and drop it in there, as you can see. If I now click next, you first have to choose your item name. This will be the thing that represents the first column in your board. So you can click here and it shows all the columns in your Excel sheet. So in my case, I've called my first column name, and therefore I will connect it to the item name. If you click next, you can then start matching everything. So as you can see, the name, which in my example is task 1, goes to the name. The status, which in my example is not started, goes to the status column. And I can choose something else as well. Owner, in this case, is not connected to anything because, well, owner is just a name. And I cannot import into person columns. And this is the first thing you need to understand when importing data. You cannot import data into certain column types. The ones that I'm for sure aware of are the person column and the drop-down column. So you cannot import data into those columns. What I'd recommend in those situations is just to create a text column and just import that data into text, and then use filtering to update it later on, which I'll show you in a second. So as you can see, due date, we can just connect it to date. Priority, we can just connect it. Oh, we don't have priority. So the two things I'm going to do are I'm going to create a text column, text called people temp for the temporary for the import, and the priority column, priority. Now we're going to import it again. So let's drag and drop the file again and use the name again. And now owner, we're going to connect it to people temp. Due date will be date, and most of the time Monday will automatically connect the right column based on the name. So if the names are the same, it should be easy. But keep in mind when you import to drop downs or people columns, it won't work. So you would need to import to text. However, and this is how you can work with it. If you click next, you first have a next step, which is handling duplicates. So either all the items in your sheet will be just created as new items, or we're going to skip duplicates. So maybe you have something like, let's say you import a list of customers. You could skip them if that email address is, for example, already known, you can skip it. So you can select the column which it needs to check for a duplication. So let's say one of the columns would be email address. Then you can skip the import of that email or of that line because the contact already exists. However, if you have new data, you might not want to skip it, but you might want to overwrite it. So maybe you have, for example, a newer version of the file with that context information that has been updated ever since it was imported into Monday. In that case, you would also want to match based on email address, or at least something that's unique, such as a phone number, and override based on that. I'd say email address is probably the easiest to do, or a unique identifier if you have one. But if it's, for example, a contact, an email address usually is pretty good. In my case, I don't have duplicates. I'll just create new items for everything and start the import. Then data will be imported. Usually this takes a couple of seconds. If you import tens of thousands of rows, it might take longer than you would think. But as you can see here, it's being imported, and it has been imported. First things first, you need to understand when you import data is that Monday will automatically create a new group with all your imported data. If you overwrite duplicates or import or skip duplicates, they won't show up in this group. They will show up in the place where they have already been showing up in the past. So if your contact was already in this group, it will stay in that group and won't move to this group. Keep that in mind. So if you make a mistake when importing, you can just easily delete the whole group and just do it again. Pretty straightforward, right? So all my tasks have been imported. A couple of things to note here. As you can see, status has been importing quite in a weird way. Sometimes things like that happen. What I usually do is either I clean up data or I make sure that I prepare the whole board in a way that it matches my Excel sheet as much as possible. So all the statuses from my sheet, I make sure that those statuses are also in Monday, so the import is as flawless as possible. However, as we talked about earlier, we have this people temp column, which is text, and we cannot import to a person column. The best way to do it is just to filter based on your people temp, and let's for example, filter on everything as Patrick. Then just select all the tasks and assign Patrick. Boom, that's it. That's basically the easiest way to still import in the people column, but just have a couple extra steps. That's one thing you can do. If you want to import to a drop-down column, you can also do it like this, but then you would click here and you would say change column type to drop-down. So let's just do that for the example. And then we'll actually create a drop down based on your text column, and you have the exact same result as well. So this is what I would recommend if you want to import data into columns that don't exist. Just play around or work around it with filters and with changing column types, because 9 times out of 10 you'll be able to import data that way and you won't really run into any issues. So keep that in mind. Also keep in mind that when importing, as you can see, we have critical here with like an emoji and here without an emoji, which was the file that I imported. And since there's no match, it will just automatically create a new label. In this case, you would also want to make sure that you clean up the data, because you don't want some to have critical in black with like an emoji and others critical in green. It just messes up the quality of your data. So I'd want to recommend to keep everything as smooth and structured as possible, make everything the same, and make sure there's not too many duplicates here and there. So that's, but importing data is like a thing on its own. Data, the quality is important. What you also see is when importing phone numbers, I'm not sure if you can import phone numbers through the import module, but you can import to text and then change to a phone number. You have the same idea. So you'll need to play around with it. Usually I just do a couple of test imports before I do like an actual import, especially if you work on like a new migration of a system. I recommend to just do a couple of imports before you start announcing to the team that you're going to import data, because if it doesn't work well or you run into unexpected problems, then you don't have to mess up their system and waste their time with a new data that doesn't work. So keep that in mind when doing imports. And yeah, if that's clear, we can go to the next section of this video. Now that you understand how to import data, let's just look at exporting data, because that might be as important as importing, especially when you move from boards or you need to move structures, or you just need to export data in general. Exporting data is pretty straightforward, to be completely honest with you. If you click here on the top right and you go to, where is it, more actions, there is an export board to Excel option. If you click there, you have a couple of options. You can include updates, so all the communication, which will show up in a separate sheet. You can include sub items if you have sub items in your board, and you can email yourself a copy. This is actually an important thing. Your filters are applied. Other settings won't be supported. But this means that if you filter through things, if you hide specific columns, you can actually use that as your export. So if you always want to export, let's say, all the tasks are assigned to me, you can just filter to yourself and export from here. If I were to export the data now to Excel and I would export it, you'll see that within a couple seconds my file is ready, and when I export it, it shows up here. And yeah, the export is basically pretty straightforward. It will show you the name of the board, the group name, all your columns, It has like a powered by Monday.com thingy, which is clickable. If you right click it, you can remove the link and remove that picture altogether to make it a bit cleaner. But all your groups would basically show up here, and that's basically how you export data in case you'd like to export it. There's not really much more to it than this. It's just exporting, making your filters, doing the stuff that you'd like to do, and just hit export and it exports to Excel. So that's all you need to know about exporting data from Monday.com to Excel. All right, next up are apps, marketplace apps. There are a lot of things you need to look out for with regards to marketplace apps. So I want to give you some tips to use it well in your system. And also I will suggest some apps to look out for in a good way. So the ones that you want to look for, because they are good and they are interesting and can really take your workflow to the next level. So first things first, if you click here, you can go to the app marketplace, the Monday marketplace. Yeah, there's always, it's like any marketplace, like the App Store or Google Play Store, where there's just a lot of apps. A couple of things you need to look for are the downloads. So how many people have installed the app? In this case, we are like a couple hundred, couple thousand. For Monday's normal amount right now, it's more around a couple thousand, means that it's quite a popular app. We're not talking hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands. It's very unlikely. It happens every now and then, but not that often. As you can see, most of the bigger ones are somewhere between 2 to 10,000 installs. Then it's also important to look for the reviews. It either gets 1 star or 5 stars or in between. Make sure, of course, it's on the higher end, just to make sure that those apps are good. Because when you install apps, they will ask for access to your account. And some will just ask to get access to a couple things. Others will ask for access to everything. So it's very important to understand what they are asking your permission for, because they can literally see everything in your account, change everything in your account if you give them permission to. Let me show you. If you go to the new app section, you'll see a couple with 5, 7, 29, 14 installations. This doesn't mean that it's a bad app. However, it's likely that it's a new app, that it has bugs, that it has some issues, that it might be a new developer. It might have not looked at security things yet. It could be anything, and it might not be stable in general. Maybe this application is so new that they haven't found a way to make money from it, and therefore it might be there for the short term, but maybe they shut it down in the short term as well. So you want to make sure that if you use apps and you want to use it as like one of the pillars of your whole Monday architecture, that they are trustworthy applications. And if you want to do it that way, I do not recommend using apps with like so little amount of installations, unless it's a very known app developer that's built other apps in the past. Even that is not necessarily a recipe for success, because they can also test it as a new application and then shut it down later on. I can tell by experience that building building a whole system on top of an app, if the moment that app is not supported anymore, or the app goes down or whatever, you have issues, and you don't want that. So I usually recommend not using apps as like a pillar of your whole foundation and strategy, unless it's like a very well-known application. So for example, something like Superform, it's one of like the best applications in the marketplace right now. It's a trustworthy team. They go to Monday's events. They are a trustworthy partner. Like if you click on the application, you'll see that here they are a platinum partner. Like they do their stuff, and they take it very seriously. So if you were to build your system and use a Superform as part of your system, I don't think that's a bad thing. However, there are also applications where I would highly recommend against it. So keep that in mind. What you can see on an application page is the creator of the app. If you really want to use an application, I recommend double checking who that company is, who is behind it, how seriously they take security and that kind of stuff. As I said, the installations, how long has it been around, how often is it updated? If this is too long ago, also might be worth double checking if it's even actively maintained. You could look at the pictures and videos about an application, some more information about the app, just like some text. Where is it? Some templates, that's not really important here. Some reviews on what people think. could be nice, especially if there's lower reviews, to figure out why that's the case. I think it's part of just use common sense when you review these things, right? Security is actually an important thing. If you have any questions, you often can contact the developers. So that's good to know. Also some questions about, like, let's say you work in the healthcare world, then you need to have a HIPAA compliance. You need to make sure that your apps also have HIPAA compliance. So stuff like that is very important. So do your research when you start using it, if you need certain certificates. This is also an important one, permissions. In this case, you see that Superform will be able to modify any of your board's data. Read all of your board's data. This means that if you have very sensitive data in your boards, Superform and the application, the company that built the tool, can technically see everything. They might have built in some stuff which doesn't allow them to see anything, which is great. I'm not sure if that's the case here, but this is like double check worthy, especially if you have important data. When you install an application, you can choose which work spaces it gets access to. So maybe you need Superform for an HR related feature. Then you can just give it access to the HR workspace, and the other workspaces are fine because you don't grant access to that workspace. That could also be a good reason to split workspaces, for example. And same thing with boards. You can also give it access to just a couple of boards. Another thing is billing. Billing usually goes through Monday. Often tools have a free plan, and then they are charged based on either usage or the amount of people that you have in your team. So if you have, for example, 10 Monday seats, you usually get charged for 10 Monday users in that application as well. In the case of Superform, you pay per usage, so it's a little different, but that's usually how it works. If you click upgrade, you can easily see what prices are like. Here with app management, you can see where you have installed it or where you want it to be installed. This is really, really important, just to make sure that even though they have the best intentions, even though they might really think about their security, just do not give access to too many things for no reason, because it's always a security risk to do so. So keep that in mind. Cool. So what I would like to show you is a couple of apps I use all the time, just to show you that these are interesting and that I think are great and could really take your account to the next level. Superform is one of them, actually. It allows you to do way more than you can do with Monday WorkForms, the app I told you about earlier in the course. This is like Monday WorkForms on steroids. I'd highly recommend it that you check it out, especially if you run into limits with Monday WorkForms. Superform is just always like a year or two in development ahead of WorkForms and can do a lot more because this is their bread and butter. It's their main thing. So they focus on everything of their, well, they focus all their time on making Superform great. They also have other apps, but this is by far their biggest one. So I recommend checking it out. I also created a video on my channel about Superform, which you can also check out if you'd like to. I'm not affiliated by them in any way, so I just like the application. Cool. Another thing I like a lot is Trackit. I already told you about Trackit in the time tracking part of this video. I think it's at the moment the best time tracking application there is, so I recommend checking it out. Then we have Auto Boost. There you go, Auto Boost and Column Magic. They are similar applications. Both of them allow you to basically do a lot of different things in automations. So you can do stuff with mirror columns, formula columns. There's a lot of different things it can do. So I recommend that you check it out if you need some more flexibility with automations. Talking about automations, sometimes sub-items cannot do things it should be doing, and therefore sub-item automations is also very powerful applications I recommend to check out. I like DocuGen as well. DocuGen is a very popular application to generate documents based on data from Monday boards. So that's, I think, an interesting one. If you're more of like a technical user, the VLOOKUP app is also very powerful and can do some interesting things. If you're used to VLOOKUPs in Excel, this will feel more natural to you. If you have no clue what a VLOOKUP is, you probably don't even need this. But yeah, it's good to know that it's out there. Then with regards to dashboards, I would go for Dash Boost and Dashboard Hub. Dash Boost, for example, is pretty cool because it does things that Monday dashboards don't do, such as a dynamic benchmark. You can add like a target, for example, for your sales team per quarter, or you have like a calculator within your dashboards, something I really like. Dashboard Hub does some cool things as well. Dashboard Hub, where is it? Dashboard. It might even be Let me find it real quick. App Fire. It might even be, well, this is like a typical example where it was actually a very popular application, but I cannot find it anymore. So it could be that it's that they took it down, but it was a cool app. So this is something that's just good to know. Like, even bigger apps can sometimes go down if they cannot find a way to monetize it. So don't, like, although apps are great and I love them, make sure that you also keep in mind that if it goes down, that you have a plan B rather than having everything dependent on that app. Then we have Templify. I quite like that from the guys at Workflow. This allows you to create like templates of groups of tasks. So this is way better than the templates that Monday would allow you to do, because Monday has board templates, but not really task-related templates. Templify does that very well. So if you often use, like, let's say you always create a YouTube video and that YouTube video has 5 different tasks, and from those tasks, task A needs to be dependent on task B, and like you need to go very in depth, then something like Templify is actually a great application. And the final one I'd like to share with you is GetSign. GetSign from Jetpack Apps, also one of the bigger application builders in the Monday ecosystem. If you do anything related to document signatures, this is an interesting application to start using. I personally also use other applications for document signatures, but if you want to keep everything within Monday and natively integrated with Monday, this is quite a powerful one. So I recommend also checking it out. Well, there's a lot more apps that I don't even use. There's a lot more apps that are worth looking into. I recommend for everything that you do, just search for it in the marketplace if you cannot find a way to do it. Maybe it's been solved by someone already, and maybe you can find the app that you need. But before you use it, just make sure you test it, and if you actually want to use your whole company to use it, make sure to do the checks that I told you about earlier in this part of the video. As I said, it can really destroy your whole account if your whole account is built on top of an application and the application goes down, doesn't work well, has bugs or whatever. So that's good to know. Also, that's also why I think it's good to pay for apps, because if apps are always free, then you need to think like, how would they ever be able to turn the lights on? So I think it's good to pay for apps, because if they make money off of you, it means that they have money to develop in the application and to keep it alive. If everything is free, then you would need to figure out how they would pay their bills. And that means that maybe if they cannot pay their bills, the app would go down at some point. So that's all I wanted to tell you about apps right now. You can also build your own apps in case you're interested. There's like a whole Monday developers platform. I will also tell you a bit more about building kind of like apps in the Monday Vibe section later on in the course with regards to AI, because you can build a lot of things yourself now as well. But that's not for this section of the video. I think that's all you need to know for apps. So that's it. Okay, in this section of the video, I want to talk about Monday's AI stuff. They really see that AI is the future of how things work. And you really see that in the way that they develop things. And I think this course wouldn't be complete without mentioning what they're doing on the AI front, just to understand what's going on and how you can potentially use it. I will show some stuff within Monday, but I also want to show this specific page because it highlights what Monday is doing very well. There's a couple of things that Monday uses AI for. One is to help you with analyzing information. One is to help you with preventing bad stuff from happening by doing risk analysis, which is also like analyzing data. They help you with research related stuff, but they also help you with building like complete systems, which is pretty cool. So one of the things you need to know, and I'll scroll down a little bit, where is it? Is their AI blocks. And AI blocks are like columns, and columns can do all types of things. These are their most important columns right now. So you can categorize information. So for example, when a support ticket comes in, you can categorize it based on support type. Maybe it's a marketing request or an IT request, could be anything. So that's one. Extract information from files. So if you, for example, have an invoice PDF, you can extract, for example, the amount of money on that invoice or the invoice number from the invoice itself, from the PDF. Detecting sentiment, similar to categorizing, but just checking if someone is positive or negative about a certain thing. Summarizing it, I think that speaks for itself. Translating probably also speaks for itself. and a custom block, which means that you can just ask that AI thing to do whatever you want. This is like ChatGPT within a Monday column, basically. So if you say, hey, look for this and this and output something else, then it will just do exactly what you're asking it to do. You can already add those columns. So if you go to any board, you go to more columns, there's like AI powered, and here they are. This is where you would enter, where you can do a lot of things. If you want to, you could literally do everything with the, custom AI prompt thing. These are basically all just templates doing stuff in the custom AI prompt. So maybe they have some more stuff in the background that makes it a bit better to translate through here than through a custom AI prompt, for example. But they're essentially all the same thing, but just some things to give you some inspiration on what you can use it for. So that's a first thing that Monday uses AI for. Please do keep in mind that AI is charged as an extra thing. You have like AI credits, and the more blocks you use and the more often you use the AI, the more credits you pay. So you do have to pay for each thing. Another thing I like a lot is this part, which is that they're upgrading products with AI. So the projects and portfolios feature on the enterprise plan, which we haven't really covered in this course, but it's basically like their project management feature for enterprise. And they are helping you with detecting trends and detecting whether or not some projects are potentially going to be delayed, or if some things are going wrong, or if there's any risk. So this is also already live. Some other stuff, they do stuff with resource planning. So it can suggest like, hey, we think that John is the best fit for this specific gig because he has, let's say, design skills and has time. There's stuff that they want to do there. Those are the most important things there. They are going to add AI blocks in your workflows. So in your automations, you can start using AI both in the Monday workflows feature, but also in your automation center. So you also have like, let's say when I do something, then do something with AI. As you can see here, we have a lot of AI things as well. So you can use AI within your automations. That's pretty cool. Those are two important things. Digital workforce is another interesting thing. So actually during Monday's annual conference, Elevate in London this year, but also in New York and Sydney, they talked about the SDR expert. So there's like an AI that would call people for you and, for example, schedule calls for you. And Monday really shifts from allowing you to work better or more efficiently to also doing the work for you. That's what their whole idea is. I like that idea. I hope that they keep doing stuff like that. I'm not sure how well it will work when you actually start using it, because it's also new, but we'll definitely see that in the next couple of years. So it's something to take in, to look for and to see what they're up to. I think it's cool that they're doing stuff like this to stay relevant. So yeah, it's good to make sure that you're up to date on that stuff as well. They also have Monday Sidekick. When you open Monday, in some accounts, you would see like a star here, which is like a sidekick. Let me see if I can find one. So as you can see here I'm in an account with Monday Sidekick because there's this star icon, which indicates AI. And it's already in this account. It's not in all accounts at the moment of recording. Probably in the next couple of months it will be. When you click on it, a side section opens called Sidekick, and you can ask it anything. You could ask, for example, hey, find the top 5 venues in Rotterdam to host an event for a business event for 100 people, for example. And then it will actually start Googling and doing stuff that you would expect from ChatGPT. I think they also work with OpenAI, so it's literally ChatGPT that's actually doing this stuff. And as you can see, it can help you do work. And then you can say, for example, great, insert them in my board as items. You could ask it to do things like, hey, can you look up what the capacity is, what the cost is, entered in the board like I'm doing here. Like, it can actually be very helpful to work with. And I think since it's pretty new, like this is all in beta, so I think this will be way better in the future. Like right now, for example, if I were to ask it to create sub items, it wouldn't really do it. There's some other limitations, but maybe by the time that you record, you watch this, and it could be in like 1 or 2 months already. And this could be radically different. But the interesting thing is that they are working on it and they are making good progress. So play around with that Sidekick, see how relevant it is for you. And yeah, start playing around with it. It's pretty cool. You can access Sidekick from here or through the Sidekick button here. So yeah, pretty straightforward. Other stuff they're doing, yeah, AI Service Agent is similar to the other stuff. Like when you use Monday Service, which is their ticketing, support ticketing platform, it will help you try to answer tickets based on previous tickets and your knowledge base, which is cool. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they are up to. Important thing here, what I would highly recommend is that you keep an eye out for, where is it, Autopilot Hub here at the top, this robot icon, because here it will tell you a bit more about the usage of everything in your account, including AI credits, which shows up. It's pretty new, so I need to find it. Let me find it real quick. Okay, so it's actually not in that Autopilot Hub yet. It's actually when you click here and go to administration on the left hand side. Here you can see usage stats, and then you can go to AI. And as you can see here, we have AI credits. So you get a certain amount of AI credits every month. AI is pretty expensive within Monday, so make sure that you use it for the right things. But if you do use it for the right things, it can automate a lot and it can be very, very powerful. So this is something to keep in mind. Yeah, do check the pricing of Monday's AI. In my case, it doesn't really show much, but it is relatively expensive if you use it for very simple basic stuff, but if you use it for more advanced stuff, it's actually very powerful. Another thing I'd like to show you is something I'm personally most excited about, which is Monday Vibe. When you are on a board and you would click here, you have a new thing called Monday Vibe. And if you click Start Building, it opens Monday Vibe. And Monday Vibe is basically your option to create whatever you want. So as you know, within Monday, you can have a customizable view, right? Something like this. You could actually have this whole thing be its own application. So this whole section, what you see here, could be an application on its own. And that's what Monday Vibe is trying to do for you. So if you want to do something which is not possible in Monday because of the limitations, Monday Vibe can actually do stuff for you. So for example, let's just ask it to create a project hub for us. I'm not sure what it's going to do exactly. But here it starts creating an application for you. On the left hand side, you have your whole chat history and your chat. On the right hand side, you have the application it's building for you. So this allows you to build applications without you needing to know anything of code. The moment you then like your application, and this could be anything. This could be like if you work, let's say in, I don't know, construction, and you want to see something about some houses that you're building, I don't know, could be anything. You can let it do its thing and build an application for you and show exactly the thing that you want it to do. You will also be able to connect it to boards. So data from boards can show up in your Monday Vibe app. So that's pretty cool. And building the app is free of charge. The moment that you start publishing it, which you can do here on the top right, when you're done, then it can actually show up here like as a view. I don't think it can show up here yet. I probably will be in the near future. But yeah, you can build your whole own applications. Monday Vibe also has a price tag, so keep that in mind. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's like $100. Yeah, so it's like $100 per month, billed annually for, or in my case, it's billed annually because I'm billed annually, but for 10 active applications. So if you have like mini applications that do a little more than your normal Monday board wouldn't be able to do, then Monday Vibe is actually very interesting to use. As you can see here on the left hand side, it starts building stuff, it starts doing things, so it will probably be done in a couple of seconds and we can see what it came up with. But the main idea here is that although Monday has limits and you're limited to the user interface of Monday, with Monday Vibe you can build whatever you want. And don't get me wrong, there are still limitations and there's still things that, you know, it's not ideal to build it within Monday Vibe. But I think also here, the more that they do it, the more potential it starts having, and the more you can be as free as you want within Monday. I think it's done. So as you can see here, it has created Project Health, which is our new application. And as you can see, this whole thing, like this is like our own frame. It's our own stuff. It has created all this stuff for us with information from the board. So in this case, you might be like, yeah, Patrick, why is this interesting? Because it's like similar to a dashboard with a Monday board. I totally get it. But let's say you had a shipping company and you had trucks going from place A to place B, and you want to create a map view and you see your trucks like driving from A to B. That wouldn't be possible within Monday, but it would be possible with Monday Vibe, or at least that's the promise of the thing. It's still pretty early, like you cannot do that much with it at the moment. Also, as you can see here, it tells you if there are errors and will allow you to help fix it. But yeah, it's an interesting, promising thing. Hopefully it will be powerful and hopefully it will work very well. The only downside, in my opinion, right now is just that it's pretty slow. Like, this is a very basic application, and you already see it when I click here. It takes like 1, 2, 3, 4-ish seconds to load. And this is like the most basic application there is. So if you start building a very advanced application, I'm not sure how well this will work. And it probably makes more sense that if you actually want to build something from scratch, then it makes more sense to either do it outside of Monday or to figure out at first if it's even worth building stuff like that. Maybe currently it might not be as fast, but it might improve. There's also always something with Monday, like they ship new features very quickly. They release updates very quickly. And because of that, sometimes things are a bit slower or sometimes things break. And it's part of the beauty of Monday that they innovate so quickly. At the same time, if you use those things too early and you start depending on them and they break or they stop supporting them, then it can be problematic for your business. So keep that in mind when you start doing it. As you can see, it has already done a new update and it tells you what it has done without you needing to understand exactly what it's actually doing. So I'd say these are the most important things with regards to Monday's AI. I'm sure that we'll add way more things in the future, but these are the most important things. One thing I do want to mention is that they also have this thing called Monday Workforce, which promises to be also like a robot that does work for you. So you could ask that robot, for example, hey, can you make a social media post example for my company? And then we'll start creating visuals and creating text and thinking about cool ideas to post on your Instagram account, for example. These are all ideas Monday has. This is something they're rolling out as we speak, as I'm recording this. It might already be out when you're watching this. I would just recommend to play around with it, look at what's possible, but also calculate how expensive it will be, because in my opinion, it seems quite expensive to do some things. Monday Vibe doesn't seem too expensive in my opinion, especially if you're a very small business. Except when you're a very small business, because then 100 a month can be expensive. So yeah, play around with it, see what they're up to. Always good to stay informed on what they're doing and make sure that you leverage it as much as possible, because especially Monday Vibe, I think has the most potential because it just breaks all the limits of Monday and you can do whatever you want as long as they make sure that it actually works very well. And it's early, so I cannot really tell that yet, but it has potential, that's for sure. So now that you know a lot about Monday, you might also be wondering, what are the limits of this system? Like, is it really that amazing, or are there things that just don't work very well? And I'm here to tell you that there are definitely some limits to the system, and I'm more than happy to share them with you. I will also make sure to always keep the workbook up to date with like a section called limits, so you can check what the current limits are. Monday is changing all the time, is improving all the time. So some limits will be gone in the future and others will arise. So it's very important to open the workbook, refresh it every now and then to make sure you have the latest version. And to see what the latest limits are, because sometimes you start building something and you only run into that limit when you have built the whole system around it. Talking out of experience here. So what are the limits, or what are the most important limits that you need to be aware of? The first and arguably biggest limit of Monday.com right now is that you can only connect 20 boards to one dashboard on the Pro plan. So let me explain. If you have a dashboard, let's say a test dashboard, and you have like, I don't know how many boards. These are, for example, 4 boards. If you had connected 20 boards to this dashboard, it would not allow you to add more. So what I've often seen is a request that, let's say you want to have a dashboard that shows the project's progress. And let's say each project has its own board. If you then surpass 20 projects, you cannot import them all or connect them all to one dashboard. So you run into a limit. The only way of getting out of that limit is upgrading to the enterprise plan. At the moment of speaking, at the moment of recording this, the limit is, according to the website, 50 connected boards. However, if you ask support, they can increase it to 60 connected boards. But you can imagine, especially if you're like an actual enterprise, or if you're like bigger than, what is it, like 30, 40 employees, 60 projects is not that many. So yeah, you run into that limit still pretty quickly. So it's very important to stay up to date on what that limit is right now. As I said, look at the workbook. It will always show up there. If it changes, I'll let you guys know. But I'm not sure if it's going to change anytime soon. And if it changes, it's likely only going to change on the enterprise plan, because Monday is really focusing on making the system more enterprise ready, and want people from Pro to just upgrade to enterprise to not have those limits. But this is by far the biggest limit that I've seen right now. So keep that in mind. And when I say 20 boards connected to one board, it doesn't only mean a dashboard. If you had one client's board and you had 20 projects boards, then it would be the same thing. So it doesn't have to be a dashboard per se. And if you're not really sure what I'm talking about, I'd recommend looking at the Connect Boards section of this video, this course, because that's where I go very deep into this specific topic. So that's the most important limit you need to know. The second biggest limit is the amount of items on one board. Currently, on the Pro plan, you can you can have only 10,000 items on one board. On the Enterprise plan, it's 200,000 items on one board. And Monday's working on this thing called Monday DB. Let me see if I can show you here. Yeah, monday.com/w/mondaydb. And here you can see more information about this. So it will tell you where they're at with their database upgrades and how many items you can have on the board. So as you can see here, they have released till here, which means right now, it's actually 100,000 items in one board, which is in Enterprise. But as you can see, they're going to add more and more. So at CRM, they want to go to 1 million. At Service, they want to go to 1 million. 1,000 projects in a portfolio. Like, they're working on scale, but still it's something, they're still working on. So keep an eye out for this page, especially want to know what the latest status is of their upgrades. But overall, keep in mind that all these updates will likely only be available on Enterprise, because that's what Monday's focus is right now, to get more people to go to Enterprise. So on Pro, it will likely stay at 10,000 for quite a long time. And now you might be wondering, how do I work around this? Well, if you right click and you would archive an item or delete an item, it wouldn't count towards that 10,000 number anymore. Another thing I've often seen, because if you archive it, it's very hard to find the item again. I can show you, like, if you archive on the right hand side here, there's a view archive and you can open the archive, but especially if there's a long list, and especially if it's from like long ago, it's very hard to find, and so it's not ideal. So instead of literally archiving, you can also just move them to an archive board if you want to. This is especially helpful if you want to keep seeing the data in dashboards, because archived items don't show up in your dashboard anymore. So keep that in mind. These are two important ones. Another one I'd like to point out is just one in general. You have to do everything within the user interface of Monday. Like, there is no way to, for example, not show these buttons, or there's no way to remove these and not show them to your users, or there's no way to, there's a lot of things that you cannot turn off, which is quite annoying, especially if you work with people that are not tech savvy. You can imagine that if you don't see too many buttons on your screen, and you might feel pretty confident right now after watching the course, understanding what everything does. But for someone that's new, like, there's at least 50 or something buttons on this page, and they have no clue what it means. So for new people, you would prefer to just only show the buttons they would like to see, and to make the user interface show what they want, what they should be seeing, so they cannot click on any buttons they shouldn't click. Unfortunately, that's not possible in Monday. So when you work in very specific industries where you need to turn Monday into something that it's not, just to make sure it works, it can be very problematic. So for example, in the logistics industry, there can be a lot of issues when you try to turn Monday into something it's not. When you try to use it, I always call it like a duct tape approach. You basically use tape to make something out of something it's actually not. And it's just error prone, it's easy to break, it's hard to teach to people, it just doesn't really work well. Like, don't get me wrong, Monday is a great platform, especially for project management related stuff. but once you turn it into something it's not, or you try to turn it into something it's not, it can be very, very problematic. So in that case, building software from scratch can actually be way more interesting. That used to be a big problem, used to be very expensive and take a very long time. These days, it's actually changing quite a lot because of AI. So if you're ever interested to learn anything more about that and how I tackle things that are too complex for Monday with and tackle those projects, for example, for logistics industries, for construction, for event management, and a lot of other different things, you can just reach out to me. I'm more than happy to explain how we do that, those kind of things and how we solve that. Because we have literally seen all the issues that Monday has. We have seen all the limits. We stay up to date with all the limits. And we can easily tell you what a final solution might look like and if you're gonna like it or not. And that advice can already save you like half a year or a year and a lot of money try to implement something which is just not meant to be. And I'm not saying Monday is in that regard like a bad platform, because for like 95 or maybe even more % of our customers, we still use Monday. But in some situations, I just don't recommend it because it just doesn't really work out. So just keep that in mind. And if you're not sure, you can always reach out to me and my team. The links are in the description and we're more than happy to help. So keep that in mind. These are the top 3 biggest limits of Monday to understand right now. Any other limits that you need to know will be shown in the workbook. So make sure to look at that one. And as I said, when things change, I will make sure to update that workbook as well. Thanks for watching this Monday.com course. I really hope it has been super helpful and that you've learned what you wanted to learn and that you feel more confident using the platform. I can imagine that you still have a lot of questions. So for every question that you have, please leave a comment under this video and I'll try to help you with everything that you run into. If you're still like, well, I'd like to build something more complex, or there's some specific things I just really want to build and you want help from a partner, you can just reach out to me and my team through the link in the description. Also, please, subscribe to the channel, like this video. It really helps me and the channel to grow, and I would really appreciate that. So if you find any value in this video, just leave a like. That's all I ask for. It's a free way to support me and the channel, and I would really, really appreciate it. Thanks for all your time. Thanks for watching this whole video. I'm very grateful for it. And yeah, subscribe to the channel and I'll make more videos like this to help you out with Monday.com. Thank you, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.